So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Ash and Misty will get married, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Alright, shush, shush, shush. For the umpteenth time that afternoon, Ash, Misty, and Brock promptly shut their mouths and sat back against the couch. Crossing their arms over their chests, they each exchanged frivolous smiles and glanced back across the coffee table. There sat Delia, hunched over the table and chewing a pen in her teeth, looking rather tired, staring down at the note-scribbled paper before her. Right beside her was Jay, who sported the same silly grin with just a hint of shrewdness. It sure was an amusing scene, but by then, it was a common one in the Ketchum residence. In a very short time, Delia realized what a task it was discussing and trying to make plans with three energetic kids and her even more capricious husband, but on the contrary, Ash and the others pleasured in fun it could be. The sessions sure proved their worth, both in formulating sturdy ideas for the fast-approaching and anticipated event, and by creating an entertaining time for the five of them. And now was no exception. Okay, I can't take that many ideas at once, guys, Delia sighed. The three kids snickered as she picked up the paper and studied it briefly, trying to make sense of the mess of proposals. Her eyes rose to them, and more directly to Ash. Ash shrugged at her look. You wanted suggestions. We're giving them. He grinned radically. Yes, but how about one at a time? His mom requested in reply, smiling haggardly. Well, we're talking about food here, Jay pointed out. You expect these three to tell you what they want in a calm manner. He motioned toward the three enlivened kids, who beamed from his clearly truthful assumption. Well, I can suggest things in a calm manner, Misty said, arching her shoulders proudly. It's just little Mr. Glutton here who can't think of something appropriate to have at a reception. Togepi squealed agreeably on her lap, waving his little arms about as Ash narrowed his eyes at Misty. Hey, he shouted, insulted. What's wrong with having cocktail wieners at the party? Huh, what's wrong with that? Brock stifled a giggle as Misty stared rigidly into his face. Because it's not elegant, that's why. Quote, who cares about elegant, it's fun. Ash retorted, staring her down just as firmly. Weddings are supposed to be elegant, too. Misty argued. Says who? Jay proceeded to roll his eyes while Delia sat waiting, busying herself momentarily by doodling squiggles on the top of her paper. Okay guys, chill out. Brock said, getting between the two and restraining them. I'm sure we can come to some agreement. Ash and Misty gave each other one more harrowing look before tossing their heads the opposite way, huffing. Brock slumped, giving Jay and Delia a small smirk. It's your call, he laughed. Delia took a deep, pacifying breath. Ash, sweetheart, if that's what you want, then we can have them. Ash's disdainful look immediately brightened. Really? His mother nodded, writing it down on the paper. She laughed quietly. Besides, I know your father wants them, too. Jay's eyes rose and he quickly held out his hands defensively. Hey, you said it, I didn't. Quote, Delia smiled, tilting her head towards Misty. It's fine with me if Ash wants the mini hot dogs, Misty, she told her. What do you want? Misty straightened herself comfortably and glanced elsewhere. Well, she said, recovering effortlessly from the squabble with Ash, one of many. Her face lightened hopefully. I said I like shrimp. Oh, yeah, Delia replied, giving Jay a nudge. Shrimp cocktail. That's always nice to have. Quote, her husband shrugged, whatever. Don't matter to me. He gave Ash a sneaky wink. As long as we get to have the wieners. Hee hee. Ash smiled and reached forward to slap him a high five. Misty scowled, but seeing Ash's happy, buoyant disposition made it fade swiftly. He was having fun with this, and rightfully so. It wasn't every day that you got to help prepare for your parents' second wedding reception, and Ash was having a ball taking advantage of it. If only he had better tastes in food. Okay, so we got some ideas for appetizers, Delia said. There's always time to think of more. We have to start thinking about the dinner, though. That's a lot more important than the snacks. The sound of the main course pricked the ears of Jay and the kids instantly. Thinking about the appetizers and drinks had temporarily taken their minds off what delectable course was to be served, and rapidly their ideas sprang right from their heads to their tongues. I want chicken cordon bleu. Misty chimed. That's so delicious. No, no, corned beef. Ash cried, hopping up and down in place and unsettling Pikachu. I ate pot roast once at a wedding, Brock said, just as loudly as the other two. That seemed to be a hit. Ash immediately turned at him. Yeah, but more people liked corned beef, he said. And besides, Mom's place makes that so good. Yeah, but that's a lot of work, corned beef, Misty observed. She turned to Delia. Isn't it? Delia half shrugged. Well, it's not a lot of work. Ash interjected. He, too, turned to his mother. Mom, everyone loves your corned beef. You can make it with the potatoes and the cabbage. Hey, we can have potatoes with pot roast, too. Brock put in. His mouth watered as the thought of his suggestion broadened. Misty suddenly grimaced. Brock, I don't want pot roast. It gets so dry sometimes. Quote, oh, and chicken cordon bleu doesn't. Brock retorted. Yeah, and my mom's place doesn't even make chicken cordon bleu, Misty. Ash challenged. Misty growled at him. Well, they can this time. Ash had a lovely rejoinder to add to the disagreement, and thus another dispute commenced. Delia dumped her head in her hands, wondering what she could have possibly been thinking when she consulted the kids for help. Even though she and Jay ultimately had the final say in what was to take place on the day of their wedding vow renewals, an event the two had decided on quite suddenly. About 3 weeks before, it seemed that the kids took every preparation more seriously than she did. However, as the debate shot back and forth, each proclamation louder than the last, Delia groaned loudly and slammed her hand down on the coffee table. Okay, that's it, she shouted, instantly silencing the kids. Out, all of you. Outside. Ash smiled weakly. Ah, come on, Mom. We're discussing this. No, you aren't discussing it, you're fighting about it, Delia begged to differ. Sorry, but you guys have too much energy. Go outside and use it all up, we can talk more about it later. But I want to talk about it now. Ash whined. Ash, his mother growled, narrowing her eyes at him. Ash narrowed his right back at her, knowing she wasn't mad, just overwhelmed. He had to admit that he, Misty, and Brock had entirely different views for the reception, but he figured lots of ideas were better than too few. Obviously, she didn't think similarly, but seeing as how they had now quieted, perhaps she would reconsider. After all, he enjoyed the planning. It was a new project in his life, temporarily taking his mind off Pokemon training, which he had hoped. Taking a break from his journey wasn't an easy task, but the excitement over his parents' up-and-coming vow renewal was just enough to do the job. That wasn't going to be the case now, though. Out, Delia commanded in a whisper, pointing at the door. She had a light air about her, but nevertheless Ash got up begrudgingly, snubbing as he escorted himself out. Almost as if his shadow was a second late, Misty bounced up from the couch and followed right behind, giving Jay and Delia a modest, farewell smile. Jay sighed and stretched on the couch, almost relieved that his overactive son was gone for a moment. He, as did Delia, knew how much Ash wanted to get involved with the reception plans, but at some times it did get quite out of hand. Brock watched as the door closed behind Misty before flipping around on the couch again, smiling brightly at Jay and Delia. He looked positively enthralled. So where were we? He said, slapping his knees contentedly. Delia and Jay's eyes narrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Delia exclaimed. Out. You too. Me. Brock gasped, shocked. Oh, come on, I won't bother you. I wanna help. Delia had to smile at Brock's enthusiasm. If there was someone more excited about the event than Ash, it was Brock. The boy had helped consistently since the moment she and Jay had announced it, eager to do whatever they wished and discuss whatever there needed to be discussed. However, she was too swamped to deal with anyone right now. She was 2 seconds away from even kicking Jay out. Brock, you've helped enough today, she told him. Go on, go out and have fun with Ash and Misty. Quote, Brock's jaw dropped disappointingly. Oh, Mrs. Ketchum, I love doing this stuff, it's so much fun. Come on, what do you want me to do for you? I'll do anything, really, you name it. Jay chuckled quietly as Delia smiled. Honey, you've done enough already, she said sweetly. You sent out all the invitations, you came with me to order the flowers, you even went to the mall with me when I went looking for a dress. Brock nodded energetically. I know, but I want to do more. What do you need? There must be something. Hey, what about the pictures? Want me to hire the photographer for you? Brock jumped to his feet. Do you need me to make the reservations for you at the Cerulean Plaza Hotel? Quote, we already have reservations. Jay laughed. Want me to confirm them? Brock. Delia leapt to her feet and pointed strenuously at the front door. Listen to me, I love you for all you're doing for us, but I swear, if you don't get out that door right this instant, you're gonna be sorry. Quote. Brock's face fell. All right, he mumbled, receiving a gracious and tender smile from Delia. Thanks, sweetheart, she said softly. No, really, though, you're great for wanting to help so much. I really appreciate it, but right now, I have to relax a bit. Quote. Brock nodded understandably. Gotcha, I'll get out of your hair. Yeah, go see what the other two nutcases are up to, Jay smiled. I'm sure they've killed each other by now. Brock grinned passively. Hee. Yeah. He turned around slightly and looked out the patio windows, a rather sheepish look taking over his face. Delia plopped into the loveseat beside Jay, who put his arm around her shoulder. He squeezed her lovingly, throwing a glance back up to Brock, who had yet to make his way out the door. Taking notice of his pensive look, his brow furrowed with puzzlement. What's the matter? He asked, immediately grabbing Brock's attention. Oh, nothing, Brock replied, looking back out the door again. You're not leaving, Delia sang a bit impatiently. She went back to chewing on her pen again. Brock cringed slightly at this, shrugging. Jay and Delia looked quite irked now, baffled at Brock's sudden hesitation. Don't you want to go out to find Ash and Misty? Jay asked. I dunno, Brock replied, his voice wavering. Seeing their confused looks become even more so, he slumped. It's just that, well, it was hard explaining what he felt about the vibe he picked up from Ash and Misty during the last weeks. It was too weird for him to even grasp, to believe, for that matter. Well, what? Delia said. Ever since they've become, friendlier with each other, Brock said, biting down on his lip. I don't know, I feel weird going after them. Especially when they're alone. I don't want them to think I'm nosy or something. Right away, Jay and Delia smiled in comprehension. Brock blinked gently at their reactions, completely expected. Silence took over the room briefly, all thoughts focused on Ash and Misty. Not that it wasn't the first time. Ever since the two kids had shown a sudden interest in each other, everyone was becoming slowly aware of it. The holding of hands, the extended time spent with each other, the more cordial interaction, there was no doubt in their minds that something was blossoming between the two. It seemed to come out of nowhere, and for Brock, it was an rather odd change. Oh Brock, Delia said affably, that's ridiculous. Yeah, Jay said, I'm sure they don't think that at all. Brock looked down at their amiable grins and did the same. He knew it sounded a little absurd, but it didn't shake how he felt. I mean, they're still your friends, Jay said easily, motioning towards the door. Trust me, they're probably wondering where you were right now. Yeah, but maybe they aren't, Brock thought, grinding his teeth. He wanted to shut the thought out of his mind, but it was one that came reluctantly to his consciousness. Being with them was one thing, but when the two went off on their own, Brock didn't know what to do. Well aware that Ash and Misty appreciated their time together a lot more than ever, following them around had come to feel awkward. Yeah, he answered anyway, the still wary smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, why you're right. But, it's just different, that's all. He laughed shortly and shrugged. I've never seen Ash and Misty like this before. I'm kinda afraid of what I might find them doing. Quote. Delia, who was beginning to finally relax from the afternoon ruckus, suddenly gave Brock a panicked look. What? She exclaimed. What do you mean? What have they been doing? Brock cringed, mentally taking back what he had just said. The expression of pure concern washing over Delia's face made him answer hastily. Oh, I don't know, he stammered. Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Delia sat forward and tilted her head, her voice growing louder and eyes widening. No, what have they been doing? Nothing. Brock repeated honestly. Great, now what had he done? He truly had not seen Ash and Misty do anything out of the ordinary for the two, minus the holding hands, which had become pretty normal in the past weeks. But Delia and Jay knew about that, and Brock realized the worry he had suddenly created. Nothing, Jay said. Brock, what have they been doing? Delia asked, her voice wobbling slightly. She gave him a steady glare, the apprehension over this new attitude of Brock's eager to be relieved. Brock straightened himself immediately and gave them an earnest look. Mrs. Ketchum, don't worry, I haven't seen them do anything, he said clearly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Just, you know, holding hands and hugging and stuff. That's what I meant. Are you sure? She asked, her eyes squinting anxiously. Positive, Brock replied, giving her a toothy smile. Delia paused for a moment before leaning back again, blinking. Phew. Brock reclined as her look softened, glad he wasn't put on the spot to fully explain what he had meant. He hadn't meant to worry them, but that didn't take away his slight fear. He still wasn't ready to go find Ash and Misty. Delia, on the other hand, couldn't get what Brock said out of her mind. She didn't need him scaring her that way, especially since the new interest Ash had taken in Misty wasn't entirely settling well within her. It was cute, she had to admit that, but concerns such as the one Brock brought up came back to preoccupy her ever so often. Thoughts of how close Ash and Misty were becoming was a bit hard to concede to, and once in a while, Delia wondered what her boy could possibly be up to. Yet she trusted Brock. Looking back up at him again, smiling promisingly as he was, she felt much better. Okay, then, she said. But, Brock stuffed his hands into his pockets. Yeah, wincing, Delia gave him an imploring look. Could you just look out for them? You know, make sure they're not doing anything I wouldn't approve of. Oh, Delia, Jay groaned all of a sudden, giving her a soft shake. Don't think that. They're not doing anything wrong. Yeah, but, she slumped. But still, just in case. It worries me. I don't think we have anything to worry about, Jay replied truthfully, having all faith in his assurance. He looked at Brock. Aren't I right, Brock? Brock gave him a guaranteed look. Of course, they're fine. Jay nodded. Then go out there and find them, will you? Happy to hear that. Brock took no hesitation in dashing out the door and into the sunlight. Jay smiled as he went, giving his wife a gentle nudge as soon as he was gone. You okay? He asked her tenderly. Delia startled as she was brought out of her thoughts, lifting her head to look into his eyes. Sure, she replied softly. Are you really that concerned about Ash and Misty? Delia went to reply but wavered, fiddling around with her fingers. I don't know, she murmured. Maybe a little bit. Brock kinda scared me there a little. Jay chuckled, bringing her close to him. He took the pen out of her hand and set it down on the table, happy to rid her of it for a minute. She was relentless about taking a break from the planning, and he hated to see her so deluged with burden. Well, don't you worry now, he said, patting her knee. Ash and Misty are fine. And if they aren't, he gave her cheek a quick kiss. Quote. Brock will be there to snap them back to reality. Delia swallowed and shut her eyes, resting her head against Jay's warm shoulder. She didn't reply, knowing he was probably right. She trusted Brock, but she trusted Ash and Misty, too. Surely they weren't doing anything that validated Brock's fears, they were fine. Yeah, of course they were, Delia convinced herself in that second, alleviating her trembling nerves. They had to be. After all, what could they possibly be doing wrong anyway? Ash romped out of his house and into the bright, hot sunlight, Pikachu charging right behind. With a bounding leap, the Pokémon was on his shoulder, grasping hold of Ash's hat and ears pricking. He could feel the energy in Ash, the hyperness. Ash was certainly on his toes, the release into the outdoors rushing through his veins. Despite his gruff exit, a laugh resounded from Ash's lungs, just a fraction of the energy that was frantic to escape his body. His head snapped around as another laugh echoed his own, one higher pitched, more feminine, and all too familiar. Wait up for me, Misty shouted gleefully, her ponytail flying about as she sprinting towards him, rushing to catch up with him. A smile spread happily across her face, which Ash matched in an instant. The entire ordeal over their food disagreement vanished instantly, replaced with the simple fact that they were outside, together, and a bundle of energetic nerves. I'm waiting, Ash groaned jokingly, sticking his tongue out as she reached his side. Almost instinctively, their hands linked together, and the two beamed at each other. Misty was out of breath from her short dash, but not enough for her to continue to laugh. What are you doing rushing out without me? Ash shrugged crazily. Hey, Mom wanted me out. So I got out. Misty sighed and rolled her eyes, nudging herself into him to get him walking. Whatever. Come, let's walk. Quote, okay. The two started down the road, hand in hand, their smiles hardly fading. The soft breezes blew around them, the stable hum of daytime crickets rang in the distance. The heat and humidity surrounded them, but they paid no mind to it, their bodies intermittently bumping into each other. So what are we gonna do now that we're kicked out of the house? Misty chuckled, smiling broadly into Ash's face. He swung her arm back and forth. Dunno. Not much to do but walk, I guess. That's fine with me, Misty said giddily, taking a quick hop. But where do you wanna go? Hideaway. Misty gave his leg a rapid but gentle kick. Yeah, right. Ash laughed, knowing exactly how Misty felt about his grimy hangout. He had no intentions of going there, anyway. Looking up at the clear blue sky and puffy clouds, he was just content walking. Squeezing her hand tightly, he rethought that. He wasn't just happy to walk, he was happy to be walking with her. Nah, we won't go there, he said in a relieving tone. We'll go, wherever. Okay, sounds good to me. Ash and Misty took simultaneous deep breaths, taking in the fresh, country air. They said not a word as they sauntered down the road, feeling the gravel under their feet and sun on their faces. Staring off at the swaying long grasses and mountains, the two were perfectly delighted. Their active gait gradually slowed to one more relishing. Their bodies melted with the familiar feeling that they had been experiencing lately, the one both were fully aware of but were still astonished with. It was like none other. So, Misty started. This vow renewal stuff is quite a project, huh? Yeah, Ash nodded, the thought of his parents' second wedding ceremony springing to his mind blissfully. But it's gonna be so much fun. Oh, I'm sure it will be, Misty replied. If the aggravation doesn't kill your mom first, though. Chuckling softly, Ash said, don't worry about her. She's a perfectionist. Believe me, she might be totally crazy now, but you watch, that reception's gonna be perfect. Ooh, I can't wait, Misty gushed, glancing off into the sky. She sighed zestfully. It's going to be so romantic. Your mom and dad getting married all over again, professing their love openly for each other. And the party afterwards, Ash added, receiving a harmless glare from Misty. He flashed her a guileful grin, letting her know he was kidding. Although the party did excite him, the thought of his parents vowing their love for each other before his eyes was something too extraordinary for him to believe. Misty's glare lightened. Well, you know what's gonna be best about all of it? She asked, batting her blue eyes at him. What? I get to spend the whole thing with you, she whispered in reply. A blush streaking across the bridge of his nose, Ash looked bashfully at the ground. Misty smiled, loving the way he still reacted to the things she told him. Although it had been 3 weeks since their feelings had started to surface, each statement and action that signified their newfound exclusiveness was still a bit uncanny. They knew how they felt about each other, but letting each other know about it still induced blushes and nervous giggles. Ash succumbed more often to this, but Misty knew he was adjusting. In the meantime, she charmed in his modest responses. Ash didn't reply to this, but Misty didn't need one. They just locked eyes and smiled, which was enough for them both. Ash glanced away, taking notice of a shady tree just yonder. Already craving its relief from the sun, he gently tugged Misty to it. Come on, let's sit. Ash plopped onto the grass and Misty followed right behind. She laughed as she nearly tripped, but Ash caught her and helped her down. Rolling her eyes at herself, the two began to laugh as Pikachu and Togepi bolted off to frolic through the grass and away from their flighty Ainers. Wow, that feels so much better, Misty commented, shaking her head. Ash nodded. Sure does. I can't wait for this heat to break. I bet it'll probably cool off right for your parents' wedding, Misty predicted. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Oh, I already know it, Misty replied. It's gonna be perfect. sunny and warm without a cloud in the sky, with just the most pleasant breeze. Ash cocked his eye. You know that. Quote. Misty nodded confidently. How could it be anything else? Ash smiled, resting his back against the trunk of the tree. He closed his eyes peacefully, but opened one of them right after as he felt Misty inch her way closer to him. Without a word, she lay beside him, letting her head fall comfortably on his shoulder. Ash's body tensed for a moment, not knowing what to do. He didn't hate this, barely. He liked it a lot, but when it came to what he was supposed to do, he froze. Well, you gotta do something, he told himself. Curling his fingers nervously, he lifted his arm shakily and draped it over Misty's shoulder. She nuzzled closer as he did this, making him cringe ever so slightly, but as each second passed by, which Ash felt every one of his body loosen, reclined. Her silky hair brushed against his face, tickling him sensitively, but he liked it. This wasn't bad at all. But what did it mean? The question ran through Ash's mind more often than ever the past few days. He was unable to get it out of his head, to answer it. It racked him ceaselessly, taunting him in a sense. It was all so new and different, and even though Ash knew he enjoyed it, what was behind it all was something he had yet to discover. Of course, finding that out from Misty was something he couldn't do. Ash knew very well that Misty was aware of what everything meant. He could sense it in the way she lacked the nervousness and anxiety he had, the way she basked in every moment between them without a worry in the world. But Ash didn't exactly understand why he couldn't do the same, and how could he tell that to Misty? Biting at his lip, he quivered at the thought of it. But you're torturing yourself over it, he told himself. Just ask. Ash cleared this from his mind as he took a deep breath and looked off at the mountains. Who was he kidding? He had to do it, he had to bring it up. But right this second, he could wait, he supposed. Misty yawned, sounding so serene and happy. And here he was, breaking into a sweat and trying hard to calm his tightening nerves. Ash knew he couldn't go through this much longer, he just couldn't. Perhaps this wasn't such a bad time. Taking hold of himself, Ash cleared his throat, shaking his body just a bit more than he wished. Misty jerked away from him and looked sleepily into his face. What's wrong? What? Ash asked, acting startled. He quickly smiled and scratched the back of his head. Oh, nothing. Nothing. Slowly, a sly smile pulled at Misty's lips. No, what? You want to say something? How did she know? Oh wait, he wanted her to know he wanted to say something. Now he was even confusing himself. How was he possibly going to do this? Ash felt his heart rate increase. He laughed nervously under his breath as he stared into Misty's imploring eyes, swallowing hard. She was curious, but her smile was still gentle and encouraging. Well, here goes nothing. Misty, what? Go on, ask it. What are we? Misty's eyes suddenly widened, and she pulled back slightly. Ash's body stiffened instantly, wondering what he'd just done. What do you mean, Ash? She asked inaudibly. Ash looked down and away. He asked it and yet the question still wasn't asked. He could feel her eyes on him, making him more apprehensive by the second. You know, he replied, almost in a whisper. What are we? Me and you. Misty's eyes rose once more. The smile fell for a moment, but as she and Ash stared at each other, it slowly returned, accompanied by a short laugh. Now she got it, and Ash trembled as she realized it. Well, what do you think? She asked, the smile broadening into a grin. Ash gasped. What do you think we are? Ash shook. I dunno, he replied hastily, wondering how this suddenly came back to him. He began to panic. Well, you must think something, Misty laughed. Ash's brow furrowed. But I'm asking you. Yeah, and I'm asking you, Misty retorted. Suddenly, Ash narrowed his eyes. But I asked you first. Quote, I wanna hear what you think, though, she said. Ash growled, but hearing her capricious laugh made him stop right away. She was teasing him. How wonderful. Ash didn't need teasing right now. The way his blood was rushing through his body and overheating his face proved that. And yet her gentle face pressed him, made him grit his teeth and turn away slightly. Ash, what do you think we are? She asked again, her voice flowing. She leaned forward and looked into his shimmering brown eyes. He took a deep breath, clutching his fists to stop his trembling. Here went nothing. I think we're, he cringed, boyfriend and girlfriend. With that, Misty blushed furiously, turning away swiftly. Seeing her reddened face made Ash flush as well, the awkward feeling skyrocketing between them. He couldn't believe he had said that, admitted what he was afraid to say the most. Misty turned back, brushing her bangs absent-mindedly away from her eyes. I think the same thing, Ash, she said, making his face light up with surprise. You do. Misty replied, laughing. Sure I do. You mean we are. Misty shrugged, feeling her body lift positively. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't we be? Ash's jaw dropped further than he could imagine. What started as an inquisitive thought had developed into something more amazing, the truth. Ash wasn't sure if he was ready to accept it. Well, I don't know, he said, still blushing. I wasn't completely sure. Why not? Misty asked, tilting her head. Because, Ash replied honestly, I thought being boyfriend and girlfriend meant you know. Went out on dates and kissed and all. His cheeks turned pinker as he mentioned two things that neither of them had even spoke about, much less attempted. But thankfully, Misty was still smiling, not affected at all by this assertion. It doesn't mean just that, she said, her heart pounding as his eyes glistened. It means doing what we're doing. Spending a lot of time together, holding hands, not having an interest in anyone else. Quote, a short giggle of relief escaped Ash. Really? Yeah, she replied. Ash licked his lips. I like doing those things. A lot. Misty beamed. I do, too. They fell into silence at that, fully absorbing the marvelous effect of their new discovery. It was amazing how wonderful they both felt, how different. Misty's stomach clenched excitedly while Ash felt himself becoming warm, melting with the pleasurable feeling of dread lifting and absolute happiness setting in. But, Misty said, breaking the quiet, I would like to do more, though. Ash's heart lurched. Like what? Misty grinned secretly, biting her lip. Like a date. Ash's eyes widened. A date. Misty nodded, and slowly Ash's stunned look developed into an immense smile. This he could do. Well, then we'll plan one, then. Misty couldn't have heard a more perfect sentence coming from him. A date. Ash was in disbelief that he had said it, but as Misty leaned in and wrapped her arms around his shoulders strongly, all worries dissolved. He embraced her back, snuggling into the crook of her neck and taking in her refreshing and familiar scent. He loved to hug Misty. There was no doubt about that in Ash's mind. They didn't do it much, which simply made each time more and more special. It was something that he swore he could not only adjust to, but never grow tired of. Hell, Lou, but maybe that wasn't going to be so easy to get used to. Ash and Misty's heads abruptly yanked up, turning rapidly to the sound of their friend's voice. Brock stood about 10 feet away, his arms crossed over his chest, shaking his head at the two kids. Brock, Misty scolded, don't sneak up on us like that. Well, be a little more attentive, he said, winking. Ash and Misty slumped, exchanging a quick smile between each other. Come on, you two. Gee up, Brock said whimsically, motioning them wildly to stand. Ash and Misty obeyed and rose, scooping up their Pokémon with sneaky little grins and joining hands. The recollection of what had just occurred between them was fresh in their minds, stirring them ecstatically. Things were going to be a bit different now. Brock turned around, took a look at their entwined hands and sweeping smiles, and sighed. How he couldn't get over that. It was only an image he held in his wildest and craziest imagination, and yet here it was, right before him. Ash and Misty, together. Holding hands, hugging. It swarmed him, and he shook his head, giving them the most sincere look of amazement. Ah, Misty cooed, taking light of the moment. Do you feel left out, Brock? Quote, what? No, Brock mumbled, playfully jutting out his lower lip. He held back a spontaneous laugh. Misty giggled. Ah, come here, you, she said, dragging Ash up to Brock. Settling Togepi onto her shoulder, she seized Brock's hand with her own, giving him a silly smile. Ash chortled as the three began to make their way back to the house, hand in hand. Brock just shook his head yet again. You do realize that if anyone sees us like this, we'll have to move far, far away from here, he said, causing the other two to erupt into giddy, boisterous laughter. It had only been a half an hour since the kids were kicked out of the house, barely. Still, they made their way leisurely home, holding hands, gabbing about how productive the reception planning was going. It wasn't entirely a joke. Although there was quite a bit of bickering, much had already been decided on unquestionably. The food was going to be the toughest to agree on, but Ash, Misty, and Brock knew that no matter what was to be selected, it was going to be one heck of a meal. Nothing short of delicious was ever expected from Delia's restaurant, that was for sure. They were surprised to see Jay sitting out on the front stoop upon their return. Ash found it hard not to smile. Mom kick you out, too? He assumed. The three stopped before him, paying no regard to the fact that their hands were still joined. Jay simply arched his eyebrows and let out a chuckle at the odd sight. Hee, no. But, what is this? Their eyes widening, the three looked down at their hands and giggled. I knew you guys were good friends, but, Jay said hesitantly, leaning away from them. Oh, Brock just felt lonely, Misty explained, blushing as Brock jiggled her hand and let go. Jay laughed and shook his head. Geez. Well, better look out for your girl, Ash, he said, winking at his son. Don't know whose hand she'll be holding next. Ash shut his eyes embarrassingly. Yeah, he turned to Misty. Come on, let's go out back, he suggesting, and the two were off in an instant, leaving Brock smirking gently at Jay. So, what were those two up to? He asked, a glint of slyness in his eye. Brock smiled. Oh, nothing, he replied, noticing Jay's impishness, and taking into mind the man's witty sense of humor, something that was always fun to play around with, he sighed. Just harmless stuff. Ripping off each other's clothes, sharing some tongue. Ah, I see, Jay nodded and grinned, joking along. The good stuff. Brock gave him an appealing look. Ooh, yeah, the two broke out in vigorous laughter, applauding their clever banter. It lasted for only a moment, however, as Delia suddenly burst out the door, grabbing Brock forcefully by the arm and yanking him into the house. Hey, wah, Brock yelped as she dragged him in. She abruptly halted and held him before her, glaring anxiously at him. Tell me, what were they doing? Were they really doing that? She frantically asked, the whites of her eyes flaring. Brock faltered, disoriented. What? No, they weren't. Delia shook him, a look of pure distress seizing her face. Brock, please tell me. She insisted. What were they really doing? Delia, calm down. Jay laughed, coming to help Brock out of her tight, crazed hold. It's okay, he was kidding. Yeah, I was just kidding. Brock repeated hastily, squeezing his arms. Delia gulped softly. Yeah, but what were they doing? She demanded. Catching his breath from the sudden disarray, Brock put on a promising face. They weren't doing anything bad, he told her, tugging at her arms tenderly to get her to loosen her grip. Him. They were sitting and talking and holding hands. Delia took deep breaths. Really? That's all? Brock smiled reassuringly. That's all they were doing. Finally letting him go, Delia produced a weak smile. She brushed some hair out of her face, which was just a faint shade of pink. I'm sorry, it's just, she chuckled, her voice cracking a bit. Don't say stuff like that, Brock. About them. Sharing tongue and stuff. Quote, I was just playing around, Brock maintained, grinning at Jay. I don't think I'll ever see Ash and Misty doing those things. Delia smiled and looked down, wishing with all her might the equivalent. So they weren't doing anything that they shouldn't be doing. Those two aren't going anywhere, Brock continued, hoping to make her feel even more confident. Hey, you should see them. There's practically 2 feet between them when they hug even. Trust me, you have nothing to worry about, Mrs. Ketchum. They're fine, I promise. Delia had to admit she felt a whole lot better after hearing that. Even though she figured the things Brock was saying were unbelievable, she had to make sure. This was Brock after all. He wouldn't lie to her, but she wasn't momentarily crazy about his sense of humor. Well, I believe you, she said sincerely, patting his shoulder. But you'll still do what I asked, right? You'll watch out for them. Brock grinned happily. He loved how Delia trusted and relied on him so much. It flattered him that she put so much faith in him, and he had absolutely no intentions of ever letting her down. "Of course I will," he said, sticking out his pinky, which she playfully roped with her own. "Thanks, Brock," she smiled. "Go on, get out of here." Brock slid past them and headed for the backyard. As the door slammed shut behind him, Delia sighed and shuffled into the kitchen. Jay watched her conscientiously before following languidly behind. "Hey," he whispered. She stopped and turned, raising her eyes in reply. Taking notice of her husband's inquiring gaze, she squinted confusingly. "What's the matter with you all of a sudden?" he asked tenderly. "That's the second time today you went all crazy over Ash and Misty." Delia flinched, looking away. "Oh, what's the matter? Are you really that concerned about them?" Jay asked, folding his arms around himself. He was honestly curious about her rash behavior towards the two kids. He knew that Delia was aware that Ash and Misty were slowly passing the "just friends" stage. It was way too obvious. But it wasn't as if she had shown any objection towards it, no more than sneaking a quick look whenever they were with each other. Now that she had practically gone mad over it twice that day, he was starting to wonder if she didn't want to be as quiet about it as she had been. Well, she started, lingering on the word as she stared into Jay's expectant eyes. "It's not that I am. I really shouldn't be. I know Ash and Misty are fine together, they're not doing anything wrong." Quote. But, she shook her head, bringing a hand up to rub her temple. "I don't know," she admitted. "It's not that I have a problem against them, you know, becoming interested in each other. I just don't know if it's too soon." "Too soon," Jay echoed. "What, that they're too young?" Biting down on her lip, Delia nodded. "Yeah, kinda. They're still kids, the two of them. I mean, Misty's 13, she's a teenager, but Ash. He's only 11. He's gonna be 12 soon," Jay replied, smiling matter-of-factly. "Oh, now you sound like him." Delia put her hands on her hips, giving him a reproachful look. Jay laughed. "Oh, come on, is that why?" Quote. "Don't sound like it doesn't make a difference." Delia frowned at him. "He's a kid, Jay. He's just a little boy. I don't know if he's ready for such a thing." "Well, the fact that he's an 11-year-old boy with a girlfriend doesn't bother me, it kinda makes me proud. He's not that much of a little kid anymore, Delia." "Well, he still is to me," she responded sadly. "He has a lot of growing up to do, and right now I don't think he really knows what's happening between him and Misty. Sure, they may like each other, but it's just a crush. I don't think he knows it's anything beyond that." Jay sighed, rolling his eyes slightly. She took notice of this, and scowled. "What? I don't think this is nothing, Jay." Quote. "But it is nothing," he contradicted. It's no big deal. Really, it's not. Ash and Misty, they're just discovering young love. It's cute, it's sweet. I don't think that's anything to go all psycho crazy over." Quote. Delia slumped. "I'm not going all psycho crazy," she mumbled, turning away from him and making her way slowly to the window by the sink. She gazed out into the backyard, getting a perfect view of the three kids. They had since collapsed on the lawn. Well, two of them had. Brock and Misty were sprawled out on the grass relaxingly, large smiles spread across their faces as they watched Ash, who was on his feet and jumping around friskily. Delia followed her boy as he made a rambunctious sprint towards the towering maple tree, leaping and grabbing hold of one of the branches and propelling himself into the air. He soared a few feet and landed squarely on his side, proceeding to roll another few feet as his friends laughed hysterically. Delia couldn't help but smile happily as she watched her son's deliberate mishap, observing him with utmost motherly love. He was doing what she loved to see, playing and having fun, acting like a kid. He was a kid. That's how she wanted him to be, free and unrestrained and engaged in the prime of his youth. Having a girlfriend and getting involved in a relationship for him was too soon. He already had enough responsibilities in his training that she didn't entirely support. She felt her stomach sink as she watched him rollick, wondering how he could possibly understood what he was getting into. Jay came up beside her, glancing out the window along with her. "Is it because of what Brock said?" he wondered, meeting her side. "Is that what you're worried about?" That they're making out behind our backs or something. Delia cringed, not wanting to even imagine it. No, she replied, ashen. It still succeeded in sending a chill up her spine. I know they're not doing that. I hope they aren't doing that. Then why don't you feel good about it? He asked, tilting his head sympathetically. Delia continued to watch Ash, studying his spirited smile and messy black hair flopping about his head. She took a deep, affectionate breath. Because he's still my boy, she muttered inaudibly. She looked at Jay with glistening eyes. He's still my baby, Jay. And the moment I lose him to a girl, that's it. He won't be mine anymore. Jay gawked at her, shaken with her sullen tone and forlorn expression. Gradually, his face lightened, and with a compassionate smile, drew her into a hug. She embraced him strongly, burying her head into his comforting shoulder. Ah, sweetheart, Jay sighed, stroking her silky auburn hair. He tipped her chin to look up at him. That's why. Glancing down, Delia nodded. I know, it's ridiculous. I should be happy for Ash and Misty. They're such good friends. It's not like Ash found this girl I don't even know, or like. I know you like Misty, Jay asserted. I like her, too. But it's not ridiculous how you feel, Delia. I understand. Quote. Delia smiled weakly. You do. Of course, Jay replied warmly, running his finger up and down her face lovingly. But it's gonna happen one day, you know. He peered out the window at Ash. He's going to grow up. Quote. Feeling tears brim in her eyes, Delia nodded reluctantly. She didn't want to think about that yet, but it was reality. First sending him out into the world on his own, and now this. It was happening all too quickly. A shudder of depression racked her. Besides, you shouldn't let it get you too down, Jay continued, stepping back. A furtive smile curved to his lips. You'll have someone else soon to baby all over again. Quote. Delia was snapped from her gloomy mood as Jay went to tickle her stomach. She giggled, shrinking away from his tortuous fingers. Oh, stop it, she said, swatting his hands. She hated when he took advantage of how ticklish she was. So, Jay beamed, his teeth gleaming. Is there someone special in there right now? He stopped tickling, to her relief. Delia regained herself, wiping away her negligible tears. She looked down at her very flat stomach and shrugged. I don't know, she replied, giving him a sassy look. What are you trying to do, J.C. Ketchum? Get me pregnant, or something? Jay grinned viciously at her remark, rubbing his hands together in a devious manner. But of course, my dear. Delia snickered, charging at him playfully. Jay held out his hands and blocked her, the two bursting into laughter. Both had high hopes of having another child. Ever since they had reconciled, they wondered incessantly and eagerly if a baby would eventually follow. Though they weren't desperate, they felt it would be the perfect addition to their mending marriage, and just thinking about the simple miracle gave them ecstatic shivers. Well, I'm not sure yet, Delia said peacefully. With all hope, maybe. Jay's brown eyes sparkled. Wow, I get so excited thinking about it. Me too, Delia replied. I want it more than anything. Jay nodded, leaning over to give her a kiss. Delia kissed back, cherishing the amazing feeling of his warm lips on her own. I'm still worried about Ash, though, she said after pulling away. It's not that I'm entirely upset over losing him, it's just that I want what's right for him. I want to make sure he knows what he's doing. Quote. Jay nodded, blinking agreeably. I know, I do, too, but I also want him to have fun and enjoy himself. Wrapping her arms around Jay's waist and feeling him squeeze her in return, Delia glanced once more out the window. Ash was now sitting beside Brock and Misty, conversing. She sighed inaudibly. Just please don't go too far, Ash, she told him. Please don't. I won't be able to take it. Out in the backyard, repose was the general theme of the late afternoon. Ash, Misty, and Brock couldn't feel any better laying out on their backs under the shade of the tree, staring off at the clouds as they floated lazily by. Ash was in the process of calming down after running around the yard like a lunatic, and it was certain now all his energy was drained. Misty and Brock had the joy of watching him tire out, which was enough to make their own bodies weary. I can't believe I can be so tired after doing nothing today, Brock said with a determined tone of disgust. I'm getting way too lazy here. Hey, you had to go and fetch me and Ash today, Misty reminded him, to which he rolled his eyes. Yeah, and don't think I'm doing that a lot from now on, he replied, folding his arms behind his head. If you two are going to go running off, then don't even wait up for me. I'm perfectly happy sitting under this tree and doing absolutely nothing. Misty smiled inwardly at his remark, reminded of what happened when she and Ash had run off just an hour before. Raising her head from the ground, she smirked at Brock. Well, then you might like the news that Ash and I have to tell you. Ash rose immediately, grinning at Misty secretly and then at Brock. This certainly intrigued Brock, who cocked his eye at them before rising himself. News? He asked. What news? Misty beamed excitedly, nudging Ash. He giggled and nudged her back. The two simply stared at Brock, who began to smile curiously. They joined hands, building the suspense deliberately. What is it, guys? Brock implored, becoming restless rather quickly. We're gonna go out on a date, Misty announced, holding back a shout of glee in doing so. Ash nodded zestfully, his eyes radiant. Brock's jaw dropped. Did you just say what I think you said? He said after a short, incredulous pause, narrowing his eyes. Yup, Ash replied, flashing a brilliant smile. We're going out on a date. Me and Misty. Quote. Brock felt his ears were playing a dubious trick on him, but nevertheless his shocked expression soon lifted into one of pure awe. Seeing the two of them looking so happy before him was enough to confirm that they weren't fooling around with him. Really? That's great, he exclaimed elatedly. Ash and Misty glanced contentedly at each other as Brock continued to blurt out in utter surprise. I can't believe it. You guys going on a date? That's just so. Wow. He laughed, and Ash and Misty easily followed. They didn't quite know what to make of it either, but both knew how remarkable it made them feel. Fervor to spread the word and let everyone know was exciting in itself, but the thought of the actual event was an even more incredible thing to perceive. Brock quelled his laughter, and smirked at his friends before him. Man, I knew you guys were starting to really like each other, but I had no idea you were actually that serious about it. They both shrugged. Well, don't look at me, Misty said, pointing at Ash. Ash was the one today who told me he considered me his girlfriend. Ash, Brock gasped, gawking at the boy, who was now waving modestly. You told Misty she was your girlfriend. Ash didn't even have to respond to that before Brock's hands flew to his face. He sat there for a moment, speechless and still, occupied in his own world of thought. Ash uttered a small laugh, and leaned forward to catch a peek at Brock's expression, wondering what he was thinking. But Brock remained as he was, and Ash gave Misty a baffled shrug. Neither one of their smiles was absent. Brock, Misty chuckled, ready to ease the shock of this seemingly phenomenal revelation for him. She reached over to tap his shoulder, but pulled her arm away hastily. Why? Brock suddenly cried, startling a yelp out of the other two. His eyes were shut closed in desperation. I don't understand. You two barely had any idea what you thought about each other, and yet this all fell into your laps so perfectly. His head hung. Why can't that ever happen to me? Quote. Ash and Misty collapsed backwards on the grass as Brock began to moan. Oh, Brock, Misty sighed as she sat back up again. Brock held his head for a few more seconds, then looked up at them with a glum face. Oh well, at least I'm happy for you two. His expression rapidly gladdened. So, when is this big date? Ash shrugged. We didn't think of a day yet, he said. We don't even know where we're going. Yeah, Misty said, smiling. It came up so suddenly we didn't have a chance to even discuss it yet. But I'm sure we'll just see a movie or something, Ash said, turning to Misty for a nod. I mean, nothing big or all. Quote. At the sound of that, Brock perked. His head jerked up at them, eyes wide and aghast. Nothing big, he repeated with a clear tone of appall. With a jolt, he was on his feet. Nothing big, are you crazy? This is your first date. You can't just go anywhere and do anything. Ash and Misty fidgeted, alarmed at his inflexible glare. Brock couldn't believe the amount of nonchalant undertaking they were putting into this special event. A first date was not to be taken lightly, and he knew that more than anyone. Years upon years of fantasies and dreams had perfected the ultimate date in his mind, and nothing but the best was to be in store for his two dearest friends. Arching his back and lifting his head proudly, Brock looked down at Ash and Misty, whose faces were strewn with bewilderment, with a cunning glint in his eye. "There's no way I'm letting you guys think casually about this date," he said resolutely. "This is the first time you're going to go out as one, as a couple. It has to be special, distinct. Something you'll remember for the rest of lives as the beginning of a wonderful and blissful relationship." Quote. Ash and Misty widened their eyes in surprise, regarding each other oddly for a moment. You have some advice for us, Brock?" Ash asked nervously, feeling as though he was beholden to do it. Brock suddenly lurched and came before them, holding his fist before their faces determinedly. They cringed slightly. "Of course I have advice. You're incredibly lucky to know someone who holds such wisdom for a delicate and important subject." Misty narrowed her eyes. "Ooh, lucky us," she said sarcastically. Togepi trilled beside her. Brock smirked. "Okay, listen you two. If you truly want to have the most memorable first date, take my word. Somewhere private is the place to go, somewhere dim and romantic, a stroll in the park at night, a candlelight dinner at a fancy restaurant. A movie theater," Misty suggested impassively. Clearing his throat, Brock glowered at her. "As I was saying, somewhere quiet and not busy, where your attentions are fully on each other." His voice then dropped, and his teeth gritted in emotion as he stared up at the sky. "Then, at the end of the night, under the heavenly night sky, beneath the bright stars and moon, you'll look into each other's eyes and profess your young and undying love to each other." He viciously swooped down and grabbed Ash roughly by the collar, bringing the recoiling boy to his face. "Ash, you have no idea how important this night is," he screamed fervently, shaking him. "There's absolutely no way in the whole wide world you can screw this up, you just can't. 'Cause if you do, you'll lose her forever and live in complete and utter misery for the rest of your life." Quote. Ash flinched. Brock." Brock yelped as Misty seized him aggressively by the ear, bringing him face to face with her rigid snarl. "This date is for me and Ash, not your dumb fantasy world," she cried, watching Brock cower and wince. Brock said, managing an apprehensive smile. "Movie theater sounds fine to me." He gave a shaky thumbs up, inducing her to release him. Misty brushed herself off, huffing. Ash, who had been watching the whole thing with an amused smile, stood as well. "Thanks for the advice, Brock," he laughed, "but I think me and Misty are going to go to the movies first. Maybe we'll try that stuff out later on." Brock nodded gently, while Misty smiled in agreement. "Of course we'll try that stuff," she told him in her mind. Her stomach fluttered at the thought of Brock's very enticing visions, hers being very similar. But she knew that was all too out of their league for the time being, as the simple conception of going to the movies exclusively with Ash was satisfaction for her. All of a sudden, Ash's face brightened with excitement. "Hey, I'm gonna tell Mom," he squealed. "I can't wait to hear what she thinks about this." "Yeah," Misty agreed just as enthusiastically, grabbing Togepi and taking off with Ash as he made a stimulated beeline for the house. Brock's eyes suddenly glazed over. "Tell Mom," he thought, gulping. His face falling, he gave chase not a moment later. He couldn't even fathom how Delia was going to react to this, and truthfully, he didn't think he wanted to know. "Ash, wait," he cried, only to be ignored. Ash and Misty were well on their way to the house by now to pay any heed to him. Ash did hear Brock as he ran towards his back door, but it didn't faze him one bit. He was too thrilled about letting his mom know about his big night to care about anything else, even Brock asking to wait up so that he would be present for the announcement. His blood raced and his stomach jumped to his throat with tumult and pride, and each second that it took to make it clear to his kitchen was too long. "Mom, Mom," he shouted as he burst through the door, skidding on the floor. He nearly crashed into his two startled parents, making a screeching halt just in time. "Whoa, slow down there, squirt." Jay laughed, holding out his hands in case Ash was to slide another inch. "What is it? Calm down," Delia said, reaching over to tenderly brush the side of her exhilarated boy's glowing face. Ash bounced around, unable to control his aroused limbs. Misty and Brock arrived not a second later. Misty's face lit up with joy and Brock's knitted in uneasiness. It was indeed a varied array of facial expressions, one that fascinated Jay and Delia immediately. But it was Ash's that drew the most attention. His exuberant grin and clenched fists made it hard to overlook him. "Mom, guess what?" Ash cried, hopping up and down in place. Misty sniggered at his silliness. "What is it?" She grinned in reply, indulging in his pristine rapture. There was nothing else in the world that made her more satisfied than to see Ash so happy. She could only ponder what it was that was making him so stirred up. Ash and Misty gave each other another one of their trademark reserved grins before Ash proclaimed, "Misty and I are going to go out on a date." Delia suddenly paled, drawing back slightly. In an instant, the smile was wiped clean off her face, and she stood stone still, watching as Ash began to log H with delight over his announcement. Brock was the only one to notice this. It stuck out as a sore thumb that she wasn't thrilled with this, but Ash and Misty were momentarily too delirious to see it. Jay was a completely different story. "Hey, that's great. All right, buddy," he chimed, clapping his hands and giving Ash a friendly shove. "Yeah," Ash said, "we're really excited." "Well, you should be." Jay smiled. "First dates are always fun." Ash and Misty nodded, and in a flash Ash turned to his mom. Despite her discontented look, he continued to smile nonetheless. "How about it, Mom?" "Cool, right?" Quote. Delia looked up into her son's cheerful face, swallowing uneasily. I don't know, Ash." Ash's face promptly fell. His interrogation of quandary wrenched her, and she shut her eyes against it. What was she going to say to this? She couldn't think, couldn't formulate her thoughts. A date? Where did this come from all of a sudden? She looked down at him with an austere arch of her eyebrow, the war between her fret and compassion for her boy's disheartened stare raging. Where are you going?" she decided to ask. She retained a rigid stance, one that instantly baffled Ash and Misty. She needed information, and more importantly, conviction that this was going to be acceptable and appropriate. "What are you going to do?" "Why, what's the matter?" Ash stuttered, flustered. "We just wanna go on a date. Can't we?" "Well, I want to know some stuff first," Delia replied firmly. Ash watched his father slump behind her and shake his head, looking noticeably perturbed. "What's going on?" Ash wondered, troubled, giving his mother a face to express just that. "We just wanted to go to the movies one night," he answered. Misty piped in quietly. "Mom, what's wrong? Can't we do that?" Delia felt her heart sink at the sight of Ash's face being taken over with disappointment. This wasn't like her, and she knew it. "It's just the movies," she told herself. "He's gone to the movies before. But it's a date. He's going on a date. Oh my God. Well," Delia started, wringing her hands. I guess you can. Maybe. Ash gasped incredulously. He didn't understand. Why wasn't she happy about this? He would have thought she'd be gushing over it by now. She was usually up for anything he wanted to do with Misty and Brock. This was undoubtedly bizarre. "Mom, why can't we go to the movies?" he whispered, begging for the approval he craved and needed. Seeing her indecisive look made him uneasy. "What's wrong with that?" "Ash, you can go to the movies," Jay suddenly said, coming up beside Delia. His face was serious yet lively. He wasn't in the mood to hear this dilemma of Delia's all over again, especially if it was going to hinder Ash and Misty's excitement. "There's nothing wrong with that." Delia conveyed her censure to his input with a quick narrowing of her eyes. Jay gave her just a look and light jab in response that told her to simply snap out of it before smiling back at Ash and Misty again. "It's okay, kids," he said. "I'm excited for you, you're gonna fun." "No problem at all." Oh okay," Ash said hesitantly. Something was wrong, though. He couldn't tear his eyes away from his mother. Even though Jay was delighted and definitely favored the date, he never really did anything unless his mom said it was okay. He needed her to smile and tell him it was all right, and he wasn't going to be satisfied until he got just that. "Ma, what's up?" he exclaimed. "Why aren't you excited over this?" Quote, "Because," Delia replied immediately, hushing herself to rethink what she was going to senselessly blurt out. "Because you're my little boy and I don't want you to go out on a date yet." No, she couldn't say that. She winced at the thought of it. Jay was right. he was a lot more grown up than she thought. And she couldn't imagine what he would say in response to that. Nothing cheery, that was for sure. Because, it's just a bit of a shock, sweetie, she managed to say, forcing a smile to her face. She could do this, she could make him understand. I mean, it seems like yesterday you were learning to tie your shoes, and now you're going on a date. Seeing him blush made her smile genuine in a heartbeat. She shrugged, her hand wandering over to grasp his shoulder gently. It's not that I don't want you to go on a date, it's just that it's so sudden, she explained, her tone heavy-hearted. I have to be honest, honey, I pictured you going out on your first date when you were a lot older. And even then I don't know how I'd get used to it. It's a big step, and it's just as effective on me as it is on you, believe me. Quote. Ash chuckled quietly, searching for Misty's hand. He found it and held it tightly. Yeah, I didn't think it would happen so soon either, but... He looked over at Misty and smiled. I'm sorry to surprise you like this, but me and Misty, we really want to do this. And I would really love it and appreciate it if you would, let us go. Yeah, Misty said. Oh God, how can I say no to that? Delia thought, mentally shaking her head. I can't. She breathed comfortingly. Ah, sweetie, if that's what you really want, then sure, you can go. It's okay. Really, yes, but, you promise me that you'll be okay. Ash was positively luminous now. Of course we'll be okay. He replied assuredly. Promise, Misty added, feeling a rhapsodic chill fly through her body. She quickly turned to smile at Brock, who gave her a sanguine nod in return. Thanks, Ma, Ash said graciously, giving her a big hug. His mind rid itself completely of his mother's temporary, unusual hesitance, putting his joy before that. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Delia replied softly. Ash broke away from her, and she meandered backwards, bumping into Jay and reclining into him. She held her breath as he put her arms around her, giving her a quick, praising embrace. He was relieved she had finally put the nonsense of her concerns behind her, and she felt it. She just prayed she did it for the best. The night had swiftly approached, bringing with it a pleasant and talkative dinner. A change of pace from the most recent meals, the subject of the vow renewals came up rather infrequently, replaced with the fresher and oncoming date of Ash and Misty's. Jay and Delia had to marvel over how whimsical their son's disposition had become. It was a mood that not only made him unable to calm down, but also allowed him to scarf down food thoughtlessly and immoderately and land him with a painful stomachache. The kids turned in early, Ash grumbling in agony and Misty tisked ts king at his misfortune. It had been a big day anyway, and their eyes were involuntarily drooping as the hours wore on. Delia saw them to bed and wished them sweet dreams, wiping her brow indicatively from the accomplishment of finally getting them settled. The quiet of the night soaked into her as she collapsed on the couch, snuggling up and drawing the newspaper to her face. She wasn't really that tired, and the few hours of complete and blissful stillness that she was blessed to take advantage of were just what the doctor pressed. Ribbed. As she set herself comfortably on the funnies, the first page she always opened to, she heard a faint whistling behind her. She slumped, a kittenish grin prying at her lips. Oh great, just when she got a moment of peace. Sighing, she leaned her head backwards over the armrest, taking in an upside-down view of her husband smirking at her. She smiled as he continued to whistle, waltzing over to her and reaching to gently massage the sides of her face. Yes, she inquired, flicking the newspaper once to show him she was momentarily busy. It was just a joke. Naturally, there was nothing that could take her attention away when Jay was smiling so boyishly at her, his handsome face melting its way into her heart and making her body dissolve with posse. On. Nothing, he shrugged, going from stroking her gently to pulling at her hair, swaying as he did so. Delia, getting the gist of his mischievous manner, went back to reading the comics. He continued to whistle, then to hum, purposely growing louder and more obnoxious as to get on her nerves and enhance the fun of his game. She wasn't going to give in to it, though, desperately stifling her giggles. Inevitably she'd succumb to it, but she wanted to see how far he would go to get her to playfully lash out. Delia, he sang, his deep voice resounding pleasingly. Delia, she grinned, finding it so difficult to ignore his antics. She bore his tender hair, pulling and turned the page of the paper, sighing absent-mindedly. Figuring he was getting antsy over her neglect, she was absolutely right as he inconspicuously released her hair and squeezed her nose shut, prompting her to sit up abruptly. "What are you doing?" she guffawed, flipping around to smack at him. He reeled back and laughed, then eagerly pranced over to the couch and plopped beside her. She pulled her legs under herself invitingly to give him room. "Annoying you?" he replied truthfully. "Yeah, I noticed." She rolled her eyes. She closed the paper and threw it aside on the coffee table. "What do you want?" Jay shrugged, but his sneaky look denoted there was much more to it. Delia smiled shrewdly at this. "Well, then leave me alone. I want to read the paper." She looked down at it, but her eyes slowly wandered back to him. He winked at her, reclining back on the cushions and taking a deep breath. "I don't want to leave you alone, though," he said, running a hand through his unruly black hair. "Oh, you don't, huh?" "Nope." He glanced up at the ceiling innocently, childishly twiddling his thumbs. Delia cocked her head at him suspiciously, having a good feeling what was behind his silliness. The way he comically beat around the bush delighted her to no end. She snubbed her nose at him. "Then you must want something." Jay tediously slid closer to her. A twinkle in his eye, he temptingly whispered into her ear, "I wanna try for a baby tonight." Delia's eyes widened, and she returned his crafty little grin. "Well, what if there's a baby inside of me already? What's gonna happen then? We can't make two babies." "We can't. But then again, we don't know that now, do we?" he replied seductively, inducing Delia to giggle. "No, we don't. What do you say, then?" Smiling and fighting down her sensitive blush, Delia closed her eyes as she accepted a passionate kiss from Jay. Not that she needed any encouragement to satisfy his desire, which sounded quite enticing to her as well, but as her body warmed with fabulous excitement, the jesting died and seriousness took over. She moaned agreeably, moving her lips away. "Sounds fine to me." Jay responded happily by pulling her closer for a more intense kiss, smoothing his fingers through her hair. He could feel how responsive she was, how strongly enthused. It was exactly what he needed after that day, as he feared she wouldn't break out of this new funk that had befallen her. Getting her mind off Ash was just what this night was going to achieve, hopefully, that, and the expectant fact that a baby could possibly come out of it. Two things Jay wished for immensely. Suddenly, however, just as their ardent engagement was heightening, Delia pulled away. Jay's eyes flew open, and he drew his head back to see her face recoiling as she nervously bit down on her bottom lip. "Oh my God, what's the matter?" he asked, panic taking hold of him. "We shouldn't," Delia said, her voice trembling. "Shouldn't what?" "Spend the night together," Jay exclaimed, his face wrinkling in distress and confusion. No, not that." She shook her head. She faltered as she tried to compose herself and explain. This stuff here." "What stuff?" demanded Jay fretfully, trying to comprehend what had seized her, why she looked so contrite and apprehensive. "Sweetheart, I don't get it, what's the issue?" Jay wasn't going to like this. Delia knew that right away, but she had already caused this confusion, and she had to clear it up now. She looked at him earnestly, swallowing heavily. "What we're doing here, right now," she clarified calmly. The kissing and the touchy-feely stuff, the lures to bed." "Jay, I don't think we should do it anymore. It's not right." Jay balked. "Why not? Why isn't it right?" Delia felt her heart race, sensing his slow realization through the deep drop in his voice. "It's not that it's not right, it's just that. I don't know if we should make such a public display of it." Quote, "Public display," Jay echoed, his eyes drooping. He let go of her slowly. "Delia, is this about?" Almost shamefully, Delia nodded. "Oh, come on," Jay groaned. "Please don't start with this again." Delia slouched. "I'm not starting again. I just think that maybe all this intimate stuff isn't appropriate to flash around Ash and Misty. I don't think it's setting a good example for them." "Setting a good example?" Jay shook his head. "Delia, honey, this is getting a little out of hand now. I strongly think Ash and Misty know the difference between what goes on between a married couple and what should go on between young friends." Quote, "Well, maybe they don't," Delia retorted despairingly. "They're at an impressionable age, Jay. The things we do and say to each other, and what they show on TV all the time. All those stupid teenagers slobbering all over each other and falling into bed like it's the acceptable thing to do, and us doing the same. Delia. She jumped as his vexed and shocked voice abruptly interjected. He stared fixedly at her, hands grabbing her shoulders. Listen to me, I don't know where you're getting these crazy ideas. I can't believe you would think that they're thinking about that. They're just kids. Delia felt heat rushing to her face as embarrassment doused her. She didn't mean to start this. The last thing she wanted to do was get into an awkward argument with Jay over this, especially when they were making the most of each other's company. Quickly, she went to contradict. No, not that. I know they're just kids. I don't think they're planning on doing that. That's ridiculous. Oh God, I don't even want to think about it. Quote, then what? What is it that's making you act this way? Delia took a deep breath. She felt tears pool in her eyes, not only because of the tense subject they were dealing with, but also the fact that she dreaded Jay was becoming angry with her. She didn't want to talk about it as much as he didn't want to hear it, and she needed to convince him of it. On the other hand, she needed to let him know what she was contemplating. She continued pointedly, I know they're not thinking about that, Jay. But the scary thing is, they might someday. They will think about it. Picture it, the more they're together, the more stuff they're going to want to do with each other eventually. Quote, Jay shook his head, though deep down he was getting the essence of the concern she was articulating. Her voice became shaky and lowered considerably as she looked Jay emotionally in the eye. It might not look like they're doing anything involved right now, and they probably aren't, but soon. They're going to want to. I mean, today they'll just be hugging and holding hands, but tomorrow. Tomorrow, who knows? They'll want to go further, kiss, and then. Jay sighed, letting his head drop into his hand. He fell into a stony silence, one that didn't make complete sense to Delia. She stared at him conscientiously, wondering what he was thinking, wondering how ludicrous she sounded. In an instant, a feeling of guilt and idiocy over her assumptions invaded her. She knew how foolish it was to think that her child would consider such things, and worse, that was she could even elaborate on such a notion. I'm sorry, she felt inclined to mumble as the silence lingered uncomfortably. I know this is stupid, I'm sorry. No. Jay lifted his head, and ease washed through Delia when she noticed how calm his face had become. It's okay, don't apologize. Don't apologize. Jay shook his head. I agree with you that they might be impressionable. Of course. I mean, kids today, they're so surrounded by all this stuff and who knows what they're thinking. She nodded glumly, shivering at the thought. But, Jay went on frankly, I don't think we have to worry that much with Ash and Misty. You've talked to Ash, haven't you? You know how he is. Yeah, but I haven't gone into it that much. He's still so little. I didn't think I'd have to tell him this stuff till he was a teenager. Shish, Jay shushed softly, taking hold of her hand and shaking it affectionately. He smiled warmly. You don't have to, okay. Trust me, I think that's pushed as far back in his mind as you would love to believe. Quote, it is, Delia squeaked, her face lightening. Jay nodded assuredly. I'm positive it is. I bet ya he's still squirming at the possibility of cooties. She had to giggle at that. He made everything always sound believable, and with all hope, he was right with this one. Jay reached over to delicately brush the hair away from her eyes, making her tremble pleasurably at his touch. Hey, would you feel better if I talked to Ash tomorrow? Talk to him, sure, you know, man to man. Just so that I can make you even more confident that he's still a little punk at heart. He gave her a promising wink, to which she beamed at. I would love that, she sighed affably. Good, Jay replied appeasingly. He leaned forward to deliver a quick peck to her cheek. And I don't think the things you and me do affect what they think at all. Especially when they're up there in dreamland, and you and me are down here all by ourselves. Got that, Missy? She smiled sheepishly, and he stared into her eyes for an amazingly prolonged time. It was remarkable how such a simple activity could make all of Delia's troubles waste away, his comforting gaze making her feel so loved, protected, and optimistic. So, Jay asked, breaking the idyllic pause. You wanna go to bed? Gazing at him lovingly, Delia found no difficulty in making that decision. With all pleasure. The next morning, Ash felt like $1,000,000. For one, his stomachache was gone, a most welcomed relief. He had to sigh upon waking up with the presence of no cramps, completely opposite from the merciless torture he'd experienced the night before. Cursing himself over the illness and vowing that he would never eat like that again, he forgave himself quickly and treated himself to a delicious, meager breakfast vigorously. Promise for a bright and sunny day lifted his spirits even more. He couldn't wait to get out and spend it rewardingly with Misty and Brock. His legs twitched to go, his mind set on one and only one thing: enjoyment. The quest for this spurred his good-natured and lively temperament, which was radiant and spread to his friends like a swarm of beedrill. There was nothing like a pleasant Sunday morning to bring the best out of them, even when they were changing sheets. Ash was dressed and nearly out the door before he remembered it was sheet-changing day. He slumped but quickly reconsidered it. He was too much in a good mood to pout and whine about it. He kissed his mom goodbye as she headed for the store and bounded up the stairs, grabbing an armful of fresh, sweet-smelling new sheets and distributing them to his similarly animated friends. "Hey, Ash," Misty smiled as she ripped her old sheets off her rollaway. "I was thinking about what movie we should see next week." Ash, who was sprawled across his bed trying to fasten the sheet to the corner and failing repeatedly, looked up. "Oh, yeah," he replied. He hopped to his knees, and the poorly attached sheet snapped back at him. "I was thinking, too. You know what we should see? That new action thriller they're raving about." "Ooh, vile strive." Brock grinned, getting noticeably excited. He was far done in changing his bed, and was now leaning against Ash's desk, watching the other two finish their work. Ash's eyes brightened. "Yeah, that's the one. Oh man, I hear it's awesome." He turned to Misty, surprised to see that she donned a face that didn't exactly match his enthusiasm. "What?" she simply asked, eyebrows arched. "Vile strive," he repeated, his voice instantly peaking to a growl of juicy zeal. "All those cool shooting scenes and car chases and stuff. And I hear there's even some Pokemon battles in it. It looks way too exciting to pass up." "Pika Pika," Pikachu voiced his agreement energetically. Ash laughed and gave a thumbs up to his friend sitting below. Misty stood motionless, her sheet hanging limply at her side. That's not really the movie I had in mind, Ash." "Huh?" Ash asked, disappointment dripping in his tone. Misty chuckled absurdly, giving him a face. "There's no way I'm going to see that movie," she said resolutely. "Coolies." His jaw dropping, Ash crawled closer to the edge, the springs of the bed crooning under his weight. "What are you talking about, Misty? I want to see that movie." "Well, I don't," Misty replied. "Doesn't interest me one bit." Ash narrowed his eyes. "How can it not interest you? It's pure excitement," he said, folding his arms in front of him. Misty grimaced. "Yeah, right, just what I want to see. A bunch of guys with blood dripping all over their bodies beating the crap out of each other." Brock stifled a laugh, and he modestly turned to await Ash's response. "That stuff's cool," Ash protested determinedly. "Why? What do you want to see?" He honestly had to hear what could be more worth the time than Vile Strive, which not only happened to be the box office topper but a movie he'd been eagerly anticipating for quite some time. Misty grinned impudently. "First comes love, of course," she replied, shaking her head as if it were preposterous Ash didn't know the answer in the first place. Ash thought he was going to gag. He grabbed at his stomach, but nothing but laughter blurted from his mouth. "Are you kidding me?" he exclaimed, hoping for a moment that she had to be. Like there was any way he was going to see some corny chick flick. Misty didn't take so lightly to his sudden outburst. Instantly, her face puffed and reddened irately. Brock nearly retreated from her fiery glare. He was just about to comment himself, but decided it was best to keep quiet, as he knew from past experiences that interfering with Misty was frequently not a wise choice. "No, I'm not kidding you," she replied hotly. "For your information, Ash, that's a movie I really want to see." "Why?" Ash asked between laughs. "Because it looks really good, that's why. But it's just a bunch of kissing and mushy romance stuff," Ash cried. "I don't want to see a movie like that. Those are boring." "Boring," Misty gasped, viciously hurling her sheet to the ground. She stormed up to the bed and stared rigidly into the face of her highly amused and disgusted boyfriend, who had a gleam of teasing in his eye. "That stuff's not boring." For a second, Brock swore Ash was going to leap off his bed and onto her, but instead he just stood, his head nearly bumping into the ceiling. "Oh yeah," he retorted bitterly. "Yeah," Misty belted out, fists clenched at her side. Quite likewise to Ash, Misty couldn't possibly picture herself sitting in a movie theater and taking in such an unappealing picture, be it a date or not. But she smiled consciously on the inside. By all means, she was going to see her movie. If she had to tear him off the bed and knock his head into the wall a few times, she was going to achieve it. Brock could only tremble as he studied the scene, though a grin was etching its way to his face. Being a couple or not, they were still Ash and Misty. And as usual, Brock knew this wasn't going to be such a bounded disagreement, it was going to get ugly. Cautiously, he stepped back as Ash gritted his teeth in aggravation. "Hey, I'm paying for this movie," he argued. He nearly lost his balance, but regained it. "I'm treating you to it, so I should at least get the choice of what we're going to see." "Sorry, it doesn't work that way, Ash." Quote, "Says who?" "Says, me, that's who." Ash growled petulantly. "I want to see Vile strive. I want to see First Comes Love, and that's what we're going to see." "No way, I'm not seeing that." "Yes, you are. I'm not going to sit in a theater with a bunch of punks and crude guys all cheering for more death." Misty practically screamed. "Oh man, she's getting red," Brock noted. "Here we go. Well, I'm not sitting in a theater with a bunch of sobbing women and coffeehouse girls." Quote, "Oh." Misty stomped her foot. "Oh, Ash Ketchum, that's it." In a flash, she twirled around and snatched her pillow from her bed, proceeding to fling it viciously at Ash. He blocked the blow and without hesitation retaliated, grabbing his pillow and repeated the same assault. Brock flinched. Hey, guys. Cut it out, come on." He begged of them, but they completely ignored him, whacking each other ruthlessly with their pillows. Ash had somewhat of an advantage being on his bed, as Misty's pillow seemed to collide more with the bedside than the boy himself, while he was successfully landing some good ones on her head. "Guys, that's enough," Brock cried, making the mistake of trying to restrain Misty first. "Oh, Brock, butt out," Misty snarled, smacking him squarely in the face with the pillow. "Can't you see I'm busy trying to kill him?" Stumbling back, Brock reached up to rub his face. Huffing, he grabbed his pillow and did what seemed habitual, he joined in. As much as he was incensed about Misty turning on him, the contribution was merely a quest to end the squabble gone wrong. The reason for the fight was forgotten as the three pillowed each other mercilessly. They weren't quiet about it, either. Misty seemed to do quite a bit of malicious grunting in between whacks. Ash was getting a bit fed up, but all the same he needed to win this fight, however that would be. Coming to the spontaneous realization that his chances were greater on the ground, he dodged Misty's blow and leapt from his bed. His feet didn't find the ground securely, and in the next second he was stumbling uncontrollably, his door putting a stop to it abruptly and loudly. Ash cringed from the impact, which racked his entire side in numbing pain. And to add to that, Misty hadn't stopped swinging that pillow. He wasn't the only one to cringe from the rather painful occurrence, though. A floor below, Jay was listening to the progression of argument to war, and the thundering crash that made the whole house practically shake brought him to his feet in a heartbeat. He had no idea what was happening up there, but he was ready to put an end to it. It was certainly nothing playful going on. Someone was going to get hurt. He made his way to the stairs, shaking his head. "Ash," he bellowed as loudly as he could. The sound of his father's booming voice made Ash freeze in place immediately, as well as Misty and Brock. Their eyes widened, pillows held high over their heads and arms raring to swing. "What's going on up there?" Jay yelled. "Nothing," Ash called back, his voice shaky. Misty and Brock gave him apprehensive stares and held their breath. "Nothing," Jay asked incredulously, his tone sharp. "Yeah, right, get over here, Ash." Ash winced, glancing at his friends timorously. Brock returned the same look with a touch of sympathy, but if matters weren't bad enough, there was Misty, sneering like an idiot and rocking her head back and forth. In a snotty manner. "Ha, you're in trouble. Good for you." Ash scowled and balled his fists, but sending another hostile rejoinder her way wasn't the smartest move at that point. He just tossed his head in the opposite direction, his venomous look gradually fading to a considerably nervous one as he approached the top of the stairs. Gazing down at his annoyed father, he wrung his hands timidly. "Yeah, Dad," he squeaked, his heart rate increasing just a bit as Jay's stern glare blazed into him. "What's the problem up there?" he interrogated, tapping his fingers impatiently on the banister. Happy was the last aspect Ash associated with his dad at the moment. Ash swallowed hard, his explanation coming out rather sheepishly. Nothing, Dad, it's just that me and Misty, we got into this fight over what movie to see, and it kinda led to a pillow fight, and I just tripped and fell into the door. No one got hurt. We were done, we're not gonna fight anymore, I promise." Jay smiled to himself as he saw his son draw back slightly. He was so little up there, his guilty look exposing his pure innocence and youth. To think that he had his mind on unmentionable things was nonsensical. Jay knew better. Of course he wasn't upset with him, although the roughhousing was a bit out of hand. He wanted to stop it and he did, but seeing as Ash was now alone and in his possession for the moment, Jay found it to his advantage. Maintaining his rigid expression, he beckoned Ash down with a slow curling of his finger. The boy crept down the stairs reluctantly, dragging his feet. What, Dad?" he asked inaudibly, fear obvious in his voice. I'm sorry." He reached the bottom of the stairs, and Jay ushered him into the kitchen. Ash's innards were tightening radically, wishing he could will himself out of this mess. After the conflict with Misty, he was in no mood to get yelled at. Once they arrived, Jay pushed him gently towards one of the chairs, bidding him to sit. Ash did, and glanced at his father oddly as he pulled out a chair for himself and sat beside him, leaning his head casually on his hand. Every sign of displeasure and anger was suddenly gone from his face, leaving Ash in a confused muddle. He had no idea where he stood, but was beginning to gradually relax. "So," his dad began, "tell me what happened upstairs." Ash thought, as he had already somewhat explained this. About the pillow fight. No. Jay waved it away, sighing. He grinned slightly. "About you and Misty. Tell me about your little fight." What does he want to know about that? Ash wondered, tilting his head. We kinda had a fight about what movie to see." Jay nodded understandably. "I don't get her," Ash continued. He was still perplexed how he had gone from being in trouble to explaining his matters with Misty, but Achiever. It was certainly nothing to complain about. "I want to see that new movie, you know, the cool one, Vile Strive." "Oh yeah, that movie looks excellent," Jay said. Ash smiled widely. "Yeah, I know," he suddenly scoffed. "But Misty wants to see that sappy love movie, First Comes Love." I hate that stuff. I don't wanna see that." Jay had to smirk, shaking his head at Ash's childish and expected attitude. "Oh, Ashton," he laughed lightly, intriguing him. He reached over and patted his shoulder. "Hate to tell you this, kid, but in this case, I don't think you have a choice." Ash asked. "Why not?" Jay smiled compassionately. "You don't know the first thing about this stuff, do you?" "I guess not." Jay leaned back in his chair, folding his arms relaxingly behind his head. "Well, when it comes to the movies, there's one plain and simple thing to remember. You're gonna wind up seeing the flick she wants to see." "What? Why?" Ash questioned, his brow furrowing. Jay shrugged. "Beats me. It just always seems to work that way." You mean I'm gonna have to sit through that love movie?" Ash winced, slouching discouragingly. "'Fraid so, kiddo," Jay lamented. "But don't let it totally bum you out. You'd be surprised, some of those movies actually turn out pretty good sometimes." Ash lifted his head hopefully. "Really? Well, I can tell you First Comes Love isn't going to be as cool as Vile Strive, but you'll survive. You'll see." Ash looked down. "I hope so." He took a deep breath. But what? I already made such a fuss about not wanting to go to that dumb movie," Ash scowled. "I can just see how Misty is going to react when I tell her that I'll go. She'll just laugh in my face and tell me, 'I told ya so.'" Jay grinned broadly and chuckled as Ash imitated Misty's voice. "Ash, don't worry about it. All you have to do is go up there and say a few simple words, and all will be rectified in a second." "What words?" Ash asked interestedly. His father cleared his throat. "You were right. I'm sorry." Ash's eyes rose. That's it. Jay nodded. I don't wanna say that. Ash, he groaned, shaking his son's knee affectionately, better get used to it now. You're gonna be saying that for the rest of your life. Quote. Ash narrowed his eyes. That bites. Jay blinked in agreement. That it does, but what can you do? Ash reluctantly nodded, proceeding to look off silently for a moment. Jay watched him, wondering what he was thinking. He obviously wasn't taking this newfound advice lightly, but there seemed to be more to his apprehensive stare. What are you thinking about, buddy? He asked, jerking Ash out of his thoughts. Ash swallowed anxiously, scratching the back of his head. Oh, I dunno. What? Jay asked soothingly. Ash was frozen, the reason for his nervousness poised on his tongue and ready to exit his mouth from where he was momentarily keeping it trapped. Hearing about the deal with the movies and the fight he had with Misty fresh on his mind, he was suddenly swamped with a new concern. And although these two factors had a part in it, the greatest terror of them all was something that neither of them hardly compared to. He looked up into the anticipative face of his dad, who was there to listen and encouraging him to open up, and breathed deeply. I'm nervous, Dad, he whispered, cringing to make his point. Jay's smile slowly faded to a look of slight surprise as Ash lifted his hands to the tabletop and began to fiddle with them anxiously, his eyes wavering. Nervous? Jay asked. About the date? Haggardly, Ash nodded. Why? Because I am, Ash answered simply, shrugging. I'm scared because I've never done it before. I don't know what to do or how it's gonna be. I mean, I'm excited too, but as much as I want the date to come, I don't want it to come. Jay couldn't check the short laugh that escaped from his mouth. It was not a teasing one nor was it rude, he was just shocked. Ash knew this. He took no offense or embarrassment to it. He smiled wearily and admittedly at his father. Stupid, huh? He laughed pathetically at himself. Jay's smile rapidly returned. It was gentle and consoling one, for he understood completely. Ash, it's not stupid. I know how you feel. It's a big thing. But listen to me, don't worry about it, okay? Everything's gonna be great. You're gonna have an awesome time. I am. Of course, Jay said assuredly. You like Misty a lot, don't you? Ash blushed and bit his smile away. I guess I do, yeah. She's my girlfriend. Although Jay had never heard Ash refer to Misty as his girlfriend, he showed no incredulity to it and smiled in warm comprehension. I mean, even upstairs, when we were fighting, Ash continued thoughtfully, I still liked her, you know. I don't know, it's like no matter how she acts or what she's doing, I can't dislike her for any of it. It's hard to. Jay sighed. I know exactly how you feel, kid. Ash smiled. So tell me, he said, giving him a sly nudge. Have you guys been doing, boyfriend and girlfriend stuff? He knew he'd have to bring it up sometime. He had promised Delia he would talk to Ash, and even though he had gotten a lot from Ash without barely trying, there was still the subject of what they were in fact doing. Ash seemed undoubtedly nervous about all of it, but Jay never knew what Misty would bring to the picture. Being older than him and wiser in a way, Jay couldn't help but wonder if she was introducing anything into their relationship that Ash was uncertain of. He'd expected the blush to streak across Ash's face again. Damn, the boy was sensitive. Jay almost laughed at Ash's bashful face. If only Delia were here to see it. Well, Ash answered, nothing really. We just hug sometimes and we hold hands a lot, that's basically it. Quote, that's it, really, Jay said, still keeping that wily grin. You don't do anything else. Ash shook his head. I don't know. No, what? Jay urged as Ash's face reddened even more. His son gulped a bit uncomfortably. Quote, I don't know. Sometimes I get this idea that maybe we might kiss soon. Jay cocked his head as Ash uttered a fidgety giggle. He was no longer fiddling with his fingers, he was picking savagely at the nails. Really? Jay asked, beaming. You think so? Well, Ash's face suddenly fell, his tone becoming wobbly. I guess so. I mean, we haven't talked about it or anything, but I feel it, when we hug or something. I feel like it's coming, and I don't know if I want it to. I'm sorta scared. Oh man, Jay thought. Delia, You should be here, baby. Oh my God, you should be here. Here Ash was, practically on the verge of tears, letting out what he kept cooped up inside his heart. He was literally shaking, his fists balled as the thought invaded his mind. Fear that he and Misty were fooling around as children their ages shouldn't. The poor kid was breaking into a nasty sweat. Oh, Ash, Jay whispered tenderly. You don't have to be scared of that. Yeah, but I am, Ash replied just as softly. I really don't think I'm ready to do that yet. Well, then you listen to me, Jay said, leaning over to look him directly and considerately in the face. Ash's eyes met his intently. You go at your own pace, all right. If you don't want to do that yet, take your time. Someday you'll realize, gee, I would really like to kiss Misty now. That day will come, and I want you wait for it, okay, kiddo? Because that's when it's going to be special, it's gonna mean something. Wetting your pants over it isn't gonna make it enjoyable, and I don't think Misty's gonna like that, either. Ash laughed. Well, I don't think I'd do that. Quote. In any case, Jay grinned, going on carefully, you're still a kid, Ash. I'm not saying that means you can't do it. If you think you're ready for it, then you certainly can, but don't kill yourself over it. What you and Misty are doing now is special enough. You have plenty of time. Got that? Nodding, Ash smiled gratefully. Although the subject had been frightening him lately, he wasn't ready to admit it to anyone. In that instant, he was glad he'd opened up. What had been making his stomach churn was suddenly soothed by his dad's simple advice, which he took to his heart and settled his worries. Got it. Thanks, Dad, he said. Jay was satisfied, fully convinced that Ash wasn't anything to fret over. He couldn't wait to tell Delia what Ash had said, finally allow her to relax over the whole ordeal. Hey, you're welcome, he replied, playfully tousling his son's hair. Now, why don't you go up there and do what I said with Misty? Okay, sure, Ash answered, getting up from his seat. Oh, and try not to get in any more fights up there. Mommy's coming home soon, and you know she doesn't like that horseplay stuff. Quote. Okay, Ash said, leaving his father with a feeling nearly opposite to the one he had first arrived with. The talk about Misty had focused his mind on how the next few minutes would go. He walked up the stairs briskly and slowed near his room, opening the door cautiously. His friends turned to him as he entered. Misty, the disagreement still unnerving her, gave him a saucy look. Ash tried not to make eye contact with her, keeping an indifferent expression as he closed the door quietly behind him. Is everything okay? Brock asked in a low voice. So what happened? This was Misty, flashing her derisive teeth. Nothing, Ash shrugged, her insolent smirk making him quiver. He couldn't believe he was ready to surrender to this. Yeah, right, Misty retorted. No, nothing happened, Ash growled, then threw it away. Look, I have something to say to you, Misty. Misty folded her arms and waited. Yeah, Ash took a deep breath. Even though she was giving him the most nervy look she could produce, there was still something abo. Oot her. He knew that this wasn't going to last long, that this fight, as did every other, was going to end soon, and before he knew it, they would be out having fun again like nothing had ever happened. Getting this done, though, was the hard part. You were right. Oh, he couldn't do this. He couldn't even think it. If anything, Misty should be apologizing to him for causing the event that landed him in that awkward position with his dad. But he didn't want to fight anymore. He didn't want to be at his wit's end with Misty. He wanted to do this. He couldn't say what his dad had told him to, though. It sounded too impotent. Ash quickly went over what he needed to say to her in his mind, and with a deep breath, uttered what he hot best and truthful. We can go to that movie, Misty, Ash said inaudibly, giving her a small smile. I don't mind. If that's what you really want to see, then we can see it. Was that the right thing to say? Was that going to fix it? For a second, Ash wasn't so sure. Misty's face wrinkled as she took this in, looking confused. He had no idea what she was thinking. Her blue eyes were dull as she stared at him, and Ash looked at her expectantly, waiting for her response. She was probably going to laugh. Ash felt this unavoidable. Misty did just the contrary. Springing off her toes, she ran towards him, enveloping him in a strangling hug that made Ash gasp. Oh, Thank you, Ash. She cried happily, clinging onto his neck. Thank you so much. I knew you'd come around. Oh okay, Misty, Ash coughed, finally grasping his bearings to hug her back. Of course, she probably was hanging on to the conviction Ash was forced to give in and say it, but nevertheless, she was her all, and that's all he cared about. He maneuvered his head to catch a glimpse of Brock standing behind Misty, hands on his hips. I cannot wait to see how you guys come out of that date, he sighed. Half an hour later, Delia clumsily entered the house, 7 plastic bags packed full of groceries hanging precariously from her arms. Jay jumped up immediately from the kitchen table and went to assist her. She breathed in relief as the burden was dislodged from her aching arm. Thanks, sweetie, she said as the two lugged the bags of food to the kitchen. How was the store? Jay asked, glimpsing into the bags curiously. Delia had to smile. If it wasn't Ash snooping around for snacks and goodies, it was always Jay. Wiped out, she panted, retrieving a bottle of water from one of the bags and helping herself to it. Sunday isn't the best day to go shopping. Quote, well, it certainly looks like you got a lot, Jay observed. He had begun emptying the bags, placing most of the contents on the counters. Delia took another slurp of the refreshing liquid then went to help him, snatching the bag containing the meats. Yeah, I did, she said. But all the sale items are usually gone. She picked up a rather large flank steak and rolled her eyes. $20 for this piece of meat. Can you believe it? Jay's eyes widened at the sight of it. Who cared about the cost? That was one big piece of meat. Delia sauntered over to the freezer and stuffed it in, moving around a couple of boxes of ice cream and frozen vegetables to get it to fit. As she did, Jay peered into the bag from which she was taking from, and almost gasped at what he saw. Aside from the steak, there were 2 whole chickens, London broils, and a pork loin, all huge. He gaped at the amount of food in disbelief. Delia, why'd you buy so much meat? He asked as she returned. She shrugged impassively and grasped one of the chickens. I have 3 hungry kids to feed. And you, she added, tickling his chin. But, honey, he stammered, this is so much work. I mean, whole chickens. Do you have the time to make that? Delia gave him an odd look. What's the matter? Of course I do. I don't mind. But I do. Jay felt himself thinking. He knew she liked to cook, but at times he wondered if she did too much. Cooking these elaborate suppers were tiring, and at the same time, they were also expensive. Jay couldn't even ponder how much the meals cost, or how much of a difference feeding 2 extra mouths made. Delia seemed to disregard it, continuing to put the food away. Seeing her literally dragging herself exhaustedly around, Jay decided to snap out of it and halt her before she went for more. I'll finish here, Del, he said with a smile, escorting her out of the kitchen. What? Oh, okay, she gave in easily, seizing her pocketbook from the table. You sure? Jay nodded, motioning for her to leave. Delia thanked him with a grin and strolled out of there in a second, heading towards the bathroom with her pocketbook clutched close to her chest. A feeling of giddy excitement shot through her. She closed the door to the bathroom quietly, and pulled out from her pocketbook a small brown paper bag. Grasping it tightly in her trembling hands and staring down at it, anticipation flared in her veins and her heart pounded intensely. Here went nothing. The waiting was painstaking, and all she could do was shake and think. As the few long minutes passed, her doubt plagued her, waging war with her high hopes. Ever since the day Jay asked her if she thought she was possibly expecting, and even more so since the night they had before. Small inklings of great prospects sent shivers up her spine. Delia needed to know, and she wasn't sure if she could bear the wait any longer. The short time was up, but for her, it felt like years. She took deep breaths in a desperate attempt to calm her twisting stomach. In an instant, all the times she had performed this nerve-wracking ordeal flew to her mind. All had been a disappointment, all had led to a dismal answer. But it couldn't this time. She wouldn't accept it. Her arms were shaking incessantly as she lifted the tiny test to her eyes, gulping heavily. Please, 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 she prayed, squinting nervously. Oh God, please. She was almost reluctant to look, and remained that way for a good couple of seconds before finally taking a peek. Her lungs filled rapidly with air and her heart took a tremendous leap in her small chest, while her fingers clamped furiously on the flimsy, foretelling piece of plastic. The flimsy piece of plastic that revealed a positive sign. She was pregnant. Ash, Misty, and Brock had all intentions of going out and enjoying the beautiful weather. And they did, for a whole half hour. The heat was just too unbearable, the humidity smothering them and covering them in a clammy, sticky sweat. Normally, when they were on their travels, they would have no choice but submit themselves to the muggy conditions, but since the alternative of a cool, air-conditioned house was at hand, it didn't take much to choose which was more appealing. Ash honestly didn't think he could wait for his parents' wedding day for the heat wave to break. Not only did it drain his energy, but he felt that Pokemon training was totally out of consideration, cruel even. The relief from the tortuous sun was refreshing, but they soon discovered themselves contemplating something to do to pass the time within the limits of the house. Watching television and burning their eyes on video games didn't seem too enticing. They had done enough of that lately and it was gradually becoming redundant. Finding fun was easy, though, when Ash decided on a whim to drag out his old Scattergories game. For the next 3 hours, the kids were fully occupied with the game, going from giggling insanely to sitting in deep silence and concentration, scribbling chicken scratch on their sheets as the timer buzzed perilously, threatening to snap to a sudden end. Pikachu and Togepi, intrigued by the momentary, thoughtful trance that had apprehended their trainers, watched the game unfold inquisitively. It was eventful, full of humor as well as exasperation. They reached the final round of the ultimately last game, and while Ash posed absolutely no threat in conquering, Misty and Brock found themselves battling it out till the bitter end. The die was currently displaying the letter B. Okay, Misty said, putting a check mark next to her last correct answer. She cleared her throat, and held the paper to her face. Things found in the ocean. She smiled lightly at the subject. Barnacles. Boats, Ash said proudly, smiling that he got another right answer. Scattergories, though entertaining, was not his best game. Misty nodded in approval and turned to Brock, who was displaying a sly smirk. He'd become rather famous in the game for his witty and clever answers, and this time proved no different. Bikini Bottoms, he said coolly, giving himself a complacent thumbs up. Bikini Bottoms, Misty exclaimed. Ash erupted in laughter and applauded. Brock, that's terrible, and that's times 2, he grinned, holding up 2 fingers. Ugh, one-track mind, muttered Misty, throwing it away. At least she had gotten a point for her simple answer. Let's see, last one, thank God. Cereals. Bran Flakes. Basic 4, Ash chimed, then whooped energetically as once again neither of them disputed. Pikachu, getting the hang of it, cheered and twitched his ears in Ash's favor. Blueberry, Brock said, a victorious smile sweeping across his face as he went to check off his final and winning answer. What? Misty gasped. Blueberry, Blueberry. She tossed her pencil at him in annoyance. What the heck is that? Brock scowled softly at her. Blueberry, he repeated, throwing the pencil back at her. You never had Blueberry. Hearing his incredulous tone, Misty shrugged, clueless. I never even heard of it. Quote, oh, come on, Brock cried, stunned. Blueberry, it had a ghost on the box, don't you remember? Misty face twisted befuddledly, the cereal not ringing a bell. Did you ever have that? She asked Ash. Nah. Ash shook his head. Brock just gaped. I can't believe you guys never had Blueberry. Man, you were deprived. Misty had quite enough by that time, and closed her game booklet with a groan. Whatever, I can't believe I lost the game to dumb answers like those. Brock chuckled, and gently slipped his pencil into the slot designated for that purpose. Oh, stop, you did really good. Misty considered it. Yeah, you're right, she decided, laughing. Unlike some people, she turned to Ash and gave him a taunting smile, which he frowned at playfully. Hey, I'm getting better. Cut me some slack, he said. Ash, you answered, Ebenezer Scrooge, when they asked for athletes. She said, rolling her eyes. The timer was running out. Ash defended himself, hands flying about wildly. He couldn't hold back a giggle. I had to put something down. Misty shuddered, but snickered as well. You're weird. She stretched her arms up above her head and yawned loudly. That's it for me today. Yeah, me too, Brock agreed, leaning back on the couch. Although Ash was eager enough to play another game, he didn't protest their decision. He reclined in the love seat, mimicking his wearied friends struck by laziness. The room was quiet again, the only sound breaking the serenity being the monstrous rumble of the lawnmower passing by the window along with Jay every few minutes. Ash sniffed the air, seasoned with the strong scent of fresh-cut grass, and smiled. Hearing the stillness that had taken over the living room, Delia emerged from the kitchen, her eyes sweeping over the cozy, tranquil setting. It was quite a change from the ruckus resounding from the room the entire day, and she was curious to see what had suddenly engaged them. Seeing them sitting so calmly and hearing Jay working so tirelessly out in the heat brought a smile to her face, among other things that had induced the same acting on throughout the day. For a moment, she didn't draw their attention, she just stood and watched, her hand tenderly and subtly running over her stomach. She didn't know if she could feel any more wonderful, her nerves begging to spread the happiness with her family. Delia decided for the time being, however, that she wasn't going to proclaim the joyful news. She had yet to grasp the fact that she was pregnant herself. It seemed like a wild dream, something that was going to crash back to reality before she knew it. But it was real, it was true. Keeping it secret that day was hard enough, and she didn't know how she could possibly wait for the wedding to share the announcement. Feeling it was the perfect time and place to let Jay and the kids know, she strictly willed herself to conceal it for the next 3 weeks. It was going to be hard, but picturing the blissful moment in her mind made the arduous wait all the more worth it. "Oh good, you kids are finally done," she spoke at last. They all turned and gave her dainty smiles. "I could use some help with the salad. It would make dinner a lot sooner. Any volunteers?" Brock raised a finger into the air immediately. "That would be me," he said, jumping up and trotting eagerly to the kitchen. Misty got up as well. "Is there something I can help with, too?" she asked. Delia gave her a face. "Of course, there's always something to do." She grinned. "Go help Brock." Misty smiled and started off to join Brock in the kitchen. Seeing Ash getting up behind her out of the corner of her eye, she quickly spun around and pointed at him stringently. "And you clean up the game," she ordered, friskily sneering. Ash stopped short. "What?" he simpered. "No, you clean it up." Misty sighed. "Ash, I'm helping with the dinner," she said, dragging it out carefully as if he missed it the first time. "Well, I'm gonna help with the dinner, too," responded Ash just as gingerly, lowering to a whisper to put more emphasis to it. The roar of the mower stopped, making him avert towards the front yard for a moment, and then back at her silly face. "No, you lost," she replied, giggling. "Losers clean up the game." She didn't even wait for a reply, promptly turning her back on him. Ash's jaw dropped as she made a point to stick her tongue out at him beforehand. "I'm not cleaning up the game," he refused, his tone hardening. "You lost too, so come and help me with it." Misty slumped wearily, limping to face him again. "Ash, I'm not helping you put it away. Just do it, it's not that hard." Seeing her boy's disgruntled look, Delia chortled and tilted her head. "Ash honey, why don't you clean up the game, okay?" she asked gently, her tone persuading him to yield. "Misty and Brock are making the salad. You can do that." Misty, overly satisfied with Delia's aid, snubbed her nose in the air and waltzed to the kitchen. Ash watched her go, then looked down at the game that was strewn across the coffee table. It wasn't that much of a big deal really, and he knew that. Still, the concept that he was the loser, and therefore placing him in the undignified position of cleanup, unnerved him slightly. Being called that word, in any capacity, never resonated with him well. He just couldn't give in to it. He arched his back and glared at his mother, his pride beginning to bolster. "I don't want to clean up the game by myself, though," he grumbled, folding his arms in front of him. "They played too, so I don't see why they shouldn't help." Though his tone was pompous, Delia smiled delicately. "Ash, stop it, it's just a little mess," she said. "Listen, if you're so willing to do something to help, clean up the game and then there's some laundry you can do. Oh, and there's garbage to take out while you're at it, also." Wait. Ash cried with wide eyes, suddenly overwhelmed with the work being thrown his way. All he wanted to do with help make the salad with his 2 friends, and now he found himself with a list of jobs. He straightened his arms at his side stubbornly. I just want to help with the dinner. Why do I have to do all this work? Delia's smile was slowly fading as Ash's grumpy manner was starting to get annoying. Because there's some chores, which you're a little behind in, I might add. So why don't you get to 'em? Ah, come on. Ash frowned, shambling doggedly to her. At the same time, Jay came in through the patio door, wiping sweat off his shiny brow. He smiled as he was greeted with the sight of his wife and boy, but was quickly taken aback as Ash's sulky defiance rang out. Ash threw a glance at Jay, but returned to face his mom. Why are you guys making me do all this dirty work while you just get to cut lettuce? Quote, they're not making you do the dirty work. I am, Delia replied, motioning to herself. And it's not dirty work. The laundry is clean. I don't care. Ash whined. I just don't think it's fair, that's all. Quote, Jay had gotten the essence of this contention with just the short time he was present, and voiced his opinion. Ash, Misty and Brock are our guests. They don't have as many responsibilities as you do. Quote, yeah, but still, was all Ash could come up with, not having much to support his side of the discord. He didn't know why he was making such a clash out of this, and he really didn't want to, either. Deep down, a little voice within him told him to just be quiet and clean the stupid game up, as it wasn't really as horrible as he made it seem. It wasn't that he disagreed with his dad, but his input in just this situation didn't settle well with his temperament. Ash, the three Ketchums jumped as the aggravated voice of Misty thundered from the kitchen. Just shut up and do what you're told and stop acting like a baby. Ash's heart tightened at the sound of it, his face reddening. If being ordered around by his parents was one thing, Misty taking their side was the clincher. In a pure act of petulance and adamant resolve, Ash kicked the table viciously, sending a vase full of flowers and a portion of the game spilling to the floor, as well as Pikachu scampering in alarm to the other side of the room. Hey, his parents barked simultaneously. Knock it off, Jay shouted, shocked by his son's childishness. He pointed rigidly at the floor. Pick it up right now. Ash flinched sheepishly, ashamed of his rash action. He knew he shouldn't have done that as soon as his foot was in the air, not meaning to kick the table that hard. Sorry, he mumbled, but regained himself to put on a haughty pout once again. He bent down and started to pick up the sheets of paper and flowers without another word, feeling his mother's stern stare burning into him. Do the wash after that and stop complaining, she told him in a dense tone, leaving for the kitchen. Ash kept his head down as he felt his father brush past him, heading for the same place. Swallowing hard, he couldn't help but shake his head at himself and his foolish immaturity. Delia was doing the exact same thing as she entered the kitchen. She never understood why Ash acted that way sometimes, how he could go from being polite and sweet to an uncouth handful in the matter of an instant. And I can't believe I'm going to have another one of them, she thought, almost making her laugh. Misty and Brock were already underway in ripping the lettuce and cutting the tomatoes, and looked up at her prudently. Thanks for helping out, kids. I really appreciate it, she said, resting her hands on their shoulders and squeezing them fondly. I don't know what's gotten into him. He can act so immature sometimes. Misty and Brock exchanged a look, and both uttered a quiet, yeah, feeling in a way they had to agree. They did in some sense, knowing Ash could get a bit unreasonable at times. Being dictated to do chores was one of those times, without a doubt. It was one thing they easily picked up on after spending nearly a month in the Ketchum residence. However, getting involved with these little family squabbles was sometimes apprehensive, especially when Ash was the center of the strife. Misty blinked discreetly as she went back to work on the tomatoes, the incident hanging in her mind uncomfortably. Delia's irked and exhausted tone made her compassionate. Ash, please, just stop being a pain. Just do what you're told and don't make trouble, okay? Please. She sighed outwardly. I don't like it when you act that way. Jay came up behind Delia, who was busy pushing the steak into the oven. His lips brushed against her ear as she rose, making her shy away squeamishly. Hey, he whispered, yanking on her ponytail, at least we don't have to worry about him doing anything overly mature, right? A smile returned to her face as soon as he said that, reminding her of the comforting information he'd passed on to her earlier that afternoon. It was another aspect that contributed to her elation, knowing that Ash was somewhat leery around Misty and the concept of being a boyfriend. It was utter release, to say the least. "I guess so," she whispered back, every bit of displeasure over her son's latest attitude lifting in a flash. "I'd much rather him throw tantrums." Jay chuckled. Wanting to get out there as soon as possible, Ash cleaned up the flowers and the game in a minute's time, placing the contents in the box recklessly but quietly. It wasn't that he was embarrassed about the scene he had just caused or the reprehension that came from it, but rather the lurching feeling of remorse that formed in the pit of his stomach. He tried to fight it down, but he knew it was no use. He was experiencing just what he had expected to. He slid the top of the box over the rest and leapt to his feet, making a straight cut towards the basement. His body became taut as he passed the kitchen, turning his head away and biting his lip until he opened the door and descended down the stairs. Fleetingly, slowing dramatically as he reached the bottom, he ambled towards the dryer with heavy feet. I'm so dumb," he mumbled out loud, dumping his head into his arms and resting upon the dryer. He took pleasure from its warmth, still fresh from the recent cycle and sending a soothing wave through his body. "Why'd I have to go and do that?" He lifted his head and opened the door to the dryer, yanking a basket underneath and reaching to pull out the tepid clothes from within. He slouched as he dropped them impassively into the basket, their balmy scent drifting to his nose. Although his eyes were on the job, the laundry wasn't the concern playing before his perception. His head floated, the remorseful feeling not fading, but getting worse. In fact, it wasn't much of remorse anymore, it was growing into something more jarring that stemmed from it, regret. Ash hated the feeling. It was certainly not new to him, and every time he encountered it, he always wondered where his head could have possibly been to bring him such grief. He'd made a fool of himself lots of times in front of Misty. He regretted many of the ridiculous things he did or said, which unfortunately happened a bit frequently. Not that they involved Misty directly or that they were even that important, but Ash realized that many people didn't know how sensitive he was when it came to this. Of course he was embarrassed about what occurred upstairs, of course he felt like a moron for starting it. It was just another thing to beat himself up over, but this time was different. "I should have just shut up and cleaned up the game," he thought to himself bitterly, slamming the dryer shut forcefully and staring down at it. "Why'd I have to act that way in front of her?" The strong nagging at his heart confirmed this was no light matter. He was downright repentant over the way he'd behaved, even though there were many times previous to this that he fussed with his mother in Misty's presence. But this was the first time he'd done it in front of his girlfriend. Ash didn't know what Misty felt about him, but his views were nothing positive. Moreover, combined with the other things he had done in the past few days, who knew what attitude she was embracing now? The small quarrels over the wedding preparations, the business about the movie and the unfriendly P.I.L.O. fight that followed it, and now this. "She must think I'm such a jerk," he lamented. He reached down to retrieve the basket of clean wash, but froze right before taking to the stairs. He looked up to the ground floor, his throat dry. There was nothing surprising about the apprehensive feeling that struck him. The regret was intensifying, the worry over Misty's outlook of him sending a shiver up his back. But despite the skeptical anxiety, his eyes glistened with determination. "I can make it right with her," he told himself. He grasped the handles of the basket tightly, tossing his head willfully. "Just be good, act mature, you can do it." Feeling a new rush of enthusiasm fly through him, Ash shot up the stairs 2 by 2, reaching the top and meeting with an invigorating blast of cool air. He never even realized how hot it was down in that cellar, as he could have easily mistaken it for his uneasiness. The sound of the others chatting in the kitchen brought back a slight nervous twitch, but he pushed it down and gently placed the basket of clothes out of the way of trampling feet, and made his way slowly into the kitchen. Ash entered rather unobtrusively, and wasn't noticed right away. Delia was the first to, and he almost expected this as his eyes were fixed on her, derived from a combination of willingness for her to recognize his appearance as well as to keep his attention away from Misty. His mother looked him over with a censuring glance as he stood there warily. "Did you get the laundry?" she asked, her tone still rigid and somewhat daring him to give her the answer she didn't want. Hearing this tone, Ash tensed irately, a sassy reply raring to escape his mouth. Remembering in an instant that Misty was present, though, he bit it back. He would have anyway, but nonetheless he cleared his throat and smiled softly. Yes, I did, he nodded. He couldn't believe how great he felt as his mom smiled at him. Thank you, she said, the statement coming out in a whiff of air. See, that wasn't so hard now, was it? Ash shook his head. Nope. Where did you put it? Delia asked, her voice growing even calmer. At the top of the cellar stairs. Will you fold it for me later? Ash grinned. Sure, why not? Delia's smile extended. There was never great effort in making amends with her. Ash felt blessed with that, but it left him wondering each time why he did so wrong in making her upset in the first place. Being the sweetest person she could be to him, she never deserved any of the trouble he caused her. Good boy, she said. I like it so much better when you're like this. Try to stay that way, okay, baby. Blushing, Ash scratched the back of his head, his gaze with her lingering momentarily before she went to attend to the steak. Jay had been standing there watching the whole thing, and gave him a gentle nod, mouthing what appeared to Ash to be, "Good job, bud." Okay, you fixed it with 2 people, Ash thought, smiling at his dad. On to the next. He was so reluctant to turn towards Misty, but at the same time he needed to know her reaction. He wouldn't have been surprised to see her face pulled down into a reproachful frown, but he was in for a pleasant shock as he took in her brightening smile, harmonized with her crystal blue eyes staring admiringly into his own. Ash faltered for a moment, but managed to grin back at her, the heavy burden of regret instantly lifting. It was as though the entire ordeal disappeared without a trace. Her pretty beam brought a wonderful feeling back to him immediately, but more was mixed into it. It was vague to Ash, as he couldn't quite pinpoint what that certain feeling was, but it made no difference to him. He was happy, and that was the only explanation he needed. The dinner went by, delicious and uneventful, everything wiped out and leaving no leftovers. Ash, as did the others, made no objection to helping clean up afterwards. He carried himself contentedly as he did it, playfully knocking into Misty a couple of times to get her to giggle. It was so much more fun being giddy than ill-mannered, and it sure was worth it when his mom embraced him in a squeezing hug as he placed his plate into the dishwasher. Thanks, cutie, Delia cooed, rubbing his back vigorously. Ash smiled at her, Pikachu leaping to his shoulder and butting his head to remind him the other Pokémon were hungry. You're welcome, Ma. Thanks for dinner. It was great, he replied, and off he went to join Brock, who was already preparing tea. Feed his own Pokémon in the backyard. Misty had reserved a little extra work for herself in pulling off the dirtied tablecloth, though she paused while doing so to watch the 2 hug and exchange such sweet discourse. She could never get over how much she loved to see them interact, it was so perfect at times. Sighing, she swooped down to take Togepi from the chair, and went to take the tablecloth to the hamper. Delia saved her the trip, however, as she saw her pass. Oh, Misty, just put it in the basket there. I'll take it down in a moment, or maybe Ash will. She laughed, and Misty responded the same. She tossed the tablecloth into the basket and clutched antsy Togepi to her chest, stopping before Delia before making her way outdoors. Mrs. Ketchum, look, I'm sorry if I started that thing before, she said, squinting contritely. Delia gave her a baffled look. You know, about the game thing. I shouldn't have called him a loser, that was just asking for him to be snotty like that. Quote, oh, forget about it, Delia scowled lightly, waving it away. That wasn't your fault, it was Ash who made it a difficulty. Misty smiled humbly. I guess so, but don't worry about Ash. He doesn't mean to act that way. Quote, gazing at her, Delia blinked in agreement. I know he doesn't. I'm actually glad he sticks up for himself so much, but sometimes he does it at the wrong times. Yeah, I know, Misty chuckled. But if he tries something like that again, I'll take care of, I am. She winked. I'll let him know what a jerk he's being. Well, that's certainly less work for me, Delia replied with a laugh. I'm glad I can always count on you, dear. Misty giggled, jumping away affably to snatch her bag which Brock had conveniently fetched from upstairs for her moments before. She got up to see Delia still smiling warmly at her, filling her with a light feeling of fondness and content. Thanks for helping me, Misty, she said, brushing her ginger hair tenderly away from her forehead. You're such a good girl. Misty closed her eyes pleasingly, as she couldn't help but relax at the motherly affection. She never minded that Delia liked to share it with the other two. It brought such comfort to her sometimes, making her feel welcomed and appreciated. Glancing up happily into Delia's face, she slid past her and made her way to the back door. She paused before bounding out, turning once more to Delia, beaming. "Thanks, Ma," she squeaked, spinning on a dime and busting her way out into the yard. Delia gaped as the door swung back into place with a clang, cocking her head in slight, though pleasant, disbelief. She stared at it for some time, her brown eyes glimmering emotionally as very slowly a coquettish grin took over her lips. "Ma, damn, the kids are out there already. Holy cow," Jay muttered, sauntering briskly into the kitchen, his hands full of Pokeballs. He drew Delia from her reverie, and she looked up at him with an utterly startled expression. Jay's face wrinkling in worry. "What's the matter? You okay?" Delia gazed at him for some time before finally smiling, letting out a laugh of amusement and astonishment. "You should have heard what Misty said to me just now," she said, her tone holding a sense of mystification. "What?" Delia glanced momentarily at the back door. "She just called me, Ma." Jay's eyes widened in surprise. "Ma, really? Yeah, why'd she call you that?" "I have no idea," Delia shrugged, her smile growing larger. "She just did." "Huh," Jay said, grinning. "That's interesting. You don't have a problem with that, do you?" Grimacing, Delia shook her head. "What? No, of course not, it's just that, it's weird. I'm not used to other kids calling me Ma." She began to laugh, drawing Jay in. "Those two must be getting a little too comfortable around here." Jay's laugh tapered off, and he cleared his throat. "Oh, yeah, maybe." Delia was too enthralled with what had just happened that she didn't catch the dramatic drop in her husband's voice. She continued to smile airily, recalling what Misty said to her over and over again happily. Jay regarded her, seeing that she was shocked, her face crimson with flattery. He was pleased with that, despite what he was feeling. At first he found what Misty did peculiar, but it made perfectly good sense now. And it worried him, but seeing how pleasantly flabbergasted she was, he wasn't going to say a word. Of course, what Delia affably said next didn't feed that decision much. "Guess I'm building up quite a little family, huh?" Quote. Jay's stomach tightened at that, and he stepped back, licking his lips uneasily. He fiddled with the Pokeballs balanced precariously in his palms. "Yeah, sure." Now Delia sensed his reticence, and gave him an odd look. "What's the matter?" she asked worriedly, striding slowly up to him. Jay quickly shook his head as to throw it away. "Nothing. No, I'm just shocked. Over what Misty said, that's all." Her smile returning, Delia giggled. "What, are you jealous? You wish she would call you Dad, now?" "No." Jay slumped, amused. No, that's okay. I was just." Should he say this? It wasn't that it was a ridiculous concern for him to hold. After all, he was only looking out for her well-being, desperate to make sure that she wasn't overexerting herself. All the cooking lately, the cleaning, the way she was almost always tired, he didn't like it. He wasn't exactly sure how to tell her this, though. Just what? Her voice and stare were persistent, so he had no choice but to carefully go on. "I was just thinking about you. About all the extra work and cooking and stuff that the kids bring you. Not that I don't think it's great that Misty and Brock are here, I do. It's just that, I worry that it's too much work for you." The compassionate delicacy brewing in his tone made Delia slacken. For a moment, she had become suspicious, wondering frightfully why he had suddenly sounded so reluctant and wary. But looking into his face now, painted with gentle empathy, she couldn't help but hold his arms in her hands and gaze into his wavering brown eyes. "Ah, Jay, you don't have to worry about me," she assured him. "It's not that much work, it really isn't." Jay looked down, taking a deep breath. "Well, I hope it's not," he shrugged. It just looks like it is sometimes." "Well, of course, and you're right, sometimes it is," she responded. "But it's not a big deal. I enjoy all the cooking and the extra work for the kids, I really do. In fact, it's a lot of fun taking care of all of them. But all the time you take to cook and all that stuff." Quote. Jay trailed off. "Jay, I love that," Delia declared, her smile in all earnestness. What, you really think that it's a hassle for me? Well, maybe sometimes, Jay replied inaudibly. Even though he absolutely adored all the savory meals she prepared and had to praise her on the way she kept a house full of active kids looking so fabulous, he often felt troubled that she was doing too much. Oh, Jay, she cooed, giggling. She lifted herself on her toes to give him a quick, resounding kiss. You're such a sweetheart. Quote. Her husband flushed slightly, but continued, as his heart implored for more conviction. I just want to make sure that you're not too overwhelmed with it all. Especially if maybe, possibly, we'll have a baby someday. Delia, her face barely inches from his, quickly held her breath. Her hand slid discreetly and delicately to her stomach. If only he knew the insight of what he had just unknowingly said. Her heart leapt at the thought, and her smile extended, Jay oblivious to the secretive side of it. I don't want you to be totally up to your waist in cooking and housework that you go crazy, he said worriedly. Jay, she sighed amorously, a feeling of loving rhapsody flying through her. Don't worry about that yet. At that second, her heart beat vigorously, frantic to tell him. But she couldn't. No, she had to wait for their special day, for that special time. She yearned for the sublimity of it. If a baby comes, I'll be fine. All the cooking and the work, it'll be a pleasure if anything. I have enough love for 10 kids right now, and you know that. Quote. Well, I don't know if I have enough love for 10 kids, Jay joked, rolling his eyes drastically, but if you're okay with it, and you're happy, then I am, too. Delia's seriousness made a whole world of difference to him. He loved Misty and Brock, he truly did. He couldn't even currently imagine what the house would be like without them. However, the worry over his wife was always before all in his mind. Fearing that she was exhausted was something that ate at him constantly, but as she lifted herself up to kiss him again passionately, everything else around him, including his thoughts, became obsolete. They could have engaged longer if it weren't for the energetic yet impatient outcry of, Dad. That launched from the backyard, tearing them prematurely apart. Jay groaned. Coming. He called back. His eyes locked back with hers affectionately. Gotta go, dearest. My critters need grub. He scrunched his nose up, which she mirrored, and left, leaving her pleasingly in his wake. She watched him go with a smile that was hard to dominate, a love that was equally as hard to hamper. The fact that he loved her so much, how he valued her happiness, warmed her body intimately. Her hand still ran over her belly lovingly, gratified that she shared a bond, and much more, with such a special person. The sun was finally gone as Jay and the kids recalled the last of their Pokemon, full from a bountiful supper and a lung full of fresh air. The heat had still not broken, and the four dragged themselves into the house, the mugginess making them feel as though they had been running round for hours rather than standing and watching their Pokemon eat for 20 minutes. Cold drinks were the first things on the kids' subdued minds as they set foot in the house. Pikachu had hurriedly scampered towards his water dish as soon as the door was open enough for him to squeeze through. NDJ had immediately headed for his room, lured by the urge to get out of his sweaty clothes. Delia was still cleaning up from the dinner at the time. Knowing this, Misty entered the house a little reluctantly. She had a smile on her face, one that seemed to appear effortlessly from her nervousness, and for a brief second or two she didn't even look in Delia's direction. Not that she regretted what she had called her or thought it disrespectful, it was far from that. If it was, she wouldn't have even imagined saying it. It was purely a gesture out of comfortable and warm familiarity, and a little silliness as well. The way she had spoken it, however, was considerably leaning towards the former. Still, she tried to keep her mind off it temporarily, focusing it on something that was much easier. Ash, I'm hot, she whined lightly, giving him a shove. Get us some drinks, Kay. Ash groaned, but Brock pushed him, also. Yeah, me and Misty'll be upstairs, he said. Here, give me your Pokemon. His eyes squinted from being exhaustingly overheated. Ash carefully dropped the Pokeballs into Brock's hands and nodded, motioning for them to go on their way. He limped in place jokingly as they went to leave. Hey, don't collapse until you get the drinks. Misty warned, laughing. And don't collapse while you're holding the drinks, either, Delia added, patting his hat-covered head. You'll be washing the floor if you do. Misty glanced up as she said this, finding that Delia was looking at her. Not just looking at her, but smiling. She couldn't help but smile back, filled with instant relief as Delia gave her a hidden, whimsical wink. There was more to that wink than just the fact that they were messing with Ash together. An approval was formed silently between them in that moment with that gaze, leaving Misty to throw her attention modestly to the floor and breathe contentedly. "Come," Brock ordered, grabbing her arm. She grinned one more time at Delia, and allowed herself to be tugged away. Pikachu, whom Ash motioned to follow them, complied. Ash hauled himself to the refrigerator. His mom, taking a deep, satisfied breath as she accomplished relieving Misty of her noticeable dilemma, watched him with a glint of humor in her eyes. He jerked the door open, and simply stood in front of the open fridge, letting the chilly air blast into his face. Sighing, he bent down to grab 3 cans of soda, balancing them in the crook of his arm. "Hey," Delia said gently as he closed the door. He looked up at her with a composed tilt of his head. "Why'd you have to be so difficult earlier, honey?" Quote. Ash stole a glance at the floor, shrugging. "I dunno," he replied softly. "You know I don't like when you act like that." "I know," he said, guilt present in his voice. He shuffled around on his feet, as he didn't feel like speaking about this again and just wanted to join his friends upstairs. "Why do you always have to give me a problem with the chores, huh?" she asked, giving him a rather pained look. "I don't ask for much." Ash slumped. He didn't have much of an excuse, other than the fact that like nearly every other kid he never liked doing them. "I know you don't," he mumbled. "And the deal with the game," she went on, shaking her head as she recollected it. "Ash, you're a big kid and I know you can be mature. And overreacting over something so foolish like that was not mature." Quote. "I know," Ash said again, his eyes still branded to the floor. He repositioned the soda cans as they began to thaw uncomfortably against his arm. "I'm sorry for doing that." Delia paused, regarding him with a small smile. "I know you are. But Ash, you know, you have a lot going on right now, and maturity and responsibility are a lot more important than you think." Ash, becoming somewhat embarrassed over what seemed to unfortunately be the beginning of a long speech, groaned. "Mom, I know," he exclaimed. "I am mature and responsible. I'm on my journey all the time and I know how to take care of myself and get out of jams and stuff. I keep up with my training and my goals and everything." "I know, yes, and I agree with you on that," his mother replied calmly. "When it comes to Pokemon and your training, yes, you do manage a lot of responsibility. But when you're home and not doing that stuff, that doesn't mean you can go and act however you please, Ash. You're a good kid, but would it hurt for you to try to take a little more responsibility for things around here?" Ash was quickly feeling the effect of her admonishment, whether it be mild-spoken or not, and became desperate to get out of there. She didn't sound entirely beseeching, more like she was trying as soothingly as she could to get her point across, but still the worst part was the tiny feeling inside of him telling him she was right. Okay, Mom, I will." He gave in. Delia easily interpreted his tone, as these little lectures were nothing new, realizing how he was just trying to make it short and sweet. Licking her lips, she stared down at him seriously, drawing his jaded eyes to her own. Misty, in the meantime, was dying for a drink. It wasn't even funny anymore as she paced around the room impatiently, her scratchy throat making her fists ball in aggravation. She didn't even tell Brock what she was doing as she stormed out of the room, intent on finding just what was keeping her say. Paraded from her precious beverage. If Ash had really collapsed, at least she could retrieve her soda and help herself before she choked to death. And what about Misty? Misty suddenly froze to a halt in the middle of the staircase as Delia mentioned her name. Unintentionally, she backed up a few stairs and out of sight, her ears pricking. Ash lifted his head abruptly. "Misty." "Yes," Delia nodded. "You have a girlfriend now, Ash. Whether you're currently training or not, having a girlfriend takes a lot of maturity and responsibility, too." Quote. "Mom." Ash pouted, making Misty tense. What was going on? Why was she being spoken of, and in the inflexible tone Delia was using? "That's a totally different thing." "No, it's not," Delia contradicted, her voice raising. "In fact, it requires a lot more responsibility than just doing a few chores. If you think you're ready to have a relationship with Misty, For your sake as well as hers, I would think you can start to act a little more mature around here. Got that? Ash and Misty simultaneously gulped. FF for my sake. Ash murmured. His question made Misty's heart speed up in suspense. Yes, for your sake, his mother confirmed. It was as though the words were just pouring from her mouth without restraint, her true feelings letting their presence known for the first time to Ash, and without her knowledge to Misty as well. If you really want to show me that you and Misty can be a couple, you can start showing me that you're old enough to handle it. Quote. Misty didn't know how Ash responded to that. As Delia made the elusive warning known, she despondently sulked back upstairs, rushing to the room before she could hear any more. Ah, ow, ow, Ash whimpered as he tugged the comb through his hair. It was more like yanking actually, as once again it got trapped in a line of knots that made his eyes water. Despite the difficulty, he determinedly went back at it, gradually freeing the stubborn tangles. He didn't understand why this was so hard. He'd combed his hair earlier that morning. Well, maybe not as well as he should have, he begrudgingly admitted to himself. Still, he continued, the reflection of his tightened face wincing back at him in the mirror. Dressed in his best jeans and a fresh shirt, and his hat tossed up onto his bed to be forgotten for the night, he looked the best he had in a week. He found it amusing that he was making himself so presentable to just sit a theater, but it was no effort to remind himself that this was no ordinary trip to the movies. In only an hour, he was going to go on his first date. And not just his first date, a date with Misty. Nothing was helping him settle down in this crucially short time, the ticking minutes doing quite a number on him. His hand trembled as he fought with the knots, grasping the comb to the point of turning red. The bathroom was getting stuffy, and throwing the comb aside and checking his appearance in the mirror once more, he exited, struggling with the doorknob with fidgety fingers. Ash couldn't believe how suddenly the day had arrived. It was amazing how eagerly anticipated days took forever to come, but this was an exception. It was almost as if it were a dire and reluctant event the way the week had sped by. It was hardly that, of course, but the increase of nervousness soaring in Ash's body wasn't making it completely welcoming. He was utterly going out of his mind thinking about how the evening was going to unfold. Brushing off his clothes absent-mindedly, he entered his living room quietly. His parents were nowhere in sight, but Misty and Brock were seated on the couch, flipping through channels on the television. Ash took one look at Misty and couldn't help but smile. Their date was no fancy affair, but she had happily taken the time to do her hair in cute French braided pigtails, tied with little green bands that matched her shirt. Her shoeless feet were propped up on the coffee table, waving back and forth contentedly as if she hadn't a care in the world. She's ready to go, Ash noted, both physically and mentally. If only he could get the mental part down, and he'd be fine as well. Just looking at her created a swarm of butterflies in his stomach. Stealing a glance at the mantel clock, Ash noticed that time was dwindling. He stuffed his hands in his pockets, and feeling their emptiness, quickly remembered that he had one more thing to attend to, one very important thing, before leaving. Caring not to bother them, he slipped past them to the stairs, which he ascended briskly. He approached his parents' room and rapped his fingers on the door softly, entering sheepishly as he heard the melodic response of his mom inviting him to come in. "Hey, Ma," he chirped, smiling as she turned from the mirror to greet him. "Hi, Ash," she replied airily, taking in his neat appearance. "Wow, look at you all cleaned up. You're so handsome, sweetie." Ash blushed, and modestly shrugged. Beaming, Delia got up and pranced over to him, and began to dust off his shirt and flatten the creases. "So, it's your big night, huh?" she cooed, going to fuss with his hair, parting it just right. Ash gingerly pulled his head away, giggling. "You excited?" "Yeah," he replied, ruffling his hair up again. "Nervous?" she added, giving him a knowing look. "A little." Delia smiled slyly at him. "Well, maybe more than a little." "Ah, don't be nervous, dear," she assured, barely above a whisper. "Just relax, go and have a good time, and everything will be fine." Ash took in the advice pleasingly, smiling. It meant so much to him to hear that from her, as she had acted somewhat reluctant about the date the entire week. He knew she would come around, though. The way she was fondly looking him over now was enough to confirm that. She was giving him that eye, that unique little look of motherly pride and acceptance she displayed when he was about to embark on something special. She had given him that look the day he left on his journey, right before his final battle in the Pokemon League, and she was giving it to him now. "I know it will," he conceded calmly. "I mean, it's just the movies. I've gone to the movies with Misty before." "Yes, but tonight's different," she said, a glint of excitement in her eyes. Ash took a deep, noticeable breath. "You're telling me," he thought, the butterflies going to war in his belly again. "Oh, I can't believe you're going on your first date," she suddenly lamented. "You're growing up so fast, I can't stand it." Sorry," Ash chuckled. His mom grinned and pinched his chin. "You're sorry," she tsked jokingly. No, don't worry about that now. I couldn't be any happier that you're going on your first date. It's such an exciting experience, and I hope you have the best time in the world tonight." Quote. Ash smiled, and slid his hands into his pockets again. Delia tilted her head in calm delight. "So when are you going?" she asked, returning to her vanity to shut the lamps off atop it. "Doesn't the movie start soon?" Quote. Ash licked his lips and began to wring his hands. "Yeah, it starts in a little bit, we have to go." "It's just that." Her eyes rose expectantly, and he cringed hesitantly, feeling a bit foolish. I think I'm gonna have to borrow some money for tonight." Quote. "Borrow money," she echoed. "Don't you have any for tonight?" "Well, yeah," Ash replied, "but I didn't think I was that low." He bit his lip as his mom slouched, giving him an exasperated look. He felt almost rotten to be asking her for extra cash. She was already rather generous with him each week, supplying him not only funds for his training endeavors but plenty for leisure, as well. If only he had managed his money more wisely, he wouldn't have placed himself in such an awkward position. Nevertheless, she turned and grabbed her pocketbook from the chair. "Ash," she groaned a bit annoyingly, "you know, you could have told me about this a little earlier. I don't know if I have enough cash to give you." Quote. "I know," Ash sulked, approaching her slowly as she pulled open her wallet. It was dumb of him to forget such an important factor till the last minute, but he had to admit that through all the excitement, something was bound to escape his mind. Delia leafed through her assortment of bills. "How much do you need?" "Well," Ash said, glancing at the money and folding his arms innocently, "I need it for the tickets, and I wanted to get some candy for the two of us there, and then afterwards we're going to get ice cream." Quote. His mom paused to give him another disgruntled but harmless glare. It made Ash grin nervously and beseechingly, but Delia sighed, pulled out a 20 and a 10, and handed it to him. "Here," she said. Suddenly, though, she plucked it away, leaving Ash grasping at air. She held it high above his head and spoke firmly. "And I'm only giving you this because it would be pretty silly for you to take Misty out and not be able to actually treat her to anything." Quote. "Got it, Mom. Thanks," he said sweetly, accepting it humbly as she returned it for his taking. "Appreciate it." "Sure," she nodded, snapping her wallet shut. "You're lucky I had that to give to you. Next time, make sure you have money before you go out, okay?" Quote. "I will," Ash replied affirmatively. He leapt up onto his toes to give her a quick kiss on the cheek, and his mom couldn't help but turn her critical frown into a cheerful grin. "So are you going now?" she asked, patting his back. Ash nodded. "Yup. Gotta go tell Dad." He twirled on his heels and bolted out of the room. A thrilling rush swept through his veins, pumping his adrenaline. He noisily promenaded down the stairs, and as expected, drew the attention of his two friends. Misty hopped off the couch in a flash, her smile stretching from ear to ear. "Ash, come on, it's time to go," she cried giddily, meeting with him at the base of the stairs. She clapped her hands, repeated and bounced in place, her short pigtails bobbing about her shoulders. Ash laughed, then tensed as he could hear how choppy it was. She was no doubt in high spirits, totally raring to go. He was too, but unlike him, she held absolutely no look of anxiousness. He just returned her jubilant smile, feeling the tumultuous beating of his heart. He couldn't believe he was truly going to do this. "Why, you ready?" he asked her. "Am I ready?" Misty squealed incredulously. She grabbed his hands and jumped up and down again. "Of course I'm ready. I can't wait." Quote. Ash beamed. Brock groaned, got up from the couch, and waltzed over. "So, You guys gonna abandon me now? He asked, his tone of facetious disappointment. Gonna go to the movies and leave me here all alone? Quote, oh, Brock, Misty mumbled compassionately, giving his arm a friendly punch. Brock chuckled, waving it away. Nah, I'm just kidding. I hope you have an awesome time tonight. Really? Ash and Misty smiled simultaneously. Look after Togepi for me, Misty reminded him, to which Brock immediately nodded. No problem. You too, Pikachu, Ash called out to his Pokémon, who was observing their farewell from the top of the couch. Keep an eye on Togepi for Misty while we're at the movies. Pikachu promptly nodded and uttered a sharp, Pika, in agreement. Ash laughed, blinking approvingly. Ash, we gotta go, Misty announced again, tugging his hand impatiently. Oh, right, Ash replied, glancing up the stairs. Mom, we're going. Come on, Dad, it's getting late. Jay rushed in from the kitchen, his keys jingling in his hand. He was to drive them to and from the theater that evening, a job he'd eagerly volunteered for. Ash could swear that he was 10 times more excited about this date than his mom was, his face radiating with immense ado. Don't worry, you guys have time, he assured them. We'll get there. Okay, Ash replied, then turned to the sound of his mother rushing down the stairs, her eyes lit up with Jay. Oi! In her hand she grasped her camera, which Ash slumped at the sight of. Delia reached the bottom and held it up with a smile. Ah, no mom, not that. He whined lightly, but his mother would have none of it. No, come on now, you and Misty get together, she grinned, gesturing for them to squeeze closer to each other. I have to get a picture of your first date. Misty didn't dispute at all, zealously grabbing Ash's arm and bringing him to her, flashing her bright teeth. Ash rocked his head back and forth stubbornly, but straightened, smiling gently. Okay guys, big smiles. Delia requested. Brock inconspicuously inched his arm into the picture and put bunny ears over Ash's head. Brock, get outta here, she laughed, quickly and playfully pushing him out of the picture. Brock guffawed and hopped out of the way, allowing Delia to take the picture of the widely grinning kids. As soon as the flash went off, Ash and Misty strode avidly to the front door, Jay right behind them. Now, don't forget, Delia advised. Dad's gonna be at the ice cream parlor at 9 o'clock to pick you guys up. Got that? Ash and Misty nodded, and Jay scowled softly. Don't worry about it, they'll remember, he sighed. All right, she replied, beckoning Ash affably over to her. He limped towards her, and she grabbed his head and delivered a sound kiss to his cheek. Have fun. Enjoy the movie, Brock called out, waving. They bid them farewell, and Jay ushered them out the door and into the early dusk. Ash and Misty ambled over to his car side by side, just looking up at the darkening sky and purple clouds hanging over the distant horizon. It was a lovely evening. The heat hadn't been that bad that day, and it was just moderately humid. All the omens of a perfect date, they hoped in their minds. They didn't say a word as they buckled themselves into the backseat. Glancing at each other for just a moment, they shared a pleasant smile, not needing words to convey the feeling they were both experiencing. Tonight was going to be a big step, and they both felt it in their hearts. Jay got behind the wheel and energetically buckled his seatbelt. Grasping the rearview mirror in his hand, he positioned it on the image of the 2 thrilled kids in the back. His eyes met theirs, glistening playfully. Good evening, I'm JC, and I'll be your chauffeur for this elegant occasion, he bubbled in his attempt at a British accent. Ash and Misty giggled. Where am I to take you and the pretty lady on this fine night? Quote, Ash grinned. To the Pallet Town movie theater, my good man, he answered. Certainly, sir, his dad said, starting the car and pulling away towards town. Ash and Misty were laughing quietly, exchanging a silly smile. Jay stared at them in the mirror happily. He knew he could break the ice. Despite their smiles and laughs, they were incredibly fidgety and slightly fearful. It was confirmed as they uttered not a sound the entire way to the theater, each looking out their respectable windows as the landscape rolled by. The ride was short, and before they knew it, they were surrounded on either sides by the quaint storefronts and high, old-fashioned streetlights of downtown Pallet. Ash and Misty took in the sights of the interesting little town, small smiles coming to their faces. They drove down a major portion of the main road before Jay swung into a parking space in front of the theater, which had quite a line of Saturday night moviegoers emerging from it. "All right, kiddies," he said, the accent disappearing. They didn't move, and Jay glanced over his shoulder at them in the back. "You know when I'll be here for you. Have a good time, you hear?" "We will," Misty smiled, unlatching her belt and bounding out of the car. Ash, faltering for a moment, fumbled to open his door. "Oh, and Ash," Jay whispered to him before he had a chance to get out. Ash leaned forward so that his dad could talk into his ear. "Try and survive through the mushy movie." Quote. Ash laughed nervously and nodded. "Don't worry, Dad, I'll try my best." All of a sudden, his door swung open and Misty jerked him out by the arm. "Come on, Ash, get out of the car," he yelped, but finding his feet, gave Jay a small wave, shut the door, and was proceeded to be dragged towards the end of the line by a very enthusiastic Misty. Jay had to snicker. He sat in the car for a few minutes and watched them edge closer to the box office, resting on the steering wheel and gazing admiringly at his son standing there. Ash's hands were again buried in his pockets, scuffing his way forward as the line moved. He looked so apprehensive, so uneasy. His father felt a pang of compassion, not to mention love. "Buddy, you can do it," he murmured out loud, willing it to Ash's mind. He smiled pleasantly, and geared the car into reverse. "Have a great time tonight, I'm rootin' for ya." When Jay entered the house upon arriving home, not much had changed. Brock was back in his spot on the couch, the TV still blaring some random show, Pikachu and Togepi nestled in his lap. He looked over his shoulder for a moment, smiled, then turned back to the television. Delia appeared from the kitchen, eyeing him expectantly. "They're there and safe," he said, knowing exactly what to say to satisfy her. "Thank you," she beamed, taking his hands in her own. "You should see Ash," Jay whispered humorously. "He's so nervous. I feel so bad for the little guy." "Well, after how much he's insisted he's ready for it, he'd better get through it," Delia pointed out with a smirk. Jay laughed. "That's true, but I think he's ready. He just doesn't realize how much fun he's gonna have tonight." Considering it for a second, Delia breathed deeply. "I can't believe our boy's out on his first date, Jay," she said incredulously. Looking down, Jay smiled gently. "Me neither. He's really growing up." At that, he shook his hands gently free, patted her cheek lovingly, and made his way to the kitchen. She stood there, a small, sanguine smile resting on her lips. She seemed to fall into a trance, thinking about Ash and what he was doing. Wondering where they were, she tried to picture them in her head. She almost hated not being able to view the date herself, as she was dying to know how Ash was coping through it. Just thinking about him being out there and creating such a special memory without her made her sigh forlornly. Delia allowed herself to lift from the preoccupation, instead becoming aware of the blatant, slightly irritating channel surfing, each station's words and sounds brutally cut off with Brock K's speedy thumb on the remote. She glanced over at him, her head cocked intriguingly. Brock had now lounged on the couch as much as it was possible, his head sagging and his eyes skewed. He was staring obliviously at the TV as the programs flashed by, a look of pure boredom dominating his face. Delia's heart fell sympathetically. Brock's head averted to her immediately. "Yeah," Delia smiled softly. "Are you okay, honey?" "What? Oh, yeah," Brock replied, nodding assuredly. He grinned, and turned back towards the TV. Delia watched as he continued to change the channels aimlessly. "So, what are you gonna do tonight without Ash and Misty being here?" she asked, her tone heavy with affable interest. She walked over to the back of the couch and gazed charmingly at him. Brock shrugged impassively. "I dunno," he mumbled. "I'll find something." "Oh, okay." Delia couldn't help but frown at his despondent tone. Despite his nonchalant voice, she could detect disappointment in it. It was understandable, seeing as how this was probably one of the first times Ash and Misty went off to do something fun without him. Maybe he didn't care. Maybe he was comfortable and didn't mind being left behind, but nevertheless, she knew there was more to it. Suddenly, a delightful idea sprang to her mind. "Well," she started perkily, "you know, if you really don't have anything to do, and you're kinda eager to get off the couch, we can doing something together if you want." Quote. Still facing the television, Delia was unable to see how Brock's eyes widened instantly, his hand tightening on the remote. Gulping, he spun around to her, his face inflamed. What? He sputtered. Delia chuckled. Yeah, if you're feeling lonely or whatever. I don't mind doing something with you, we can go out on our own little date if you want. She grinned, and Brock broke into a cold sweat. A rather large, neurotic smile swept to his quivering lips. He almost dropped the remote, but his clumsy hands found it quickly and he clutched it to his chest. Oh, that's okay, Mrs. Ketchum. He laughed hastily. I'm not feeling lonely, really. I'll find something on TV, I'm fine. TV is fine. He abruptly froze, Delia's bewildered look making him perspire even more. She smiled right away again, however, giggling. Oh Brock, don't be silly, she said. I can see you're gonna be bored tonight. Come on, you and me. I'll take you somewhere nice for the evening, how about it? Sounds really good, he answered her inwardly, but swiftly shut it from his mind. Her voice sounded so enticing, so inviting, and she had a glowing face to go right along with it. Brock's heart sped up radically, not able to comprehend just what was happening. He prayed to God that he wasn't blushing like a bright red tomato. Oh my God, he thought crazily with grinding teeth. He gawked blankly at her, not knowing what to say. For a second, he just wanted to run upstairs or outdoors or anywhere, escaping this slightly awkward and tempting, but he didn't want to think about like that situation. Say something, Brock. Stop acting weird, she's looking at you funny. No thanks, that's okay. We don't need to do anything. I'm not gonna make you leave the house or anything tonight. Brock sweetie, you're being ridiculous, she said airily, reaching down to snatch the remote out of this hand. She shut off the TV. I'm not going to have you sit in front of the television all night like a log. And I don't mind going out. In fact, I would really like it. I can see it in your eyes that you want to do something. Come on now, what do you want to do? Anything. Brock stared even more as he realized she wasn't going to relent. Her pretty smile grew with each insistence, practically begging him to accept the offer. It didn't look like he had much of a choice. Of course, going out with Mrs. Ketchum was certainly not unappealing, but why did she have to call it a date? Did she just have to refer to it as that? Think of something unromantic, think of something completely unromantic. He ordered himself rigidly. He didn't want to act too uneasy, but it was difficult for him to think properly with her glittering eyes gazing at him in anticipation. Well, he stammered, trying to come up with something so totally undate-like. He needed to, for her sake and his. Think. Come on, what can we do? Oh, I could use a haircut. Oh, smooth, Brocco. Damn. Go with it. Why yeah, that's it. I could really use a haircut. Quote. Delia gave him a weird face. A haircut, oh man, yeah, Brock responded, yanking at his spiky hair with a disgusted expression. I haven't gotten it cut in months. It's getting so shaggy. Look at it. Quote. Cocking an eye, Delia sighed observantly and went to run a hand through his hair. Brock hoped she would accept it, seeing as how lame and absurd it really was. He wasn't good with rash decisions, especially ones that got him out of odd circumstances such as these. It wasn't every day Mrs. Ketchum asked him out on a date. The thought of it made his stomach lurch excitedly, to which he forcefully rebuked himself of. Yeah, I guess you could use a cut. But Brock, dear, we can do that any time. She chuckled. We can do something fun right now. Yeah, but I'd really like to get my hair cut. Brock persisted, though Delia had no idea how desperate that persistence really was. Beside, that is fun. And I don't know where there's a good place or anything near here, so that's where I'd like to go. For a moment, she didn't look like she was going to accept it, but finally shrugged. Well, okay then, she agreed. If that's what you want to do. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Brock confirmed quickly. Delia grinned and patted his shoulder. All right, we'll go get you a haircut. I'll take you to the place I go to, and hey, we can get some dessert or something somewhere afterwards. How does that sound? Brock grinned at how ecstatic she sounded, but his own insecurity was still nagging him. He felt idiotic over it, but he knew that it was going to be fun. He was going to get a haircut and dessert, and he didn't have to spend the whole night in front of the TV, which he undoubtedly was not looking forward to. This wasn't going to be bad at all, and his sincere, yet still jittery smile proved that. "Sounds great," he cried. "Okay, well, you go out to the car, and I'll be there in a minute," she told him. Brock nodded, watching her as she whirled around spryly and darted into the kitchen. At that point, he let out a huge breath of relief, dumping his sticky, flushed face in his hands. Now that was a weird, embarrassing moment if he ever experienced one. "Well, Pikachu," he said softly. He took a glimpse at Togepi, who was moments away from slumber. "Looks like you're gonna have to keep an eye on Togepi tonight. I'm off to go on a date, too." Pikachu responded, and Brock could have sworn it sounded suspiciously like a taunting laugh. But he could see compliance in Pikachu's face, so he was satisfied. Giving Pikachu a friendly stroke on the ear, he rolled on his heels and stumbled out to the car. Meanwhile, Delia had romped happily over to her husband, who was seated at the kitchen table with the paper held to his face. "Jay, Brock and I are gonna go out for a while," she declared, bending down to give him a kiss on the cheek. "I'm just taking him to get a quick haircut and then we might swing around for some sundaes or something." "Okay." Jay gazed up at her with droopy eyes, letting the paper down. "You're going out?" he asked, disappointment in his voice. "You're leaving me. What am I gonna do?" "Oh, Jay, I'm not leaving you, I'm just taking Brock out on a date because he's lonely without Ash and Misty." Quote. Jay gave her a puppy dog look, which she smiled at. "But I have nothing to do," he mumbled. "I wanna go on a date." "Ah, baby, there's plenty of stuff to do," she cooed, playing with his hair. She reached for the TV schedule in the paper and thumbed to the primetime. Here, look. There's a swimsuit competition on tonight. All those half-naked beach girls, you like that. And there's plenty of beer in the fridge, and potato chips, and dip, and all the junky stuff. You'll have a blast." Grunting once more with facetious sadness, he folded his arms in front of him. "Fine," he huffed, trying to hold back his smile, "go on. Go have fun without me, just like everyone is." Quote. "Oh, stop it," she squealed, giving him a hug. "Now listen, I don't know when Brock and I'll be back, so don't forget to pick up Ash and Misty." Jay rolled his eyes and gave her a humorously pained face. "Delia, honestly, do you think I would forget to pick them up? Go on, have fun." Giggling, she gave him another kiss on the top of the head, and hurried excitedly out of the kitchen. Jay smirked, lifting the paper back to his face. He didn't mind that he was left home while everyone else ran off to have fun. At least he'd have a ton of stories to look forward to at the end of the night. "Ash, go, we're next," Misty exclaimed, pushing the distracted boy forward to the ticket window. Ash was wrenched abruptly from his pensive little world of thought, staggering but quickly taking hold of himself. Oh right. He was slightly hesitant as he approached the window. Misty was grappling hard onto his arm, completely and excitedly restless. She was smiling elatedly, just as she had been for the entire 10 or so minutes they were online. Ash tried to look somewhat composed as he smiled nervously at the ticket taker behind the glass, a tall, apathetic-looking teenage boy with slicked, gluey hair. The boy gave them a suspicious eye, making Ash gulp humbly. "Two for first comes love, please," Ash stammered, sliding a 20 under the glass. Misty squeezed him, stifling a giddy squeal. The boy placed a hand on the money, but paused and cocked his head skeptically at Ash. "How old are you?" he came out and asked. "Huh," Ash gasped, his face wrinkling baffledly. The teen didn't reply, just continued to look down on him. Ash didn't understand, but at that moment he really wanted the tickets rather than an interrogation. He felt eyes on him as it was. Buying tickets for the sappy movie was embarrassing enough, and the longer it was taking and the more attention drawn to him the worse it got, making him break into a horrible, sticky sweat. Misty suddenly broke in, grinning. I'm buying the tickets." The teen gave them another odd look, but took the money anyway, shrugging. Ash scowled in offense, but Misty lightly poked him, giving him a small, consoling smile. Ash tossed his head, shooting the teen a stubborn, irked glare that was not returned as Misty received the change in tickets. What the hell was that? Ash spat hotly after she had to escort him away from the window. Forget it, Ash, Misty replied gently, taking his hand and placing his ticket and the change in it. I just don't think that kid's used to seeing guys your age buying tickets for a PG-13 romance. She giggled, and Ash huffed crossly. Well, that's tough for him. I do. Stop it, Misty smiled. It's no big deal. Ash slumped and went to challenge strongly, but instead stared down at the ticket in his hand, lowering his voice dolefully. I wanted to buy the tickets, though. You weren't supposed to buy them, I was. They entered the theater lobby, immediately invaded by the heavy smell of buttery popcorn and the loud chattering of moviegoers. The lighting became dim, save for the flashy neon lights advertising the assortment of tasty munchies. Ah, Ash, Misty gibbered, resting her head on his shoulder for a second. You did buy the tickets. I just assisted you. Well, maybe. Ash folded his arms. It still would have made me feel like the guy, though. Misty got the urge to give him a hug right then and there, his mumbled, dejected voice stirring her compassionately. She gazed into his glum face and smiled sadly, a crestfallen feeling overpowering her. She didn't want him to be upset, and as they made their way slowly past the concession stand, she abruptly halted them, her look lightening. Okay then, she said, pointing. You can buy me some candy. Ash perked, a smile instantly illuminating his face. Oh, okay, sure, yeah, what do you want, Misty? He had broken away from her, and was now looking expectantly into her eyes, gleaming with the reflections of the faint overhead chand. Liars. He fingered the bills in his pocket, eager to go and get her a snack. He couldn't believe how much this was exciting him, but after the episode at the ticket window, he was ardent to do something to please her and fortify his position as boyfriend. Misty licked her lips deliciously. And Ms. Ash grinned. You got it, he confirmed. He glanced over at the huge, crowded line growing from the concession counter, realizing that purchasing the candy was not going to be a quick matter. Misty, why don't you go and get us a seat? He suggested, turning back to her. This might take a while. Her face fell for a moment, not wanting to really part with him. The long line did look unappealing, but she certainly didn't mind waiting on it with Ash. Still, his tenderly persuading look bid her to go, and she found she couldn't challenge such a face. If he wanted her to sit and relax while he did this, she had no objection. Okay, she smiled warily in reply. She tugged at her pigtails. Do you know where to find me? Same seats as usual, Ash smiled. He, Misty, and Brock always preferred seats smack in the center and towards the back, and she affirmed it happily with a nod. I'll be there, she said anticipatively. Hurry up. All right. I will, Ash promised. She shuffled reluctantly away, glancing over her shoulder with a parting grin. Ash lingered where he was even after she left his sight, standing stiffly in the midst of impatient patrons, pushing and shoving and anxious to get to their respective cinema. Realizing that being taken over by his thoughts was killing valuable time, he sighed and ambled over to the end of the line. Upon establishing his place, his eyes scanning about tentatively. So here I am, he thought, taking deep, shaky breaths. Here I am, on a date. It seemed so surreal, so unbelievable. It was funny how differently his attitude was now, too. A year ago, if he had tried to even picture himself being on a date this soon, he would have thought it impossible. Not to mention he didn't show much interest in it, but that had all changed now. He was overwhelmed at how great he discovered it felt, aside from the anxiety, that is. Not having Misty by his side felt unusual and left him rather lonesome, but it was amazing how much his nerves had calmed since he left his presence. It gave a period to catch his breath, settle into the situation, and meditate. He needed to think, needed it desperately. Although he had been going over the date endlessly in his mind for the past week and what he could do to make it go smoothly, he still had no idea how it was really going to ensue. He was glad so far how it was progressing, except for the ticket purchasing. He didn't understand why there had to be a speed bump, and so early in the date. He could have killed that guy for belittling him in that manner, his stomach still clenching embarrassingly at the thought of it. But Misty was right, it really was no big deal. At least he wasn't going to have a problem buying the candy, hopefully. Ash edged closer and closer on the line, observing the people around him. It didn't take long for him to notice that he was the youngest one there. There were many teenagers strolling by, but mostly older adults. No kids his age, none even remotely close. It gave him a slight bolster of pride, feeling mature all of a sudden. He was probably going to be the youngest in the movie, now that he thought of it. The movie. Ash approached the counter as the thought of it came to his mind again. They were going to see a romance together, a romance. It wasn't that Ash had a problem with love movies, but the fact that he was going to be taking one in on his first date seemed cliché, and a bit frightening. He knew what happened in love movies, more specifically what happened on dates at love movies. His heart increased at the thought, and he decided to put it out of his mind. No, nothing bad was going to happen tonight, nothing uncomfortable. Nothing he couldn't handle. Hi, what can I get you? Ash was relieved to see a girl awaiting his order, smiling welcomingly at him, her tone peppy. He returned the pleasant gesture, requesting a bag of M&Ms and sour gummy worms with a silent, trilling voice. Her face became even brighter, swooping down to fetch his goodies enthusiastically. Ash liked her, and he hated that guy at the window. He wondered offhandedly if there were any employee comment cards floating around. Thanks a lot, he was sure to exclaim in an extra grateful voice, handing her the money and accepted his sweets. Moving away from the counter and out of the way, he looked down at the candy with pensive, blinking eyes. It brought a wonderful and positive rush of happiness to his blood, causing him to lift his head assertively. He fell into thought again, but this time it was full of confidence. He decided there were no reasons to be troubled or apprehensive. He knew the smile Misty would give him when he gave her the candy, and how content she would be watching the movie she wanted to see so badly. Ash craved her satisfaction, and craved the awesome feeling it brought him. Imagining her sitting in the theater and waiting for him patiently but fervently provided another remarkable, uplifting sensation. With a genuine and brilliant smile, he dashed off to find his girlfriend. Misty strode down the dark aisle of the theater, taking an inattentive glimpse at the ads flashing on the faint, large screen before her. Many of the seats were already taken, but she didn't pay much attention to her surroundings as she quickly slipped into the first row she found unoccupied, pushing the chair down and seating herself modestly. As she got settled, she let her eyes drift, inspecting the array of chatty individuals dispersed around the theater. She noticed how old they all were, and curiously she tried to find someone relatively close to her age. It was to no avail, though most of the viewers were in their late teens or older. Misty couldn't believe the number of couples she picked out of the crowd. There seemed to be a swarm of them this evening. I'm one of them, too, she told herself, biting down on her lip. It was too weird for her to grasp. She always dreamed that she'd have a guy take her to the movies, but never this soon. It seemed to come and hit her all at once, and feeling a little quivering jump of her heart, she let a smile slide to her lips. Her stomach fluttered excitedly, and she absent-mindedly went to play with her braids again. She waited there for a couple of minutes, ever so often twisting her head around to see if Ash was coming. She tried to be patient, but it was no use. The suspense of his arrival thrilled her immensely. A couple of times she tried to read the ads on the screen and solve the celebrity word scramblers, but they were too boring and irksome. Her feet drummed on the sticky floor, which she grimaced at, but before she had a chance to change her seat, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the screen lit up with a crude cartoon persuading the viewers to grab a large soda and a mouth-watering bucket of extra-large popcorn. Seeing the video made her antsy. Ash, where are you? Come on, she thought worriedly, her eyes nervously searching for him. She didn't like that he wasn't there yet, reminding her reluctantly of what happened one time at the movies. Brock had done the same thing. Went off to get some popcorn, but the line was so long that he missed the first few minutes of the movie, and couldn't find Ash or Misty for the first hour of the movie. The recollection took hold of Misty, and her heart began to pump fearfully. She couldn't even begin to think about how miserable the night would be if she and Ash couldn't even find each other. Meanwhile, Ash had just walked through the door as the lights faded, and his eyes widened. Oh man, how am I gonna find her? He thought helplessly, scrutinizing the dark silhouettes of heads as he dragged his feet down the aisle. He didn't know how he was going to locate her. Usually it was easy to distinguish her with her floppy ponytail, but naturally he couldn't have that aid tonight. The two searched for each other, their nerves going crazy. It was starting to make Misty writhe in torment, and almost instinctively, her nails went straight to her mouth. She needed him by her side, and she wasn't going to relax if she didn't have that soon. Suddenly, to her absolute delight and relief, she caught sight of a short, dark shape, lost and confused. That was him all right, and an exuberant smile spread across her face. "Ash, Ash," she called out in a coarse whisper. She lifted herself from her seat slightly and waved an arm in the air. "Over here." Ash halted in place as he heard her voice crying out to him, and his head immediately darted to and fro in search of where it was originating. The screen had since engaged in showing its ridiculous amount of movie previews, loud and apace, lighting up the darkened theater just enough for him to catch sight of her. She motioned drastically for him to come, and with a victorious grin, he hastened to join her. His trip was short, but leave it to Ash to make a spectacle of it. Misty was smiling wildly as he made his excited sprint towards her, forgetting in the meantime how tight the rows actually were. Her face rapidly tightened to a painful wince as Ash's foot stubbed the side of the seat, sending him to the floor in a sprawling, thunderous crash that echoed throughout the theater. "Oh God, Ash," Misty groaned, both of concern and weariness. She rose for a second, but in just that brief a time, Ash was on his feet again, shuffling over to the seat as if nothing had happened. A few chuckles arose around Misty, and she drew herself in embarrassingly, but nevertheless gazed worriedly as Ash plopped into the seat beside her. "Are you okay?" she asked him. "Yeah," Ash laughed, scratching the back of his head. "Seats kinda got in my way." Misty's look remained momentarily, but she relaxed into a smile. "You're such a klutz. I was worried you weren't gonna find me. Like Brock." "Nah, I would have found you. Don't worry," Ash assured her. "I would have searched all over if I had to." His mind quickly perked as he realized he was still holding the candy. "Oh, here ya go," he said, handing her the M&Ms. "Thank you," she cooed, taking it friskily. In the darkness, she couldn't see his blushed face become even more so. She opened the bag carefully as the last of the previews faded out, popping one of the tasty little chocolates into her mouth. Ash watched her as she did this, smiling gently to himself. It made him feel so gratified, but it wasn't enough to drown out the humiliation he'd gotten from his ungraceful misstep. Out of all things to do, Ash could feel the hot, awkward stares of those around him, labeling him as a blundering fool. He really didn't give a damn what they thought about him, though. It was Misty he was concerned with, and he noticed that it didn't seem to shake her as she gave him a friendly nudge, noting that the movie was about to begin. "Geez, I hope this is good," Ash thought, watching the opening credits glisten on the screen. He was glad, nonetheless. This is what Misty wanted to see, and the last thing he wanted to deliver her tonight was disappointment. He recalled his dad's advice, how he might indeed like it, and he let his stomach calm down a tad. Naturally, nothing was going to take away from the nerve-wracking tumults his heart was taking, nor the jitters that ran down his legs. But he took a deep breath, willing himself to ease into the flow of the movie that would entertain him for the next 90 minutes. There was one slight difficulty, though. He couldn't. While Misty seemed already entranced, Ash squirmed restlessly. Realizing he was doing it, he quickly restrained himself, trying to melt into his seat and at least appear comfortable. He didn't want Misty to think he was already bored to tears with this movie. The fact was, he seriously wasn't. The opening scene, that which he could actually concentrate on for a good couple of minutes, was surprisingly not what he'd expected. He was waiting for some gagging kissing scene of some sort, but it was just the opposite. It looked kind of interesting and fun, and for a moment, he straightened resolutely. "Just sit and watch the movie," he admonished himself. "That's all you have to do. There shouldn't be a problem here." But it was a problem. It was a nagging, sinking feeling in his gut that told him he wasn't just here to watch a movie tonight. He wanted to. All he wished for was to view the film in serenity, laugh with the jokes, suffer as much needed through the mushy parts, clap when the ending credits began to roll up the screen. That's all he wanted to do. That, and eat his gummy worms. But he knew he wasn't going to get only that, and as this realization hit him again, the squirming in the seat proceeded. Ash didn't know what to do. He was sitting beside Misty, and yet, something told him that it just wasn't enough. Did she expect more? Was he supposed to do more? Was it an unspoken rule that everyone just happened to follow that he was required to, as well? The questions plagued Ash mercilessly, and he nearly groaned out loud when he found out they had only been watching the movie for a grand total of 10 minutes. I'm not going to survive through this, he thought direly, cringing. I'm not gonna be able to do this. With trembling hands, he pried at the package of gummy worms, praying that he wasn't going to pull too hard and end up propelling half his snack across the theater. Miraculously that didn't happen, and as soon as the seal was broken, a handful of worms were crammed into his mouth. Like your gummy worms. Ash practically leapt as Misty's voice flowed suddenly to his ear. He whispered back, forcing the clod of candy down his throat. Yeah, they're good. How about yours? Yummy, she grinned, slipping another M&M through her lips. She then lifted the bag. Want some? Here. Ash didn't get a chance to say no before she grabbed his hand and poured some of her candy into it. He smiled and accepted it, tipping them gently into his mouth. Misty happily watched him crunch away at them, but when he offered his gummy worms, she rejected them graciously and averted back to the screen. Instinctively, Ash went back to watch the movie, too. Swallowing the M&Ms almost mindlessly, he shoved more of his gummy worms right in after. He tried once again to make a meager attempt of getting comfortable, sliding his elbows over onto the armrests. He hastily pulled it back, though, as it collided gently with Misty's. She tugged her arm away on contact. Oh, I'm sorry. He apologized immediately, retreating. Misty smiled. No, that's okay, she replied, settling her arm noticeably in her lap and motioning for the armrest. You can take it. No, I don't want it. Ash disputed, smiling also. You can have it. I'm sorry. Misty shook her head. Ash, it's okay. If you want it, you can take it. I don't need it. No, really. Ash insisted, firmly this time. He blinked encouragingly, assuring her it was all right. There was no way he was going to deny her anything, especially something so insignificant as the armrest. His tone nearly peaked to one of pleading. I don't need it, either. I want you to have it. He didn't notice how loud he got that time, as Misty's finger went right to her lips, ordering him to shush with widened, silly eyes. Ash clasped a hand over his mouth and nodded, feeling dumb. But she was amused, and he sat back in his chair, watching her place her elbow back on the armrest. Okay, he told himself approvingly, there ya go. You're doing something right, I hope. Just go back and watch the movie. What was going on in that movie, anyway? Ash turned back to it and realized that in just that short time he was already lost. He had no idea who those two kids were, or what they were doing. So much for that. Oh, what am I doing? He wondered despairingly. The theater was starting to become increasingly stuffy. I'm screwing this up. I'm messing this up so bad. I can't even watch the damn movie. He took a glimpse at Misty. In that moment, he felt somewhat bad for her. Although he was positive she was happy, he couldn't help but fear he was disappointing her. Sure, she was getting to see First Comes Love, and she certainly seemed to be enjoying her candy. Because of him, those two things were possible, and yet he felt as though he was doing nothing. What should I do? He asked himself fretfully. Was he to hold her hand? Or the shoulder thing? Grinding his teeth, he quickly decided he didn't want to do the latter. If anything was so painfully common, it was that. Ash didn't want to end up following the same old routine, probably ending up embarrassed if he did. But he would find himself even more so if he didn't do something. And fast. Misty was more of a romantic than anyone else he knew, and he was certain that she was expecting something from him. The littlest thing she was probably awaiting, but even that was killing him. Come on, Ash, he prodded himself, you can do lots of things. And you can do this too, now. You know you have to do something. He felt his hands heat up as he clenched them tightly, but quickly he wiped them on his jeans, figuring that grabbing Misty's hand with sweaty palms wasn't going to be too enchanting. His flickering eyes darted to Misty's arm. You're not gonna do anything right tonight if you don't try it first. A jolt of determination shot through him, and ultimately, that's all Ash needed. Taking a deep breath and shutting his eyes, he shakily lifted his hand and laid it atop hers. He didn't understand why this was hard. He'd held her hand countless times, but something about this setting made it new and significant, and scary, too. His heart pounded as he felt her flinch, but he couldn't look with her. He opened his eyes to position them on the screen, praying that what he was doing was right. Misty was surprised, but it was out of nothing but pleasure. She giggled, tensing as it came out somewhat apprehensively. Ash heard the laugh, but he wasn't sure yet if he was ready to look at her. He didn't know if he ever would look at her, he was too afraid. Swallowing the heavy lump in his throat, he smoothed his hand over soft skin, his fingers seeking tea. Oh, link with hers. He could feel her gaze on him, and sooner or later he would have to meet it. Oh, look at her. If you can hold her hand, you can look at her. Hesitantly, he let his eyes wander to his left, laying them first on their joined hands and then into her face. Even in the dark, Ash could see her broad smile, and could sense the twinkling in her eye. He smiled back slowly but surely, and without a need for words, their hands lifted so that they could more easily entwine. They squeezed their fingers shut, melting in the warmth of each other's hand. Granted, Ash's was just a bit more moist, but Misty had absolutely no problem. She reclined, captivated with a pristine sensation of happiness. They remained that way for the rest of the movie, needing nothing else to make it, to that point, the most marvelous trip the movies either had ever experienced. The film had flown by, much to Ash's surprise, and before he knew it, he and Misty were seated in the antiquated ice cream shop across from the theater. They found it odd that they were the only ones in there, seeing as how it was delightfully cool and such an attractive place to go after a long sit in the movies, but it was no doubt all the more pleasant. It was dead quiet, the only sounds the constant hum of the freezers and ice cream machines. It took no time for them to receive their sundaes, which, for the first few minutes, were devoured in silence. So how did you like the movie, Ash? Misty finally asked, breaking the quiet with flighty eyes. Ash smiled awkwardly, licking some hot fudge off his lips. Oh, I dunno, he said, shrugging. It was good, I guess. Quote, it was a lie, sort of. Truthfully, Ash had no idea how he liked the movie. He hadn't even seen the movie. Although his eyes and ears had been on it the entire time, his mind had been elsewhere. He couldn't take his thoughts off of Misty. To him, the screen was just part of the blended, hazy environment. Misty grinned, and stirred her thawing ice cream around with her spoon. It was really good, I enjoyed it a lot. Why yeah, me too, Ash hastily nodded. In the 15 minutes I actually caught of it. She didn't respond, just looked down at her ice cream and meekly took a bite of it. Ash watched her, gobbling his own delicacy. After blankly taking in a movie, he was exhilarated that he was able to taste his ice cream. He had to admit that this second portion of the date was a lot more merciful on the nerves. Hey, Ash, Misty suddenly uttered. Ash lifted his head and gazed into her flushed face, brightened with gratitude. Thanks for letting me see my movie tonight. It took no effort for Ash to smile. You're welcome, he whispered in reply. I mean, I know how much you wanted to see your movie. It's just, well, that was so nice that you let me see this tonight instead. Quote, yeah, well, it wouldn't have mattered what movie we saw, Ash almost chuckled. I wouldn't have watched it anyway. It's no problem, he said. I liked this movie. Doesn't matter to me, as long as you liked it, and as long as we got to do this tonight. Giggling, Misty scooped the last of her ice cream out of her bowl and licked the spoon. Well, that's true for me, too, I guess. I'm just so happy that we did this, and that it turned out well, perfect. Her eyes rose and locked into his, and the two shared a similar, modest smile. She chuckled, her voice choppy and retaining a hint of humility. I think that no matter what movie we saw, it still would have ended up as great as it did tonight. Quote, the effect of her sincerity reflected itself in Ash's stunned face, luminous with utter satisfaction. His body melted upon hearing it, washing away all of his preoccupations in one clean sweep. I did it, he thought, feeling his face become hot with excitement. He swallowed roughly and laughed. Really, you thought it was great. Sensing his insecurity, Misty beamed. Ash was always one that needed commendation and conviction, and she couldn't take any more pleasure in seeing how blissfully happy he was with his accomplishment. She knew he had been a bundle of nerves. He showed vital signs of it all throughout the day, and to see him literally slouch in ever-welcoming relief sent a wave of ecstasy through her. "I don't think it could have been any better," she declared. Well, that's awesome," he exclaimed. Her face glowed, and he turned away. Her words soared through him, sending the most amorous chill up his spine. He humbly pushed his bowl away and glanced up at the clock, noticing it was a few minutes till 9. "You all done?" he asked her delicately, and she nodded. "We should go out and see if Dad's here." "Okay," she replied easily, linking arms with him as they rose and made their way out into the muggy night. Jay was there right on time, sitting on the hood of his car and waiting. A smile swept from ear to ear as he noticed the two kids approaching, their arms entwined loosely. He was so amazed, so completely overwhelmed with the sensation of pride and joy surging in him at the sight. He didn't need to ask how the date went, since he could easily see it in their rapturous faces, but he did anyway as he opened the door for them. They had nothing but good news to report. The ride home was filled with Misty's ravings about the movie, which Ash seconded nonchalantly, except for the romance parts that had to be playfully frowned and gagged over. Misty punched his shoulder as Jay laughed, and the three were lively with hysterics as Jay pulled up the house. "Oh hey, Mom and Brock are home," he observed, seeing Delia's car in the driveway. "They went out?" Ash asked. "Yeah," was all Jay replied, locking the car and dashing towards the front door, eager to see his wife. Spending the whole evening alone left him desirous to see her. They had not returned home before he'd left to get Ash and Misty, and the said two had no choice but to hurry after him. I wonder where your mom and Brock went tonight," Misty said as Jay fumbled to unlock the door. Ash smiled. "I dunno," he shrugged, inching his way into his brightly lit house after his father and met, not surprisingly, by the high-pitched squeal of his overly excited mother. "You're home," Delia exulted, rushing into the living room to greet them. Pikachu was right behind her, and leapt into Ash's arms in an instant, startling him slightly. "How was the movie?" "It was great," Misty replied promptly, her voice fervent. "Ash liked it, too." "Hey, I can answer for myself." Ash pouted in fake contempt. He gave his mom a cheeky grin. "It stunk," Misty gasped playfully. "You liar," she screamed, shoving him and inducing Ash to laugh heartily. The car ride was still stimulating their hyper nerves. "Don't listen to him, he doesn't know a great romance when he sees one." "Oh, I know it," Delia rolled her eyes knowingly. "Try getting him to sit down and watch Gone with the Wind." Ash narrowed his eyes. "Hey, I watched it." "Yes, the first half hour of it before you conveniently didn't feel good," she tsked. "But I still saw some of it," Ash retorted, "and I really was sick." His mom shook her head, but before she had a chance to ask another question about the date, all heads were drawn to top of the stairs as a very familiar voice rung out. "Ash, Misty." Ash and Misty's eyes simultaneously widened, accompanied by their dropping jaws. Brock strut down the stairs slowly, his head tilted nobly. But it wasn't his grand entrance that drew their amazed stares. It was his hair. Cut shorter and gelled into sharp, crested spikes, a hint of blonde dazzled the tips. "Oh my gosh," Misty shrieked. A smile invaded her face. "Oh man," Ash cried, eyeing his friend's unique haircut with a look of pure thrill and shock. "Look at that," Jay added. "Brock, you got iced tips." Misty jumped up and down, as if he didn't know it. He just gave a crazy shrug and laughed. "Yeah, you like it?" he asked. He ducked his head obligingly as Misty tediously wiggled her hand over his hair, letting the spikes lightly jab her palm. "It's awesome, Brock," Ash replied. "Isn't it?" Delia agreed giddily. "He was just going to get a normal cut, but when I saw him admiring this other boy who got it done, I knew he wanted it, too. So I suggested that if he really wanted it, he should get it." "I wasn't going to, but your mom insisted," Brock told Ash. "Well, I'm glad she did," Misty said, still enthralled with playing with his hair. "It's so cool, Brock. I absolutely love it." "Hey, thanks. We had a very lovely time tonight, Brock and I," Delia went on affably. "Didn't we?" "We sure did," Brock beamed, turning to Ash and Misty. "She treated me to this great haircut and then ice cream, too." "Wow," Ash said happily, "that's great. Me and Misty got really good ice cream, too. Right, Misty, wasn't it good?" "Misty, who was still gazing at Brock's new, do with fascinated eyes, glanced at him. Oh yeah, it was delicious. She rapidly turned back to Brock and grabbed hold of him excitedly. Brock, turn around, let me see the back. Oh wow, that is so neat. How'd they do that? Well, first they trimmed it and then they dabbed the dye on the ends and let it sit for a while, Brock explained. Ash's shoulders sagged as his question pretty much went ignored. He blinked obscurely and held Pikachu in loose arms while Misty listened intently, gazing at Brock with a look of utmost amazement and intrigue. Well, I think you look great with it, Misty commented. Ash licked his lips and stood tall, adjusting a smile to his face. Hey, Misty, should I tell them about the dumb guy at the ticket window? Misty burst into giggles. Oh yeah, that guy. That was wacky. Ash laughed, but as his mouth opened to add to the story, Misty spun back to regard Brock once again. So are you gonna keep doing it? She asked him briskly. Brock shrugged. Maybe. Depends on whether we can find a nice place to do it when we're out traveling. I just thought it would look wonderful for the wedding, Delia said. If he doesn't get it done again, he'll still have the photos to remember it by. Quote. Jay smiled. That's true. Has to look good for the photographer he helped us hire, after all. Brock chuckled. Well, I hope you get it done again, Misty gushed. It's so you. Don't you agree, Ash? Ash's head shot up as he was included all of a sudden, looking with a dumbfounded expression at Misty's face, expectant for an answer. Oh, yeah, he stuttered. He glanced at Brock. I really like it, it's so cool, he told him sincerely. Thanks, Brock said again, running a hand through his suddenly popular hair. A brief period of silence then followed, and Ash looked down at his feet. Accounts of the first date raring to spill from his mouth, he found it rather difficult to keep them within him. He could still feel his heart pounding with thrill and anticipation, but slowly it was beginning to taper. It started to sink despondently, and to his confusion, he found he couldn't even look up to observe Brock's hair as he would have liked. Although he did find it cool, something about it already made it old. Ash, his dad suddenly said, breaking him from his sullen thoughts, you were saying something about the ticket window guy. What happened? Quote. Ash gawked at Jay for a moment, stole a quick glance at Misty, who unsurprisingly was still marveling over Brock's hair with whimsical bustle, and lowered his head. Nothing, he mumbled, the humor and excitement over the subject since shriveled. Misty put in no enthusiastic input to keep the story alive, and Ash ultimately threw it away. Oh, Jay replied impassively. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm going to get ready for the night. Quote. Yeah, me too, Delia grunted in agreement, reaching down to massage her stomach with a twisted expression. My stomach is still bothering me. Still, Brock asked, cocking his head sympathetically. She had begun complaining about stomach cramps since the time they had started eating their ice which was well over an hour before. Yeah, she nodded, frowning. It's hurting more now, though. Ash looked worriedly at his mom. Are you okay? Delia smiled assuredly. Of course I am, honey. It must have been the ice cream or something. I'll just have some tea and lay down, and I'll be fine. Oh, all right, Ash said softly. You should get ready for bed, too, suggested Delia, taking his face in her hands and shaking it lovingly. You've had a big, long day, Buster. All of you. I know. I'm going to bed. Going on a date wears you out, but apparently nobody cares. She ruffled his hair and pat Pikachu on the head. Her light face abruptly constricted for a moment and she grasped at her stomach, but as the pain faded as quickly as it had come, she rolled her eyes and smirked. Last time I order a milkshake. The other four laughed, and one by one they all scattered in preparation for the night. Brock came up to Delia and thanked her once again for a great night, sharing a big hug with her and wishing her well from her ailment. Ash waited for Misty before ascending to his room with her, giving her a gentle smile. What a night, she said exasperatedly. Ash grinned as the thought of their fabulous date sprang back to his mind, figuring it was obviously what she was referring to. I can't believe Brock did that to his hair. Ash squinted before turning his head away almost bitterly. He didn't want her to see his incredulous look, the one that displayed exactly the feeling that was building within him. That's all she could associate with the night, Brock's iced tips. He knew that Brock's haircut was the latest of spontaneous events, but was that all that was on her mind? Didn't she remember the special event that happened between them? Why do you have to get that done tonight? Ash asked Brock in his mind, but then quickly shot the thought down, chiding himself. That was selfish. Nonetheless, as much as he hated the stubborn attitude that had suddenly prowled its way into his head, he couldn't help but feel something towards this new occurrence, a sensation he didn't completely understand. Later that night, after everyone scurried about preparing for bed, the house was finally beginning to quiet. Ash and Brock had been hasty in getting ready, but Misty took her time. While she showered, Ash sat with Brock in his room recounting the events of the night. It was hard for him to concentrate, however, as he found himself too busy scrutinizing Brock's hair with a critical eye. He felt awful doing it. He really did his hair, but the timing he still saw as devastatingly wrong. As the time rolled by, however, his mind made scarce of his strong jealousy. Ash was glad, not liking the fact that he had retained the degrading feeling within him. It wasn't hard for him to realize he was jealous, but it was difficult to accept. The way Misty had acted towards Brock was nothing to get all flustered over, but having the spotlight of his big, momentous night taken away from him was a bit hard for him to deal with. Brock, he knew assertively, had no deliberate intentions of ruining his excitement, and he couldn't hold it against him. It hardly concerned him any further as he fell into the comforting clutches of his warm bed. It was 11 o'clock by the time Misty came back to the room. She was clearly tired, and Brock was certainly ready to hit the sack. Without further discussion, the lights were out and the sheets rustled as they snuggled deep within them. Ash thrust his head cozily into his warm pillow and shut his eyes blissfully. They were barely in bed for 10 minutes before his name sounded gently in the darkness. Ash. He opened one eye, smiling. He replied, letting the eye close again peacefully. Are you falling asleep? Said Misty. Her voice was haggard with sleepiness. I was trying, Ash replied, jokingly annoyed. Neither of their voices rose above a whisper. He heard Misty get up in bed, and faintly saw her outline rise in the darkness. He was not completely adjusted to the dark yet, but he could clearly see she wasn't going anywhere, just sitting up. Lie down, he told her, his eyes involuntarily shutting and readying themselves for sleep once again. Sleep. I can't, she sighed. I'm not ready for bed, I want to talk. Ash smirked. Well, I want to sleep, he whispered back, pulling his sheets to his face to emphasize his point. Upon hearing her cheerful voice, though, his statement wasn't entirely honest. Misty was quiet for a moment. I had such a nice time tonight, Ash, she said finally. Ash chuckled. Me, too. No, really, I had the time of my life. Good, he humbly replied, a happy feeling mixing with his delirious, slumberous mind. His voice dragged as he yawned. I'm glad. Despite his apparent drowsiness, Misty wanted more out of his responses. She tapped her fingers on her pillow silently but restlessly, memories of the date floating through her head as they had Ash's. She listened to his garbled speech and grinned. Part of her wanting to climb up to his bed, jump on him to rouse him, and get him to talk back to her. Let's talk about our date, Ash. Her voice flowed vivaciously. Ash breathed calmly. Okay, what did you like the most? Her tone was flighty, helplessly drawing him into a frivolous mood against his weariness. Not much effort was put into his vocal replies, however. The ice cream. Misty laughed. Why did I even bother asking? Yeah, that was kinda obvious, huh? So, what did you like the most? Misty contemplated it for a second. She honestly didn't know what she liked the best. Everything was equally amazing in her mind. However, the movie stood out considerably, but it wasn't the film she was focused on, it was what was happening in reality at the same time. She didn't want to be so bold, but she couldn't help it. I liked when you held my hand during the movie, she replied with a deep, crisp breath. She almost expected the silence that followed after such a declaration. Ash bit his lip, hard to keep his smile away as shivers ran through his body. Well, he said, faltering as he didn't know quite how to reply, you liked the movie, too, didn't you? She snickered, and tried hard to stifle it as she didn't want to wake Brock, whose lack of speech meant he was evidently asleep. Of course I did, you numbskull, she exclaimed. Ash, I loved everything about tonight, but especially that. As she tapered off affably, Ash finally opened his eyes, quickly recalling something he had been thinking of for nearly a week, aside from the preoccupation of the upcoming date. Knowing this moment had to be undoubtedly the most perfect time, he leaned over the side of his bed to smile down at her. "Well then, how about we go out on another date?" he said, his voice drifting soothingly and eagerly. With the way her body promptly shot up, Ash thought the bed had bucked her off. "Really?" she gasped wildly. "Sure," he replied, "I was thinking about it. Why don't we go out to dinner? That's a good second date thing, right? Cuz I want to take you out for dinner." It was a tremendous step, but as his body quivered with the stimulation of her impending reaction, he didn't care. When she was ecstatic, he couldn't feel any more wonderful, and he knew that this above all would exhilarate her. "Dinner." Her voice was low with incredulous mystification. You want to take me out to dinner?" Hearing her awe, Ash smiled immensely. "Sure, why wouldn't I?" he chuckled. She was silent for a few moments, trying to grasp what he had just announced. "Ash, I would love that." Ash took a rewarding breath and lay back in bed, letting his head lazily flop to the pillow. "Good," he said in conclusion, yawning again. It was impossible for him to hold back the smirk that danced on his lips, creating such evil suspense. He could just imagine what Misty's eyes were like, how wide they were. "Wait, don't go to bed. Come on, tell me, when can we go?" He delighted in her childishly hopeful voice. "Next Friday," he suggested. "Next Friday," Misty squeaked, clapping her hands gently. "Really?" Ash sighed, humorously exasperated. "Yes, really." Misty let out a whoop. "Yay, thank you, Ash, thank you. I can't wait." Her last vociferation came out a bit too loud, and suddenly Brock's form lurched in his bed. "Ugh, guys," he grumbled irately. "Go to bed, come on." Misty threw a hand to her mouth. "Oops," she whispered guiltily. "Sorry, Brock." Brock responded by flipping over in his bed and groaning tiredly. Misty, feeling bad that she had awakened Brock but completely content with her discussion with Ash, lowered her voice to barely anything. "Good night, Ash," she whispered sweetly. "You're the best. I can't wait." She lay down and brought Togepi lovingly to her chest, shutting her eyes. Ash grinned, shaking his head at Misty's silliness. "Night, Misty," he answered, his soft voice waning as he succumbed to slumber. While the kids were finally falling asleep, Jay waltzed sleepily down the hallway and towards his room, yawning heavily. He stretched his arms out, uncramping them from the effect of lounging in front of the TV for the greater part of the night. Delia sat with him for a while, sipping her tea quietly, and had turned in a few minutes beforehand. Feeling lonely without her presence, Jay felt inclined to go to bed as well. Their bedroom door was closed, and he opened it delicately, sticking his head through first. The light was still on, and he grinned, hoping to see her sitting restfully in bed awaiting his arrival. The happiness in his face quickly drained, however, as he was met with just the opposite. "Delia, what's the matter?" he asked worriedly, approaching her swiftly. She was sitting on the bed in her pajamas, her knees drawn to her chest, bundled into a tight ball. Her head wrenched up upon his arrival, seemingly in surprise, but the look turned feeble quickly. Jay paled at the rigid wince her face was knotted into. "Jay," she moaned, her hair falling into her face, I've got the worst cramps." Although her voice sounded reluctant, she was almost on the verge of tears. Jay carefully sat beside her, and began to stroke her hair. "Your stomachache. You still have it?" Delia nodded, sighing painfully. I don't know, not going away." The tea didn't help, he asked fretfully. He hated to see her this way. It was obvious she was in agony, having worsened from what was a simple stomachache when she'd come home. Delia shook her head, dumping it into her knees again. A horrible jolt of pain shot through her abdomen, making her groan. Jay watched as her hands gripped her pants and became more alarmed. "Not tea, not medicine," she replied dreadfully. She lifted her head from her knees and nuzzled it into the crook of his neck, taking as much pleasure and comfort as she could from his warmth. "Nothing." Jay said, puzzled. "Are you sure it's a stomachache? Are you getting cramps? Is it your monthly coming?" Delia tensed, drawing in her breath. "And no," she stammered. It can't be." Her heart began to race as he mentioned this. It couldn't possibly be anything to do with that, even though the pain was similar in that sense. While the pangs weren't located precisely enough to be considered a stomachache, admittedly, she knew that it couldn't be anything other than that. It was unfeasible. Asserting herself with this conclusion, she tried to relax, but not unfortunately from the pain, which continued to throb within her. "It must have been something I ate," she said decidedly. "It has to be, and I hope it is." Jay considered it. "I suppose so," he replied. "Who knows? Maybe the milk in your shake was sour or something." Delia shut her eyes as her abdomen eased from another spasm. It felt utterly wonderful, but she swallowed hard. She never knew of sour milk to create such severe discomfort. She was, on the other hand, feeling somewhat nauseous. That wasn't totally surprising. She had, up to that point, experienced some slight morning sickness, which Jay had thankfully not ticked. But what had been a stomachache, if it was even that to begin with, was starting to show signs of something else. She shivered in fear. Maybe. She finally answered him. She unballed herself and massaged her stomach robustly, breathing loudly. Her hand slid further down to where the pain really was. A place she didn't want any pain. Jay leaned over and kissed her cheek tenderly. "Get some rest, sweetheart. You'll feel better after you lay down and sleep." Quote. She managed to give him a gracious smile, trying to put his mind at ease. She hadn't meant to make such a spectacle of her situation, especially in front of him. But hiding the pain had become nearly impossible. Brushing his finger down her cheek, he then undid his side of the bed and got under the covers. She watched him quietly, still trying to execute some physical comfort. It wasn't working as fabulously as she wished, and she held her breath as another surge of raging pain ripped through her. Please God, she pleaded in her mind. Please stop this. Please, make it stop. Good night, Jay said. He reached over to snap his light off, and snuggled into his pillow. Feel better. Good night, she whispered. She extinguished her lamp and engulfed herself in her warm sheets. As soon as she was on her side, the pain temporarily vanished, allowing her body and mind to allay. For a moment, she felt completely fine, and she relaxed in this blissful feeling. But as soon as her eyes grew heavy and brought her a comforting sensation of sleep, her abdomen exploded again, and she did everything she could to keep from crying out. God, they were such familiar pains. Horribly familiar. She'd felt these pains before, so very long ago. The recollection made her shudder with immense dread and mistrust, desperate to shut it out of her mind. It can't be that, she willed. It can't. God, you wouldn't let it. Ash was up before anyone the next morning. It was early, but his eyes refused to stay closed any longer. Looking down at his sleeping friends, he decided it was best not to wake them. Pikachu was up from his rustling, however, and didn't look like he was planning on falling back asleep. Feeling every bit of the long night, Ash rubbed his eyes and pulled himself out of bed. The thought of a nice, hot shower suddenly sprang to his mind, and he couldn't contend it. It sounded all too wonderful. He made his way downstairs on light feet, Pikachu right behind him. The more he thought of a shower, the more he desired it. He attended first to feeding Pikachu his breakfast, then rushed to the bathroom almost impatiently. The living room clock chimed 9 a.m. as he closed the door behind himself, echoing throughout the quiet, lonely house. The water spurted out, and he let his hand slide underneath and enjoy its heat. He smiled gently, mixing with the already hearty feeling of well-being he held. Although he wasn't necessarily thinking of the date's events, its amiable aftermath filled his blood with optimism and absolute contentment. Nothing was going to bring down his spirits. When the water was at a perfect temperature, Ash let the shower go and looked up to find the shampoo. He squinted as he took the bottle in his hand, noticing that there was just a pool of it on the bottom, certainly not enough to take care of his wild mess. Groaning, he opened the cabinet under the sink and searched for a new bottle. There were a slew of them among conditioners and hairsprays, and he randomly grabbed one from the back. Upon looking at it, his face wrinkled in curiosity. What the heck is this? He murmured out loud. Turning it around, he noticed that it wasn't shampoo at all, it was a bottle of hair dye. Red hair dye, to be exact. Ash scowled, wondering where it had come from. He never noticed it down there before, but it had obviously been used before, as half the bottle was already gone and a gooey film of the substance cemented the cap. Whatever, He shrugged, going to return it back to where he found it. However, he suddenly stopped, the event with Brock's hair coming swiftly back to his mind. He paused, then brought the bottle out again. Examining it more closely, the recollection of Misty's excitement over Brock's new look invaded him. A crafty grin crept slowly to his face. He placed the dye atop the sink, grabbed a new shampoo, and took his shower a lot more rapidly than he had previously intended. Man, if this doesn't impress her, nothing will, he thought as he read over the instructions on the bottle. All it called for was to apply then wash out, which Ash did happily. His body became jumpy with anticipation as he worked the dye into his hair, getting more and more thrilled as he pictured mIsty's reaction in his mind. If she loved Brock's hair, she was bound to love this. She just had to. The bottle contained enough for him to do his whole head, and after a few minutes he rinsed it out. With just a vigorous towel dry, it was all done, and Ash stared at himself in the mirror with a beam. And a new head of black hair, radiant with a not-so-faint hint of bright red. The additional color glistened in the light, and Ash's stomach leapt excitedly. It looked cooler than words could describe. Approximately 1 week, he read from the bottle. 1 week he would have this outrageous hair, just enough for him to impress Misty but not outshine Brock. Brock's awesome hair could last forever if he wanted it to, but Ash wasn't looking for forever. He just wanted this 1 week, this one great opportunity to have Misty gush over him as well. At that moment, voices became perceptible, and he quickly scrambled to finish dressing back into his pajamas. Taking a smiling glimpse at his reflection once again, Ash slipped out of the bathroom, and waited anxiously as Misty and Brock made their way down the stairs. He wrung his hands excitedly as they rounded the bend, and then, another set of footsteps began to descend down the stairs. Ash didn't care who that was, though, as he focused on Misty, waiting in extreme suspense for her to lay her eyes on his hair and squeal just as she had done with Brock. Squealing, however, was the last thing Misty did. She was smiling, but as she caught sight of him, the smile promptly vanished. Halting in place, and Brock nearly slamming into her from behind, she just gawked at him, her mouth agape. Ash's luminous face lingered momentarily as he awaited her zany reaction, but as the realization of her benumbed surprise registered in his brain, his eyes began to dart confusingly. "Misty?" he asked, shrugging to get her to say something, anything. She didn't reply, just simply gaped, stared with eyes that were slowly narrowing in stunned stupefaction. Brock shared the same expression, his face knitting and a skeptical smirk pulling at his lips. Ash's face begged for reaction. Well, guys, don't you like it? Before his friends could even move their mouths to answer, his mother came up behind them, a humble smile adorning her sleepy face. Just like Misty, Ash witnessed the smile instantly fall from her face as her eyes fixed on him, widening in disbelief. This wasn't precisely akin to Misty's expression, though. Something in her dismayed look wasn't quite right, something that told him in an instant that he had made a terrible decision. His stomach sank like a rock. "Ash, what did you do to your hair?" Delia gasped. His voice trembled as he fell into sudden disorientation. His glance flew from Misty to Brock, noticing that they held the same aghast air about them. "Oh," he gulped, his fists balling tightly as their stares brandished into him. This was not what he had expected, and suddenly panicking, he drew back. His shimmering eyes flickered back to Delia, whose face was tightening rather crossly. His heart leapt up to his throat. "What did you do?" she demanded again. Ash was thrown into disarray. "Nothing. She hardly gave him a chance to answer before she strode over to him and seized his arm. Ash nearly tripped over his own feet as she hauled him towards the bathroom. "I can't believe you," she grumbled. Ash paled as she glowered reproachfully at him, regarding his hair with disgust. Ash dragged his feet behind him reluctantly, but didn't dare pull against her hold. "I can't believe you did that to your hair. What were you thinking?" Ash shrank back. "I don't know. I didn't think you'd be upset. You thought I'd like it. I didn't think you wouldn't," Ash admitted, his voice floundering. "Oh man, what did I do?" he thought miserably. It was the pure truth, but Delia hardly accepted it. She just huffed, escorting him through the bathroom door. The strong, steamy mist from his recent shower surrounded Ash. Delia released him, saying nothing as she turned on the faucet curtly, clogging the drain and allowing the sink to fill up. Ash watched silently as his mom ran shaky hands through her hair, wondering just how furious, and how come, she was about this. In all honesty, he never thought this would have caused such a negative response. Just unbelievable, mumbled Delia, shaking her head as she watched the sink fill up almost impatiently. She looked at his hair again and frowned. I can't believe you did this. I'm sorry, he said dejectedly, feeling it best to apologize as soon as possible. You're sorry, she retorted hotly. You're in big trouble, that's what you are, mister. Quote. Ash couldn't believe how hard and rigid and angry her voice was. Neither could Misty or Brock, for that matter. Back out in the living room, the two were frozen solid, listening to the upheaval just as tensely. Their muscles tightened again with that pang of extreme awkwardness. Slowly, their eyes locked, exchanging an indisputable let's get out of here look that induced them to hastily dart up the stairs. In their scramble, they almost crashed into Jay halfway up. What's going on down there? Jay asked them worriedly. Upon hearing the noise, he had quickly gotten out of bed to see what the commotion was. Ash in trouble, was all Brock said as they hurried past him, leaving him in a curious muddle. Arching an eye, he rushed down the stairs and towards the present source of the racket, specifically, his wife's heated voice. Get your head in the sink, Delia ordered, pointing to it firmly. Ash wavered timidly, watching as she went to grab the same bottle of shampoo that he'd opened minutes before. Was she serious? Mom, I'll wash my hair if you want me to. Ashton, get your head in the sink. Delia repeated even more inflexibly. I want to make sure every last bit of that red is washed out. Ash was ready to raise another objection, but her uncompromising glare drove him to obey. The water spilled over his head and down his face as Delia began to lather her hands with the shampoo. Ash gulped and shut his eyes to block the splashing water. Mom, please, I didn't think this would make you so mad. He moaned desperately. He cringed as her foamed hands attacked his hair. It wasn't painful, just jarring. And embarrassing. Well, what did you think I'd do? She grumbled, working her fingers coarsely against his scalp. Say. Good morning, Ash. Love what you did with your hair. What would you like for breakfast? With that exclamation, she scrubbed even harder, making Ash yelp. This was definitely not the hypnotizing washing he received at the hair salon. Ow. Mom, you're scrubbing too hard, he whined. She ignored him, keeping up at the same determined pace. Ash squinted from the roughness, his gaze unwittingly directed towards the pool of lukewarm water his head was hove. Ring over. He tried to maneuver, at least to relieve the horrible crick that formed in his neck from such a position. But his mom had quite a solid hold on him, and he found himself defenselessly detained. Fist better come out, she said, her voice brewing with warning. Fist better come out. Mom, calm down, please. Ow, come on, Ash pleaded. It was hopeless. No matter how hard she scoured his head, there was no way hair dye that was supposed to last a week would come out with one washing. His heart pounded. Delia discovered this pretty quickly. To Ash's relief, she lifted herself away from him, but he knew it wasn't over. Her miffed scowl never left him as he pulled his head slowly from the sink, drenched, still lustrous with red. What made you think you could do something like that? She said, handing him a bath towel to sop up his head. Ash took it from her reservedly. I don't know, Ash replied, though he knew very well. Realizing instantly that lying was only going to get him in worse trouble, he quickly sputtered out. I thought it looked cool. I thought you wouldn't have a problem. Well, look at me, Ash, she cried. Her unyielding voice made his stomach somersault every time. Does it look like I don't have a problem? Does it? No, he answered at once. Hey, come on, what's all the yelling about? Delia and Ash turned as Jay appeared cautiously in the doorway. Ash flinched, not knowing how he was going to react. Following in the same pattern, Jay's face not surprisingly lit up in shock. Oh my God, he uttered, pointing. You have red hair, can you believe it? Delia said disgracefully, throwing her hands in the air. Look what he did to himself. Jay looked his son over for a moment, and shrugged. I dunno, looks kinda neat. Ash's face brightened in prospect for a second, but Delia was hardly humored. Don't you dare say that, Jay. It's not neat. She turned angrily back to Ash. I never gave you permission for this. How could you go and dye your hair without asking me first? You let Brock dye his hair, Ash reasoned inaudibly, cowering. Jay, in the meantime, stood off to the side and silently observed, making Ash all the more apprehensive. Because Brock asked me if he could do it. Delia snapped. He asked my permission if he could do that. You didn't. And he got his hair dyed a normal color, not this. Where did you even get that color, huh? Quote. Ash trembled from her berating, not responding instantly. Where? She barked. I found it under the sink, Ash answered hastily, his tone tottering with imminent tears. Under the sink. There was a bottle of it there, half empty. Quote. Under the sink. Delia wondered. For a moment, her ire drowned in confusion as she tried to think of how a bottle of dye found its place in the cabinet. She remembered. Her eyes widened upon the revelation, and this time it was Ash's turn to be befuddled. He simply stared as she was rendered speechless, unable to believe that it was her dye, the same she used last year to put red streaks in her hair for a Halloween party and the holiday itself, that was the culprit. Delia shifted her glare back to him again. That was my hair dye, she confessed, and Ash was taken aback. Yours. It doesn't matter whether it was mine or not, though, she scolded. You had absolutely no right to go and dye your hair without asking me first. Do you hear me? Yes, Ash nodded. His eyes were glazed with moisture, he couldn't take any more chastisement. I'm sorry, I should have asked. I know. Yes, you should have, Delia said sternly, and I would have said no, too. What Brock did to his hair was tasteful, but what you did is completely unacceptable. I don't want anyone to even see you like this, you. That's it, you're not leaving this house till your hair is back to normal. Quote. Ash froze, his face falling in setback at her emphatic tone. But that's not for a week. The hair dye doesn't come out for a week. His mother gave him an unsympathetic look. Oh well, looks like you're stuck here for a week, then. Quote. The tears were threatening to slip, but Ash swallowed them back. He looked hopefully at his dad for a second, but Jay just shook his head, letting him know he agreed with Delia. But you don't understand. He argued, panic taking hold of him as one and only one thing urgently came to his mind. It wasn't that he was entirely shocked over being punished, at least following his mother's unpredictable reaction, but this he couldn't accept. As soon as the math was done in his head and he realized that Friday fell among the days of his confined week to come, he shuddered. Friday. Me and Ms. Friday. Nothing. Delia put her foot down. Until every strand of red is out of that hair, you're not going anywhere. Understand me, young man. Ash opened his mouth once more to protest, but quickly shut it. Yeah, he mumbled begrudgingly. His eyes aimed to the floor, he shuffled quickly out of the bathroom under Delia's maintained glare. She didn't have any time to stew over what he had done, however, as a sudden slash of pain ripped through her midsection, taking her completely off guard. Her face twisting, she doubled over and yelped, clutching on to the sink for support. Delia, oh my God, Jay exclaimed, rushing to her side. Are you okay? What's the matter? She took her tightening fists away from the sink and grasped his shirt. She didn't respond at first, just concentrated on the unspeakable cramp, that of which wasn't fading all too swiftly. Breathing deeply, tears stung her eyes. Where did this come from again? She thought, terrified. Nothing, she choked out, placing a hand on her stomach. She shook her head. Nothing. He just upset me, that's all. Quote. Jay's jaw dropped in alarm. Well, don't let him upset you like that, he admonished. He assisted her over to the toilet, which she sat down upon. That's ridiculous. I know, Delia said, taking deep breaths. Jay watched her with intense concern, tenderly brushing the hair out of her eyes. She didn't look into his face. She kept her gaze down, trying to fight down the strong feeling of nausea that was burning her throat. I just don't need this in the morning. Hey, it's okay, Jay replied soothingly, squatting down to her level. Look, he just dyed his hair, okay. It'll be out in a week. He could have done something much worse. He could have gotten a tattoo or something. Okay, just please, Del, calm down. It's nothing to get sick over, baby. Delia allowed herself to focus only on Jay's soft fingers caressing her brow, which was suddenly sticky with perspiration. Their eyes locked, his glimmering in worry and hers with subsiding pain and fear. His words rang true, but little did he know their son's hair was her least concern in that sudden moment. She nodded, and he hugged her, pulling her shaky body close to his chest. She buried her face into his sweet-smelling hair and grasped her arms around him, her heart racing frightfully. The pain had not returned, but she could still feel that something within her was not right. After awaking that morning pain-free, she thought she was out of danger, out of the dread that had racked her so miserably the night before. It obviously was not so. "What's happening to me?" she thought traumatically. Ash had no idea what he was going to do. For a moment, he paused before the stairs and stared up them, his legs refusing to move. How was he going to break this to Misty? How could he even show his face before her? The excitement over his hair had since deteriorated. Obviously, the look she had given him before his mom had taken over confirmed she wasn't all that exhilarated. And now because of it, their second date was history, their plans altogether shattered with his brainless idiocy. "She's going to rip me apart," he concluded, trembling. Grounded and beaten up by Misty on the same day. So much for his high spirits. Building courage, he slowly ascended the stairs. He tried desperately to formulate what he would say to her in his mind, but his thoughts were just a crazy, frantic clutter. His knees hadn't buckled this much since the first time he'd walked out onto the infield of the Indigo Plateau. At this point, though, he had to admit that this was a whole lot scarier. As his hand went to grab the knob, his bedroom door suddenly swung open, and Ash jumped back in surprise. There stood Brock, who looked just as shocked to see Ash before him. Instantly, their eyes met awkwardly, and neither moved a muscle for a good few seconds. In that moment, Ash felt miserable looking into Brock's apathetic face. Hanging his head, he prepared to apologize, but Brock got in the first word. "Hey, listen," he whispered. His voice held a hint of compassion. "She isn't as thrilled with the hair as you would have liked her to be." Quote, "Oh," Ash mumbled. Brock patted his shoulder. "Should have waited and gotten iced tips, too, instead." With that, he slipped by him and made his way down the stairs, leaving Ash alone and vulnerable to Misty's wrath. He sort of hoped that Brock would have stayed, but now as he considered the hardship that was to come, he was actually glad he hadn't stuck around for the impending slaughter. His glossy eyes fixed on his door before him, just slightly ajar. Behind that door lay a chance encounter, the outcome of which unforeseen to his dismay. He didn't care whether she would yell and scream, or let fly at him even. At this point, it didn't matter to him. Feeling horribly regretful, he just hoped and prayed that he wouldn't break her heart as much as he dreaded. In the end, he deserved to be forbidden from the outing, not her. "Oh man," Ash gulped. "How am I going to survive this?" Taking a deep breath, he grasped the knob and let himself into the room. His heart pounding steadily in his chest, Ash pushed open the door to his room and entered cautious. Misty was sitting on her rollaway bed Indian style, Togepi settled in her lap and jumping around happily. She looked pleasantly engaged with her jovial Pokémon, but that was before her head lifted and her gaze settled on him. Ash felt his heart sink as she slumped instantly, eyeing his mahogany hair skeptically. "Oh my God," she uttered inaudibly. "What were you thinking?" Ash looked down shamefully. "I don't know." Misty carefully placed Togepi aside. "Geez, Ash, I could have told you your mom wasn't going to be happy about that. I mean, come on." "Misty," Ash said calmly, "I seriously didn't think she'd get that mad." "Well, duh," Misty groaned. "Look, I can see if you like Brock's hair and all, and you wanted to do it yourself, but you couldn't just ask her. You couldn't simply ask her to take you to get the same thing done." "Ash, please, don't tell me I know your mom better than you do. I would have never done that in a million years." Ash cringed as her tone became increasingly irritated. At first, she hadn't sounded so upset. Her face was now growing slightly redder as she voiced her annoyance and proclaimed his foolishness. "I'm dead meat," Ash resolved helplessly. "She is totally going to kill me." He wanted nothing more than to spin around, dart back downstairs, and not even break the news to her, but he knew it was inescapable. She was going to have to find out sooner or later, and now, he realized, had to be that time. Putting it off was only going to make it worse, and this was bad enough. "I know," he conceded. "It was stupid of me. I saw the die in the cabinet and I made a dumb mistake. I know. Misty rolled her eyes. Yeah, that was a dumb mistake. God, your mom must be fuming right now. That, she knew, was a pointless thing to say, but she was downright curious what came out of it. She noticed Ash's wet head and pined for an explanation. Ash bit his lip. Why yeah, she's pretty mad. Well, you're an idiot. He flinched as this came out as a shout. What did she say? She's making you wash it out today, right? Ash's face twitched nervously. Well, she wanted me to, yeah, but what? Ash paused for a second. It's not gonna come out for a week, he said hesitantly. Misty's eyes went wide. The die lasts a week. That lasts for a week. ? She spat, her fiery tone sending him back a few feet. Kinda, he murmured, recoiling sheepishly. Her face writhed in disgust. Oh my God, you mean to tell me I have to look at you with that red hair for a week? ? You're gonna have to deal with a lot more than just that for a week, he thought, his head beginning to spin. His life was definitely over, there was no question about it now. He nodded haggardly. Misty shuddered as another realization hit her. Are you saying that you're gonna take me out to dinner with that hair? Ash paled instantly. Misty was giving him a look of pure panic, begging him to give her the answer she craved, but to his foreboding, he knew he couldn't provide that. Each moment that passed in this awkward setting made his repentance strengthen, his compassion soaring for her and how hurt she would be from the crushing announcement in Q. Well, thing is, he said, wringing his hands, I'm sorta not. He inhaled fearfully as he awaited her reaction. Misty's face promptly became ashen. What? She asked, pronouncing each letter clearly and demandingly. What does that mean? Ash's body stiffened. He was so terrified he even said a quick prayer in his mind, imploring for bravery to utter the next statement. It means that I'm, in a bit of trouble for this, and I'm kinda not allowed out until the die is gone. Misty immediately bolted off her bed, her eyes exploding with malice. What? ? His hands instinctively flew out defensively. Misty, wait, we can't go on our date. She blurted incredulously. We can't go. Before he had a chance to console her and explain, her voice fired off, wild with appalled disbelief. You idiot, you imbecile. You are so dumb. What were you thinking? She cried. She hammered her foot against the floor over and over, like a pouting child engrossed in a tantrum. Togepi squeaked with alarm over the sudden uproar, and retreated beneath Misty's covers. Misty, I'm sorry. Really, I am. Please listen. No you're not, Misty screamed. Any bit of disappointment in her tone escalated to intense fury. You ruined our second date. I can't believe you. No I didn't, Ash responded, pleading for her to hear him out. You don't understand. Why would I do that? Because you're an idiot, Misty bluntly repeated. What were you thinking? Didn't it even occur to you that what you were doing would tick your mom off? Well, not really, Ash admitted, his voice wobbly. Her brief, angry delay gave him a chance to speak more, and he took advantage of it. Look, I know it was stupid, but I'll do anything I can to fix it. I swear, Mom said that I couldn't go out until all the red is gone. If I have to wash my hair 10 times a day, I'll do it. I swear, I'll fix this, I'll get our date back. Misty's nostrils flared, her look hardening even more. No you won't. Face it, Ash, we're screwed. There's no way that stuff is going to come out, and there's especially no way your mom's gonna let you go through that much shampoo. She threw her hands down detestably. I can't believe you. I can't believe you lost us our second date because you could be so brainless. Ash glanced away, not having the guts to look her in the eye. Every word from her mouth, as pitifully true as it was, stung. But the silence that fell over the room, untimely and heavy, was even worse. Each second passed by with a single, pounding beat of his heart, guilt-ridden and sullen. He had no idea what she would say next, what hurtful but deserving insult she would lay on him and make the situation even more painful. Oh, your mom was right about what she said, Misty suddenly muttered. Ash's eyes lifted instantly. What? He gasped, confused. What are you talking about? What she said the other night, she explained hotly. I overheard it. About how she was sick of you acting so immature all the time. And you know what? She was absolutely right. You were immature, and this is a prime example. Ash's mouth trembled as he tried to find what to say. How had this come into play all of a sudden? But I'm not immature. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Oh, yeah, Ash, she sneered sardonically. Copying Brock and dyeing your hair behind your mom's back isn't immature. Quote. He swallowed the huge lump in his throat. What a point she had, but he wasn't ready to admit that he had willingly brought this upon himself. Misty, it's not like that. You don't understand. No, Ash, she argued, pointing a finger at him viciously. You don't understand. She told you that if you didn't stop acting immature, she'd think differently about our relationship. Ash faltered. Yeah, but, to think that you would go and do something that would so obviously make your mom mad, it's just. I don't get you. I don't know what went on in your brain, He slumped remorsefully as her lip quivered. She caught her breath and looked him directly in the eye, her voice lowering to barely a whisper. You just don't care, do you? He blinked a few times, trying to make sense of the remark she'd just uttered. What do you mean I don't care? He asked softly, not comprehending but securing a restless sense of what she was articulating. Misty approached him slowly. You don't care about us, she accused, her voice drenched with the hurt she was feeling. You don't care, because if you did, you'd remember that, and you wouldn't go and do something dumb like this. Her voice grew louder, making Ash panic considerably. Her words were cold and biting, making him tremor with anxiety. He couldn't believe how false her allegation was, how much it racked him with the vehement impulse to prove her wrong. She had no idea what he tried to do that morning to please her, whether or not its result was disastrous. But Misty, I do care. He sputtered. No you don't. She shook her head. Her eyes welled in tears. You don't care at all about whether or not we can be together if you can just go and deliberately do something stupid that would make your mom upset, and think we're not old enough or whatever to do this. Oh God, I wouldn't be surprised if she never lets us go out again. And it's all your fault. Her words were an arrow to his chest. Misty, please, he begged desperately. You know I wouldn't do anything on purpose to ruin our relationship, or our date. Why would I want that? You think I meant to cause this trouble, that I wanted to be punished? Or make my mom think that I'm not mature enough to go out on dates with you? Why would I want that? Why? I don't know. She frowned dejectedly. I don't know why you would do this, but you did. You're just an immature copycat who doesn't give a second thought to what you're doing. You just do whatever the hell you please and don't care about the consequences. Quote. Misty, you know I don't do that. Ash whined, throwing his fists down. And I'm not a copycat. Misty's eyes darted outrageously. Yeah, right, Ash. You just happened to be planning on dyeing your hair the morning after Brock got his iced tips. Sure. Ash breathed heavily. No, it's not that. He objected firmly. You don't know why I did it. Then why? Ash, please, enlighten me. Because he trailed off, drawing himself in. Because why? She demanded. Because of you. Despite the fact that he had just revealed his reason, Misty still didn't understand. Oh, thanks a lot, Ash. She retorted instead. So I'm the reason behind all of this. Great. Now your mom's probably upset with me, too. No, you're misunderstanding. Ash pouted again. That's not what I mean. Misty held up her hand, arresting his words in a flash. She turned her back to him as she spoke. Please, Ash, just stop, okay? You're an idiot, and you don't care, and I can't be bothered. He could have been mad at her for not listening to him, for not believing him and his overly earnest assurances. He could have given up as apparently she was, turned away and letting her stew in her bitterness to her heart's desire. He could have even gone downstairs and begged on his hands and knees to be pardoned this one time, hopeful to bring her back good news and regain her trust. But none of those choices were being considered in Ash's head. He was too affected by her words, by her irked tone. Nothing she had ever said had moved him like this before. His heart was heavy, burdensome with her cold apathy. Him, not care. How could she say such a thing? How could she claim that he had purposely put their date in jeopardy, or their entire relationship for that matter? He had dyed his hair for nothing more than to impress her, to grab her undivided and ardent attention. Granted, he now knew his decision was a considerably poor one, but he didn't mean for the situation to unfold the way it had. But how am I gonna convince her of that? He wondered. How can I tell her how much I really do care? That I did this because I wanted her to notice me, that I wanted her to tell me I looked good, that I wanted to show her how much I. Misty, he whispered, drawing beside her. She refused to turn around for a second, but he tenderly placed a hand on her arm, finally encouraging her to face him. Her eyes rose to scrutinize his hair, but she tore them away immediately, almost as if it was painful to look at it. Listen to me, he said. His voice staggered with emotion. You don't know how much I really do care. Quote. She looked into his face, making no other movement than her steady, condemning blinking. No, was all she said. Misty, he started again, but licked his lips as he faltered. His heart beat vigorously, pressed him on, urged him to say what he needed. I know this is upsetting you, and I know how much I let you down, but, you gotta believe me. I would never, ever do anything to ruin what we're doing. How could I? I love what we're doing. More than anything. Quote. To his amazement, she looked at him again, her stern eyes softening to ones of intrigued concern. He took a deep breath, and continued shakily. You have no idea what that date did to me last night, how nervous I was but how much I really enjoyed it. I was so happy when we came home, when it was over, because it had gone so perfectly. I thought we were gonna talk about it like crazy, never stop. I thought, well, that we wouldn't be able to take our eyes off each other. But, when Brock came down, and when you started to gush all over him, and how great he looked, I guess Ash didn't need to say any more, and he knew it. The way Misty's face lifted in astonishment was enough to confirm that he'd finally gotten to her. He looked down and away, feeling the salty tears begin to sting. Ash, for the first time, a smile appeared. I didn't know that I really upset you like that. Well, not upset me, he said gently. It's just, I dunno, after our date, I thought, that, well. He sighed. I was going to be the one you gushed all over. Her head tilted compassionately, a warm expression smoothing the wrinkles of distress that had contorted her face moments earlier. Ash, are you telling me that you were jealous? Ash winced at the mention of the word, but boldly nodded. You were jealous that I gave Brock so much attention. Her voice was now squeaky, overwhelmed with the charm of his confession. Knowing Ash, that was a tough thing for him to do, and instantly, her heart melted. Ash nodded again. That's why, when I saw that hair dye, I thought about you, and I guess I wanted you to give me that attention, too. She grinned, but he still retained his solemn look. Guess I screwed up instead. Her grin faded, but only to a coquettish smile. Ash, she groaned gently, just because I gave Brock all that attention over his hair didn't mean I forgot about our date and everything. Brock, he's my friend, too. What was I supposed to do? Just ignore him? Come on, I couldn't do that. He was so excited about it, and it really was cool. I know, Ash agreed, smiling wanly. I know, I didn't mean for you to ignore him, or whatever. It was dumb to get upset over it, it really was nothing. Well, obviously it was something if it led you to do this, Misty pointed out. With a small smirk, she reached to yank tenderly at his damp hair, shaking her head. Bringing it to mind again, he hung his head sulkily, inducing her to sigh compassionately. You really did that to get my attention? She asked. You wanted me to gush over you, too. He felt a bit foolish as his aspiration came out into the clear, but he had to nod. I dunno, it was just that, after the date, I thought we'd be talking about it, that it'd be the only thing on our minds, he explained. It was such a special night, and I was just dying to let you know that. How much it really, did something to me. She hung on his every word, almost hypnotically. She couldn't help but feel moved as tears pooled in his eyes. His voice started to crack as he continued, sobs being fought back with every last bit of strength he had left to control his emotions. I know this sounds stupid, but, even though I know I like hanging out with you, and having fun with you, I didn't realize how greater it became last night on that date. Finally, the sob found its way out, and Ash came staggeringly close to breaking down. As he explained his view, the guilt over what he had done started to torture him miserably. He felt so horribly bad, stirring his heart to the point that he couldn't even look in her face. He wished he could start the day over. Wished he had never found that die. Wished he could have just rethought what he was doing so that right now he could have been having fun with her rather than apologizing. That's why I feel so awful for doing this, he sniffled. Misty, I'm sorry, I really am. I didn't mean to ruin our next date, I swear I didn't. I want to go on it just as badly as you do. And, he began to cry softly. I'm just so sorry I did this. Quote, oh, Ash, Misty whispered wholeheartedly, watching his hands fly to his eyes to shield his tears. She honestly couldn't believe how affected he was by the whole ordeal. And she certainly had no idea that her actions towards Brock had put such a damper on his happiness. A surge of intense compassion shot through her, a feeling that made her want to hug him more strongly than she ever had. As much as she was upset over what he had done, it was incomparable to the hurt he was experiencing because of it. It's okay, she condoled. No, it's not okay. He blubbered. I'm such an idiot. You're not an idiot. I am, she said, approaching him carefully. He looked up, slightly surprised. I'm an idiot for not realizing that giving Brock all that attention after our date was wrong. Quote, Ash reached up to wipe the tears off his face. Misty, you're not wrong. I could have prevented this, and I didn't. I'm the idiot. It was a dumb thing for me to do and get upset over. No, it wasn't, she replied. I should have been gushing over what you did last night. That whole evening, Ash, it was so wonderful. It was, and you deserved more than just me telling you that. Ash gaped with wet eyes as she gave him the coyest grin she could produce. He didn't know what she meant by the expression, and was nervously intrigued. Misty wasn't sure what she was doing or even thinking, but seeing his glassy eyes and distraught face made her suddenly fall for him all over again. Of course, she couldn't count the number of times that had happened since she met him, but this time was different. She could feel it in her heart, and in that moment, her disappointment disappeared, replaced by the drive to do something she never imagined her doing so soon. Ash, she said, taking a deep breath. I know it's a little late, but, would it be possible if I could make it up to you some other way? Ash's mind became hazy. There was something in her reserved voice that made his limbs flimsy. What way? He stammered silently, her face flushed along with the beseeching look she was giving him. He was frozen, feeling his face heat up awkwardly as well. The hesitant discovery of what was occurring blossomed in his consciousness, but as much as it was frightening him, he couldn't battle it. Well, Misty said, her tone tight with apprehension. She giggled mindlessly. I don't know. Would it be all right if I, made it up to you with a kiss? Ash's heart skipped a beat. Was she actually serious? Did she really mean that? This had to be a dream, he decided, just one wacky dream that was becoming even more so. The way she was staring at him with humble, persuading eyes had to be an illusion. What? He choked out, immediately panicking. Misty looked down at her feet modestly. Well, I can't gush over your hair, because honestly, I really don't like it. She shrugged. Guess this is the second best thing I can do. Quote, tensing, Ash backed away from her inadvertently, catching one of his desk chair legs and nearly stumbling backwards onto the floor. Misty slightly cringed as this almost happened, but regained her kittenish smile as he found his feet and returned to giving her an incredulous stare. Really? He squeaked, his voice cracking. Are you serious? Well, yeah, sure I am, she said gently. But aren't you mad at me? He asked, gulping and grappling onto the chair for support. She shook her head. No, I'm not mad. Well, maybe I am a little. I'm upset over what you did, yeah, but I didn't know it was this serious to you. It just wasn't good on my bad temper when you first told me. Yeah, Ash responded, amazingly emitting a chuckle. There was nothing funny about this situation, though. This was something major, a big ordeal. Something significant was unfolding, hitting him like a ton of bricks. He couldn't believe this was really occurring. Naturally, with the way he and Misty had been growing closer lately, he assumed it would come sooner or later, but he was hoping on later. All in one moment, questions flew to his mind. Was he ready? Could he do this, survive this? Should he run? Was there any way he could say no without hurting her feelings? No, I can't say no, he told himself rigidly. He was going to have to do this, but shockingly, he realized that it wasn't just for Misty's sake that he came upon this conclusion. A little part of him stormed with excitement over it. Ash quickly recalled his dad's advice. If he really wanted to kiss Misty, he would know when. But is this the time? He looked away, the intimidated part of him still in command. Misty watched him pace around on ponderous feet, covering her mouth and hiding the silly little grin she had as a result of his nervousness. It was cute, really, but she knew how impulsive this was, and how much he was probably going to pieces on the inside because of it. Ash, look, she said, if you don't want to, I understand. She half shrugged amiably. I mean, I know this is sudden. It was just a suggestion, that's all. It's okay. No, she jumped back slightly as he spun around and shouted this. Suddenly, his face looked desperate, but breaking through was a small smile. What? No, it's okay, Ash assured. Misty leaned forward questioningly. What's okay? She asked, her smile returning as well. Kissing. Ash's teeth ground as the word pierced his ears again, almost as if it was a curse. But it was hardly disturbed him in that manner. He just couldn't believe she was saying this and being serious at the same time. Or that he was on the verge of accepting the suggestion, either. Did he really know what he was doing? Well, I don't know, he replied hesitantly, his look denoting the same. I mean, you really want to. You're ready for it. Misty blushed lightly. Well, she said, biting her lip embarrassingly. I've actually been ready for it for a while. You have? Ash asked, his eyes widening. Sure I have, Misty replied furtively. He cut himself off abruptly as he came to embrace this stunning disclosure. Well, why haven't you told me? What? About being ready to kiss? He nodded, and she nearly burst into laughter. He squinted confusingly, and she clarified with a proud smile. Ash, if I would have told you when I was ready to kiss, it probably would have been, a year prior to this date. Her laughter finally came out as his eyeballs practically bugged out of their sockets. Are you kidding me? He uttered in astonishment. She nodded again, this time mischievously. Well, why didn't you tell me that, either? What? She gasped, her zany grin broadening from the preposterousness of his statement. Yeah, right, like I was going to tell you then. Quote. Ash's mouth hung open, curved into a disbelieving smile. At this point, he was at a loss for words. He could accept the fact that she'd had a crush on him all these years, but kiss. She was willing to kiss him through all of it. The thought of it made his knees shake with excitement. She had to be kidding. But whether she was joking about it or not, she certainly was in no bantering mood right now. If she was, she would have never brought it out into the open. Unless this was some sick joke, its sole purpose to freak him out in order to get him back for the morning's incident. So, she asked as the silence lingered for long enough. What do you say? He knew there was no way she could be kidding. It was impossible. Nobody could possibly pull off such a feat. She couldn't in all likelihood toy around with such a sensitive and profound subject as this. Say, Ash echoed, his voice losing all its vitality. His brow wrinkled in uncertainty. I don't know. Ash, hey, she replied softly. Look, I said it's okay. We don't have to. I know you probably don't want to. What makes you think that? She stared at him momentarily, bewildered. Oh, I don't know. You seem kinda hesitant. Well, that doesn't mean I don't want to. Her face brightened. Really? Oh God. Ash thought frantically. What am I doing? Am I saying yes to this? I guess so. Quote. A look of pure rapture took over her face, a dash of surprise mixed along with it. Ash found himself once again backing away from her, his innards tightening intensely. What would happen in the next few minutes he had no clue, and it frightened him just as much as it sent waves of dizzy curiosity through his veins. Wow, okay, she breathed quietly. It's just. He broke the mood again with his trembling voice. She gazed at him worriedly as he shrugged despairingly. I don't know what to do. Quote. Misty smiled understandably. Well, neither do I. But, I'm sure we can figure it out. It can't be that difficult. Ash nodded, and for the next few seconds, neither of them moved. They just stood where they were and looked at each other, almost as though they were waiting for the other to make first move. Misty watched as Ash's fists balled in and out, his eyes shimmering. His reddish hair stood out considerably, but at that point, she didn't care if it was a vibrant hot pink. The excitement over what was about to take place completely took hold of her, both physically and mentally, and she couldn't imagine a situation any more desirable. She snickered. "Well, come on," she said, motioning him over to one of the beds. "Sit." Ash advanced forward laboriously, but she suddenly halted him. "Wait. Go close the door." "Huh," Ash said, but rapidly grasped his bearings and shut the door. "Just so that Brock doesn't decide to come strolling in," Misty giggled, rolling her eyes. Ash pictured the sight and nearly burst out laughing. "You make this out to be some sort of secret," he remarked. "Well, no, not really," she replied. "But, come on, Ash, do you really feel like having your whole family walk in?" "Duh, oh man," Ash thought. Imagining Brock catching them kissing was one thing, but the thought of having either one of his parents, especially with him being presently in the doghouse, finding them was enough to make his stomach lurch sickeningly. "Guess you're right," he said. She gestured giddily for him to come over again, and he did, slowly. He sat discreetly beside her on the bed, and she grinned widely, taking his hands in her own. "Oh, Ash, your hands are like ice," she observed, immediately letting go of them. Ash rubbed them together robustly. "I would think so, considering I'm freezing. My hair is still wet, you know." And yet, despite the fact that having a wet head and a slightly damp pajama top in air conditioning wasn't entirely pleasant, he still managed to be breaking out into a sweat. "So," she whispered. "Yeah," he said, looking away. I really don't know how to do this." "I'll make it easier for you," said Misty. "I'll kiss you, okay? Would that make it better?" Maybe," he said. "I'm not sure. All you have to do is kiss back," she advised him, making another attempt to hold his hands. They were still dead cold, but she didn't mind. "Okay, all right," he answered weakly, clutching her hands back nervously. "I think." Misty smiled warmly, and Ash attempted to the same. They sat motionless, their eyes immovably locked. For a few moments, they did this and only this, millions of thoughts running through their minds simultaneously. Misty knew she had to make the advance since she'd volunteered, but it wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. Having Ash's face even this close to hers impelled chills to zip through her body. She decided to swallow as a cue, and slowly she leaned in, shutting her eyes and pursing her lips. Ash tensed, his eyes refusing to close as he watched her mouth come dangerously close to his. Incidentally, he leaned back and away from her as she drew closer, like the opposing poles of a magnet coming together. He instantly halted himself of this, not only because he found it very impolite to be unwittingly complicating what she was trying so hard to accomplish, but because he found that their joined hands were preventing him from going any further. He was trapped and frenzied. His disorientation told him he was screwing up again. Well, not that this was a huge surprise. Time was short, and he realized there was no way he could pucker his lips in time, or tilt his head to meet hers perfectly in time, or even sit in place confidently as they kissed. There was no way he was going to do anything right. Panicking, he clasped his eyes shut, almost in a wince, as it was the only thing up to this point that he could succeed in doing. But it didn't make much a difference. Misty suddenly tore away before making contact, leaving a very shocked Ash to gape as she exploded into fidgety laughter, a hand flying up to cover her crimson face. "What's the matter?" he asked distressfully. Nothing, she gibbered, shaking her head. She looked at him gingerly. I just wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Hold on." Ash smiled compassionately, but inside he was releasing a huge, comforting sigh of relief. "Phew, thank God. That was close." "Take your time," he told her. "Seriously, you know I'm not going anywhere fast." She giggled again, her teeth biting down hard on her bottom lip. She was breathing choppily, trying to prepare. She had been ready, but as soon as her lips approached his, everything had brusquely shattered. At once, her nerves snapped, her courage floundered. She had completely fallen apart. It wasn't something she wanted in this meaningful moment in her life. Immediately, She knew she was making a fool of herself, and desperately tried to steady. Hold on, she panted, holding up a finger. Just give me a second. Sure, as long as you want, Misty, he replied kindly. Gives me all the more time to start breathing again. She paused, then looked excitedly at him. I think I'm ready now, she announced. This is just so weird. I'm sorry. I know, Ash agreed. Don't worry, you're not alone. Quote. Grinning, Misty shut her eyes and took a deep breath. I can do this, she said. I can. This time I promise. She put on a serious face, arching her shoulders. Here we go again. With more preparation time, Ash quickly went over the things he needed to do. His nervousness didn't abate, but as Misty closed her eyes softly again and leaned in, he promptly did the same and braced himself. He puckered his lips, trying with all his might not to clench them, to make them as tender as possible. His face muscles tingled as he felt her hot breath on him. For a moment, he predicted and very slightly wished she was going to pull away again, but that was proven tremendously wrong when her warm lips pressed into his. The strangeness of the situation overpowering the passion of it, they pulled away from each other after an incredibly brief second. That second, however, was enough to strike a brilliant streak of red across their noses, and their shaky eyes met together awkwardly. Despite it all, small, dazed smiles etched their mouths, incredulous but overwhelmed with thrill. Oh my gosh, Misty whispered. You said it, Ash replied mystically. That was cool, she filled him in, her voice hopeful. Ash smiled skittishly. Yeah, it was, but really weird, too. That, too, Misty laughed, almost in relief. Weird and cool. Ash could assign those two words to the engagement perfectly, along with many others. Interesting, exciting, scary, exhilarating, spine-tingling, unbelievable. And pleasing. He didn't know why that one was somewhat stronger than the other feelings. It brought so many new sensations to his being, but above all, Ash came to the awareness that the kiss wasn't all that horrible. It was anything but that. It was enough to give him a surge of reassurance, of daring. He couldn't believe the next thing he said, but he also couldn't satisfy his curiosity as to whether or not the pleasure was just a fluke, a product of his delirious mind. Do you want to try it again? The look on her face was fabulously luminous. After the most zestful second of her entire life, she couldn't have heard words any more perfect, or stunning, for that matter. Sure, I would love to. This time, they both leaned in at the same time, pausing shortly before contact, then connecting. They inhaling deeply and tautly, but didn't pull away quite as rapidly this time. Their lips barely moved, each delighting in the simple, pleasurable, and fascinating feeling of just kissing. The kiss lasted only a few seconds, but as they detached, satisfaction could not have been any more achieved. Oh man, Ash said sheepishly. I can't believe we just did that, twice. Me neither, she acclaimed, shaking her head in wonder. Ash smiled bashfully, licking his lips. His blush had yet to dissolve. You know, after what happened this morning, I thought you'd be beating me into the ground rather than kissing me. Misty chortled. Yeah, well, the world's full of surprises. Isn't it? Yes, it is, Ash replied emphatically. He gave her an anxious look. So, did you like it? She beamed, her shiny white teeth dazzling. Ash, it was great. Just as I thought it would be. Well, not the same for me, Ash admitted, and she gave him an odd, perplexed face. I thought it was going to be scary and really, well, yucky. But it was anything but that. It was awesome, and I really liked it. Misty took a deep, rewarding breath. The moment she had fantasized about for as long as she could remember had just happened, and yet it felt like a dream. She could still feel his soft, dry lips on her own, and wanted to hold on to the feeling forever. So does this mean we're really boyfriend and girlfriend now? Ash laughed, his voice still shaky due to his riotous nerves. Ash, Misty beamed, we were really boyfriend and girlfriend after the date. But, yeah, I guess you can say that. Instead of sharing her beam, Ash's face fell suddenly into a despondent frown. Flustered, Misty tilted her head. What's the matter? She asked gently. He shrugged. Nothing. I just remembered. You know, what I did this morning. About our next date. Her smile vanished sadly. Oh, I mean, You give me my first kiss, and what do I give you? His gaze fell to his lap. All I give you is disappointment. Misty didn't say a word. She just stared at him somberly, trying to think of a way to tell him that everything would be okay. Ash. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes fervent with determination. But don't worry, Misty. I'll get it back, I swear I will. If I have to beg at my mom's feet and be her slave or whatever for the week, I'll do it. I'll convince her to give us our date back, I promise. Quote. Misty paused then grinned, his resolve to make things right causing her stomach to flutter in extreme elation. However, a thought shot to her mind and she attained a pensive look. Actually, you know what, Ash? Maybe you should let me try to get our date back instead. Ash's face scrunched. Huh, why? Misty cringed playfully. Well, if our date has to be postponed, I'd rather it be a week than a month. His eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? He questioned, slightly insulted. Giggling friskily, Misty gave his shoulder a few friendly punches. Nothing, Ash, absolutely nothing, she teased. Just, I have a good feeling that I have a better chance at convincing your mom than you do. Just a little bit. She squeezed her thumb and index finger together to the point where they were barely touching, giving him a wink. Ash just slumped, shaking his head at her, but consented without a word. He actually felt better about this proposition. After all, he wasn't exactly enthusiastic to see his mom anytime soon. Especially when it came to getting back what she had quite resolutely taken away from him. Well, the best of luck to you, he said somewhat jokingly, but then lowering his voice with serious graciousness. Thanks. Ah, she cooed, sweeping her arms around him tightly in a hug. It's no problem. And you don't have to worry, you hear me? No matter what stupid things you do, I still love ya. Ash closed his eyes blissfully and melted into the embrace. Guess dyeing my hair wasn't all that bad, he thought. Oh, and Ash, Misty said. Her voice was doused in facetious forewarning. If I can't change your mom's mind, I'm taking Brock on that date. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.